see it either.
Says it's streaming live on YouTube. Do you see it? Because
No, it's not.
It says webinar is streaming live on YouTube, but there's nothing on YouTube.
yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
not.
just
It's
changed
streaming live on
something.
web.
I just changed something.
No, it's not.
Should I try to press record again? But there's nothing on YouTube.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
not.
I just changed something. I just changed something.
No, it's not.
One second, everyone. I apologize.
Okay. All right. It seems something did start.
Seems like we're live on YouTube again.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm just seeing there is a clip we have for
yeah, there's a clip.
it seems something did start.
Yeah, it's right now.
Yeah, everything on my end is showing that we're live.
Yeah, we're on YouTube.
It seems something did start.
Is it being recorded?
Yeah, it is being recorded.
Yeah, we're good.
We're on YouTube.
It just doesn't have the record.
Okay,
But
can
are we
get-
recording on the
corner.
webinar? The recording of the Zoom, Carlo.
Oh.
Hi, can we just hit the record here again, and then Chair, if you don't mind starting from the beginning of the requirements?
Hi, we're having technical difficulties, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, we know we're on YouTube. But thank you.
So we're gonna restart the discussion. Tony, if you don't mind doing the calendar call again, and the.
Yeah, I'm gonna call again. No, I'm sorry, the applicant just called me and said, you're on live on the YouTube.
Yeah, just for everyone. Again, I really do apologize for any inconvenience. I'm sorry. This was something that was unforeseen, but I believe we're live and we're good to
Yeah.
go. But yeah, we'll just start
The
again.
applicants can hear us.
If anything was missed by any members or participants.
No, I'm sorry, the applicant.
Okay.
Okay. So good morning again. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for March 28th, 2023. I will remind everyone there is no public testimony during the review session. The public testimony part will be coming in during the public hearing. The first item up for discussion is continued hearing item number 19, 2019-294 BZ 241-243 Throop Avenue, Brooklyn.
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, before you start, if we can have someone monitor the YouTube from our staff, just in
Yeah.
case if something happened, he alert us immediately.
Okay. Okay,
Thank
thank you. Again, thank you all for your patience. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty, so sorry for the delay. This is an application, a continued hearing for a variance application. The initial hearing on this application was held almost 2 years ago, back in April 27, 2021. Since then, 3 adjournments have been requested. At the initial hearing, several issues were raised by the board regarding the applicant's ability to meet the findings of zoning resolution section 72-21. Since it's been a while, we last reviewed it. I'm just going to provide a brief background. This is a variance application which has been revised as of the last submission to modify the lot area requirement to develop an as-of-right residential building with ground floor retail. The minimum lot area requirement in the zoning district is 1,700 square feet, which the subject lot does not qualify. The initial application was also seeking floor area waiver to build a 7-story plus cellar residential building with 5 dwelling units, 70 foot high. As I stated earlier, the scope of the variance has been reduced and the applicant is only seeking a lot area waiver to allow a 4.5-story mixed use residential building with a ground floor commercial use and 3 residential dwellings above. And no other bulk variances being requested. So I just want to start going through the 5 elements of the variance, but more than looking at all 5, I want to focus primarily on the uniqueness and the self-created hardship. And should those be met, then we can discuss the financing, neighborhood character, and of course, then the minimum variance. So with regards to the uniqueness, the applicant at the last hearing was directed to modify the uniqueness finding. The applicant states that the revised documents that has been provided, the applicant states that the existing 1-story cellar with cellar commercial building suffers from age, obsolescence, and dilapidated condition, and that is a hardship. The building was built in 1931 for a commercial use. And to that end, the applicant has submitted a uniqueness study that has and also has provided a structural report from a structural engineer and a letter from the architect. The structural report states that there is a general deterioration of the building. The architect's letter also states that the building has been vacant for more than 10 years. Ceilings have collapsed due to deteriorated wood frame roof. So the question I have is the condition of the building driven by the age of the building or lack of maintenance? And does the lack of maintenance qualify as obsolescence? The question for asking this question is, can the building be enlarged to allow for an as of right commercial use, 2-story commercial use? Currently, there is a 1-story commercial use. Can it be enlarged to have a 2-story, and would that be viable? And the applicant at the last hearing has stated that the structure was inadequately built to accommodate an additional floor. It would require a new construction. So that's why the applicant is making the argument that it's the obsolescence of the existing building that does not make this building viable for an enlargement to an as of right commercial 2-story commercial building with a cellar. So I just want to be mindful of the obsolescence argument, because ever since I've been on the board has considered obsolescence, especially when we have in situations where, for example, you have a manufacturing building and the manufacturing building is basically no longer designed, the layout or does not lend itself to be a viable manufacturing operation that requires larger open floor plates and such, and therefore it is unfeasible to develop it as an as of right manufacturing use. Situations such as that. That's just an example. So, so I want to get a clear understanding of what is driving the obsolescence of what is driving the hardship. Is it the lack of maintenance, or is it the age, or is it combination? And so I want to hear from Commissioner Sheta first, regarding the structural report that has been provided, which I don't think is very thorough, because I don't think it lays out the groundwork that I was hoping it would also provide. Is the foundation structurally sound to add another floor? So before I get into the D part of it, I want to hear from Commissioner Sheta specifically with regards to the structural report. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, to clarify that the structural report has been around. It was not submitted this time. It was submitted before. It's the same exact structural report that was submitted previously, was
Okay.
submitted this time as well. It's a perfect copy of whatever was submitted before. The report indicates that the building is structurally and functionally obsolete. And let me clarify about that. The obsolescence of the building, as I understand it from the submission, this submission and the previous one, has two prongs. And the first one is a functional obsolescence due to architectural reasons, such as accessibility, the size of the openings, the doors, the light and air factor. And the other prong is the structural obsolescence, meaning that the building is not structurally sound. It cannot be altered or renovated to withstand an addition of another floor to meet the as of right size of two-story building. On that issue, the structural engineer didn't do much, but an expectation that the building wouldn't take an additional floor without strengthening or increasing or renovating the existing foundation. He didn't do test pits. He didn't expose any of the footings, and he was very honest, indicating this at the end of the report. The other features that the structural engineer used to clarify about the structural deficiency of the building included rusting metal deck, roofing, rusting steel beams, and mold in the timber joist, migration of moisture to inside of the basement, and so on. In my opinion, the condition of the building is too bad. I believe renovating such building would cost probably, if I want to renovate this building and I want to judge whether the renovation is feasible or not, based on the structural report that's submitted, the architect letter that we got earlier today, I do believe that the renovation is not going to be fruitful. It's going to cost probably more than what an average building to be renovated or altered would cost because of the condition of the building. One of the things that I believe it's a big issue for that building is the migration of the moisture to inside the basement. If you look at the pictures in the structural engineering report, and let me just try to. I'm sharing my screen. Do you see it?
Commissioner
Yes.
Otley Brown has her hand up also, but just anyone.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sure.
Commissioner.
Yes, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I see what you're talking about, and I understand when you say that the cost of the renovation is going to be more than the rebuild, but I think the focus here has to be on the central question. Is this due to deferred maintenance?
Yes, I'm
And
coming to that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
this is
that's
just
what you should focus on, is the deferred maintenance, because that's the whole basis of refuting their argument.
I'm coming to that. Thank you. So if you look at the pictures, you can see clearly that there is moisture migration to inside the basement. I do believe, based on the pictures taken, I do believe that this moisture migration indicative of poor waterproofing for these masonry walls. I do believe that if this building is renovated, providing a proper waterproofing to these walls and ensuring that moisture is not gonna migrate into that cellar space, would need one of two solutions. The first one, either building what we call it inner wall. It's a concrete wall or might be a masonry wall inside that existing wall after installing waterproofing on the existing one. and that would cause loss of real estate, I believe from 8 inches probably to 12 inches on each side. So that would reduce the size of the cellar probably by 2 feet max. And then installing the waterproofing. If whoever is renovating this building is not willing to go with that loss in real estate, I believe the other option is to do injection behind the existing wall using grout to stop and make sure that water is not going to migrate or moisture is not going to continue to migrate inside the cellar. I would say both of these two solutions, cost-wise, are not viable for me. If I'm a consultant and I want to renovate this, again, I wouldn't go there.
So,
Commissioner,
we-
just a quick question, Commissioner Shetta. This water migration, do you believe that's indicative of improper maintenance? Or do you believe that the water migration is indicative of the, my question is if this building, in a hypothetical here.
I was coming to that.
Okay, please.
Yeah. I had to put this introduction first, because if I start talking about water and migration, it's gonna like, I didn't address this before.
Naturally.
Yes, bear with me. I'm coming to it. So the water migration issue, I don't believe it's coming from a poor maintenance. Because waterproofing, once you put it, it's there and it's functioning. I believe the reason that water migration is taking place are two things. Probably it's the poor installation from the beginning, taking into account that this building is about 100-year-old, so it's an old building. And the second thing, it's de-stressing that's happening in the wall itself. A modern foundation wall for a basement like this nowadays, if we're designing this, it might be a 12-inch concrete or at least 8-inch thick reinforced concrete wall. That its strength is way more than what you're looking at right now. What we're looking at is just a brick wall that its deterioration probably 5 times faster than a concrete wall. The durability of the concrete is way more than the durability of red brick. So if you look at the condition of the building, especially the foundation wall and the cellar slab, whether this is coming from aging or it's coming from poor maintenance, of course it's coming from both. But I would say that 80% of what we're looking at deterioration-wise is coming from the age of the building, and probably 20% is coming from the poor maintenance. Yes, the poor maintenance is contributing, but it's not the major component here. Same thing up.
Commissioner Shetta, you just went silent.
No, I
Stopping
see
because Commissioner
Brown is
Otley Brown
raising
has
her
a
hand.
hand up.
No, I want Commissioner Shetta to finish this, and then I'm going to take question from, I think it was Commissioner Shebetta's hand up first, and then Commissioner Otley Brown.
Thank you. So same thing apply for the joists. The only element that I would say that if it was maintained properly, it wouldn't go the way it's gone, is this beam here. It's very rusty. If this beam was like, let's say 10 years ago, was scrapped and then painted with a rust stop agent, it wouldn't be in that shape that we're looking at right now. Probably here, something similar, but that if you look at how much this structural element, the steel beam, represent for that building, again, I believe it's a minor component. Yes, if it collapsed, the building, the entire roof would collapse. But if you look at the contribution of this beam as a whole in the entire flooring system for that basement, for that building, I do believe that its contribution is probably 10% or 15%. So globally, I would say that the condition of that building, especially the cellar floor, is resulting from a combination of poor maintenance and aging. I would give the aging 80% to 85%, while giving the poor maintenance 15%. Meaning that even if maintenance were done, I would believe that the building by now is going to be in need to do something, either to do some renovation, alteration, or maybe to knock it down and build new.
And building new, you mean the 2-story commercial building?
Whatever, build new for me, I'm not gonna discuss that. Build new, it could be whatever you design for, you build. You can build 2-story, 3-story, 10-story. It's a vacant site there.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Shetta, just so I can understand, is it your statement that even if this applicant had properly maintained this property, it wouldn't make a difference? This property would still be in such a state of disrepair?
80% yes.
And that 80% is because of the age of the building, this way it was built back then, the structural integrity of a brick wall compared to masonry is making the structure weak.
My understanding is that the question before us, can we add on top of that building or not?
Yes.
And whether this is possible with the maintenance happened 10 years ago or whatever, 15 years ago or not. I do believe that even if maintenance was continuous and regular for this building with that age, at this time, if someone want to add on top of that building, the addition wouldn't be feasible or possible because of the condition of the building, even with maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
An important issue for consideration is this unique in this neighborhood that there are structures that are 100 years old that are undergoing some form of deterioration, and I'm not sure that the applicant has proved that this deterioration is unique. I personally am not convinced that this is anything more than deferred maintenance, because the water issues has to do with, you know, when you have brick buildings have to be properly pointed, and you can point to thousands of buildings that have been properly pointed and sealed that are brick old tenements throughout the years, and those types of structures that have remained sound. And this is a case where their own structural report has pointed to failing facade because of water penetration, mortar popping out, and that's due to not being properly pointed and taken care of over time. So I'm not convinced that this is a sign of obsolescence at all. And I certainly don't think that it's unique in this area that you would have a 100-year-old building that hasn't been properly taken care of that would be suffering from water issues. To me, an obsolescent argument has to very carefully look at what was the structure made to perform and whether or not that use would be able to be performed within that structure, not due to water damage and water leaking and improperly maintained facade that doesn't keep water out, but due to the way in which the building is structured in terms of low ceilings, wood joists, wood floors, wood framework, statements by DOB that they would not allow this building typology to be expanded, all sorts of those kinds of supporting information that we don't have here. In fact, if you look at the structural report, and I can't actually get out of this screen because of the screen sharing. I'm trying to, great. The structural report is actually very it doesn't go into depth about what's going on. It's basing its statements on this structural report is stating that the building has deteriorated because of stucco cracking on the facade, exposed brick at the rear, missing mortar and parts, and partial cellar showing significant signs of water damage. And so to me, you're looking at a situation where there has been deferred maintenance. And to me, that also is a self-created finding in addition to the original self-created finding. And I want to go further to say that even if we were to say that there was obsolescence, there isn't a nexus between obsolescence of a building and a waiver of the self-created lot size not being the minimum required for residential construction. It's like it doesn't overcome the fact that this is a self-created hardship due to the post-1961 apportionment of the lot, which resulted in the fact that this lot was too small for residential construction. It doesn't overcome that.
I just
There's no
want to
nexus
clarify.
between the two. So with that, I just wanted to state that I have a totally different opinion about this case, and I'll rest from there. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Shet.
Can I finish, please?
Okay, go ahead. I thought you were.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that I didn't say that the obsolescence or the hardship is or is not self-created. I'm describing that status of the building, the structural status of the building based on a structural engineer report that was submitted to us. And I do believe that the structural engineer did what he needs to do. The only thing that was not done, and actually the guy has been honest, and he mentioned that, like I said, in my testimony, he said that he doesn't expect the building to like be able to or capable of supporting an addition because of two things. The first thing, because of the foundation, and he said, I didn't do any investigation on the foundation, which makes sense. On a building like this, one should be very careful digging around the foundation. And the other thing, he said that the roof of the existing building, if another floor is added, that roof would be required to act as one of the floors for the commercial building. And usually roofs do not get designed for the same loads as the acting loads on an active commercial building. So the roof would need significant strengthening or renovation to withstand the proposed loads. And I agree with him on that. The point that this is self-created hardship, meaning that the subdivision was done by, I didn't go there, this is not my area, and I defer on that to other commissioners. The other thing I wanna clarify is that claimed obsolescence is coming from two things. Again, one of them is architectural reasons, which include the size of the openings, probably the size of the space, that light and air, and I will defer on that to Commissioner Yoon, that for the structural portion, I do believe, based on my experience, that the issue with this building is coming from, I would say, two, probably three. The first one is actually the way the building is built and designed. That basement wall should have been from the beginning a concrete wall. Being a brick wall, this is an issue from the beginning. And being not properly waterproofed is another issue that's contributing to what we're looking at right now. That the aging thing is plus that probably the deficiency in design and construction, because this is a 100-year-old building, is causing 80% of the issues that we're looking at right now. Thank
Commissioner Shetta, just a quick, I want to follow up for a moment. You stated that the way it was built and the design with the brick and the lack of waterproofing, is that in line with how things were built back then?
Yes, many buildings were built that way. Yes.
And it's not at the time that it was built, would that be an improper way to build? Would that be something that, with the knowledge and technology that they had at that time, would they have been doing something that would be outside of the norm?
Can I rephrase your question,
Please.
Vice Chair Shibeta? I think I want to add to that is that would today building regulations allow for a brick structure for basement?
With a wall like the one I'm looking at in the basement for the subject building, if you want to run the numbers to check whether this wall complies with the applicable building code today or not, I would say it's gonna fail that test.
Okay. The Vice Chair Shibeta, did that answer your question?
I just want to know, would it have been in line with would it have been in line with
The standards?
the standards at that time when it was built?
Yes, the construction standards, yes. People used to build buildings like that, even buildings worse than that, yes.
And that was in line with the standard. That would be the standard. Now we know better, is what you're saying.
The standards back then were very, very lower, much lower than what we have today. I have seen buildings in Manhattan built, the foundation wall itself is built using rubble wall, 2 feet thick, without foundation. The foundation for these walls, I've seen foundations that made of just rubble, not even concrete.
I'm trying to get what I'm trying to get is from an expert to say that they didn't do anything untoward at the time. This was the way they didn't. When this was built, it wasn't improperly built for the time it was built at.
No, but it could have been built better.
Okay.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question to Vice Chair Shibeta's, and that is, if this building were to be enlarged today, as of right, to allow for commercial use, and maybe the applicant can clarify that if Commissioner Sheta or Commissioner Yoon cannot, it is really more for the applicant. Would building department require the basement and the ground floor to be brought into compliance? And what would it require to bring it into compliance? Like, what are the elements that would be needed to, is it structural, plumbing, electrical? What are the other things that would be needed to make the building compliant? That is assuming that's what the buildings department require, because it would be more than 50%. So you would have to make it compliant. That's my understanding. I don't know if either of you want to answer that question or shed some light on this. And the reason I'm asking this is reminding me of an application we recently approved, I think back in 2022. This is a Coffee Street project on Coffee Street. It was a residential building that was built in a manufacturing district, and it was moved from the rear portion of the lot to the front portion of the lot. And there too, it had a cellar/basement, but it was found to be structurally inadequate to enlarge on that footing. And I don't know, Commissioner Sheta, if you recall that project, and we had determined that the existing structure was obsolete and could not be built upon, and therefore a new structure was needed. There was, of course, a use variance and a FAR, and that's why we were looking at the structure, retaining the existing structure to reduce the variance ask, I guess. Do you recall that application, Coffee Street?
I do not, but if the board is okay with that, the structural engineer said that he expects the building not to be capable of supporting additions. I believe the only way for them to prove that is to do a test pit or two on the foundation wall in the basement, cut portion of the slab safely and in accordance with the regulations, applicable regulations, and expose the footing, the existing footing, get the size for it, and prove it to us that if they want to put two-story building, I'm sorry, if they want to add one more story on top of the existing building, the foundation wouldn't be capable of supporting that. I believe this would be, if I was doing this, I would have, instead of taking a shortcut and saving some money, I would have done the test bit and did some like more in-depth analysis to prove my point. But it's not my report.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon, did you have your hand up?
I didn't, but I have some responses to what's been said
Okay,
so
sure.
far, or some of my own thoughts.
Yep.
And just for some background, I did study structural engineering, got a Bachelor of Science in Structural Engineering, although I'm not an expert in it, but I did also work as a facade and forensic consultant, envelope consultant for the first 4 years of my career. So I dug around some basements and I did some of the grout injections and I didn't do them myself, but, recommending those sorts of strategies to maintain older structures. So I agree with Commissioner Sheta about the methods of waterproofing and maintenance over the years on these older structures is complicated and, in my experience, quite expensive. I also agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that obviously this type of cellar and this type of construction is very predominant throughout the built environment in Brooklyn and all throughout New York. So you see it maintained in different ways, whether it's behind the wall through blindside grout injections or sealers inside on the inside face. In either case, I think, and maybe I'm questioning the obsolescence argument, but I believe that, just going back, I think the deferred maintenance dates back basically to the original construction of the building because it's difficult to maintain this type of structure. And there was a lot of ignorance about how to maintain these structures throughout the years. It's such a small building that it became, I believe it would have been cost prohibitive to maintain it at some point in the way that you would need to maintain a porous foundation like a brick wall. And given that the lot size is 1,000 square feet, it's a small, relatively modest income producing property. So maintenance on these kinds of structures is probably cost prohibitive. So that probably just ended up becoming a general deferred maintenance due to both age and, I'm assuming, some sort of financial hardship. That's an assumption on my part, but that's what I believe is happening in this building. Even if the building was in good shape, I think it would be expensive to renovate and to shore up anything as needed to build a second floor of 800 square feet of commercial space. I think it would be expensive no matter what, even if the structure was well maintained. So in my mind, the obsolescence is less important than the general uniqueness of the site. Not discussing the D finding right now, but just saying the size of the site and whether the building was in good shape or not, the cost associated with building something as of right that makes a profitable development, that seems like a stretch to me. I'm not trying to make the argument for the applicant here. I'm just expressing whether we should focus on the obsolescence or if we can move on to actually just addressing the fact that this building, you're getting 800 square feet, even if you have to replace the entire roof structure, as Commissioner Sheta said, no matter what, even if it was maintained, because it wouldn't handle the live loads of a commercial floor. It only is designed to handle the dead loads of snow and water, et cetera. So if I take obsolescence out of the picture, I still think the project has a big financial hurdle in order to make a profitable development that's as of right.
Commissioner
Okay, I think
Brown's hand is up.
the hand is up.
You kind
Go
of
ahead.
can't, I feel like you kind of can't talk about making a feasible project out of this without hitting, unfortunately, the D finding, because if you look back to before the apportionment, this lot was a 25 by 100 foot lot that had an advantage to just about every interior lot on that block because it had two structures and two different uses. So it actually was in a far better position than all of the interior lots on the block that only had that same tenement structure with nothing in their backyard because, of course, there was no access to the backyard. This benefited from having two frontages for its 2,500 square feet originally, and so was able to have an additional income producing structure on that lot. And so once that lot was apportioned, it just became, this structure all by itself on a lot, and it was not in and of itself a feasible project, except for the fact that it probably had a pre-existing business. And I would argue that the person who purchased that lot to be used as the pharmacy that it was, had no interest in taking care of aging apartments. And so it was very easy to say, let's just have this by itself. This one, because business people are looking for the structure to have their business in, not to have the lot for future development. And so that was, unfortunately, in hindsight, a mistake for the previous owners to do, because it did rob it from any future development, much the same as when a property owner undertakes to sell off their excess development rights and then down the line says, oh, wait, now I can't rebuild because I have no development rights left on my lot. It's the same kind of an idea. It's like you look for a solution in the immediate because you're using the lot and you're facing the everyday expenses, but you're not looking at your future development potential, and you're selling off your future development potential. But in this case, they could always demolish, reconstruct, and build that second floor of commercial. The issue here is the ability to build residential, which basically by apportioning, you kind of forever in the future, did away with your ability to have residential development or investment on this lot in the future, in the same way that you would have had you sold off your development rights. It's the equivalent.
And just to quickly respond, I'd like to say, I didn't want to touch on the D argument in that last statement about the A, because maybe we should focus on the D, because that seems to be
it's coming up. So
the real crux of the issue.
Yeah. So I appreciate everybody's feedback, and I know and a lot of thought has gone into all your deliberation. What I do want to caution us from speculating as to what in 1977 the developer had in mind and what the developer was trying to do, and didn't want to deal with residential units and only want to deal with commercial. That's a speculation, and I do not want that on record, or it's relevant for us, because it's, as I said, it's speculation. We do not have any proof to that end. All I know, and moving on to the D finding, and I have to say I'm very, very, very disappointed with this application. For the reason is the discussion that we are having amongst the commissioner. All of these questions were raised and should have been answered by the applicant. We are answering these questions for the applicant and its team, and that is not fair. It is our job to review these and then come to a conclusion. We are stating the questions and we are trying to answer that question. And that is not the position this board should be in. And so I am very disappointed with this application. And same goes with regards to finding D. Back in 2022, the applicant had submitted a bunch of deeds and reports and other things with regards to the subject lot and the lot that was parceled off. So I quickly want to go through that history. And what is disappointing is that was submitted. But when the statement of facts and findings were provided this time around, the two ends of this argument was not at all connected in the narrative. It was like a very general, non-specific statement that was made. And I had to look through these old documents to identify what really happened between the subject lot, which is lot 6, and then the apportioned lot, which is lot 8, which both were initially, as was been pointed by all the commissioners, was one lot at one point before 1971. So quickly, in 1971, then owner purchased the lot and then subdivided into 2 zoning lots. Zoning lot 6, which is the subject lot, and zoning lot 8, which had the residential building. At one point, the residential use fell into disrepair, and city took ownership of this lot through in-rem process. And then city decided to, but city did not take ownership of lots, the subject lot, but only took ownership of lots 8, which is the residential lot. And then at some point, bundled it together with other lots on this block and disposed it off to another development entity for residential use. This subject lot lay fallow to this day. I mean, the building went into disrepair, it had to be demolished, and it lay fallow, and it still is vacant today. Whereas the commercial use managed to chug along despite its aging building and deteriorating condition. It chugged along and it exchanged hand a couple of times. And so now it has come to the stage where the applicant is basically making the argument that it's not even viable as a commercial use now, and in order to make it work, that there's an expense associated with, and that is part of finding B. So this part of the history was completely missing from the narrative, and I'm very disappointed that I have to narrate this to everybody to explain what was there. It should have been in the documents. And the reason I'm saying is that this board has often used intervention of a city process of site acquisition as the ground for kind of recalibrating the ownership. And the reason I say that, the city could have easily could have disposed it to the abutting property owner, could have acquired both the lots, but chose to acquire only one lot and disposed only one lot to a different entity and not to the subject lot. So there was a little bit of an intervention of the city system that resulted in resetting the ownership from 1971. And so that is something to keep in mind. Commissioner Otley Brown is not agreeing with me.
Because the city will only take a lot if it's not paying its taxes. As long as the tax bill is kept up and the owner is paying their taxes, the city doesn't take a property in rem. So tax for the residential tax lot to be taken by the city, it's taken by the city because it has an unpaid tax bill that this commercial property did not have because the taxes were paid.
Okay, my understanding is also this was part of a former urban renewal plan, and as part of urban renewal plan, oftentimes city acquires lots even where taxes are being paid to create a zoning lot that is buildable. And since this was part of a former lot, the city could have done it there, and that is for the applicant to clarify. This is the part I want the applicant to clarify, if that when it was part of a formal because you went through a UDAP. And so it had to be part of an urban renewal. So that the applicant needs to clarify. There are a lot of holes in its argument, and applicant is not helping itself in making the argument. And I'm getting frustrated with that. So the applicant needs to prove that the city through the UDAP program, did it acquire lot 8? Was it identified in the urban renewal plan? And did it go through that and chose not to go through the acquisition at that time? The other part of the argument is, even when city disposes, city often asks for, generally tries to dispose it to the nearest abutting owner, nearest abutting property, to give them an option to build the lot. And it seems, I don't know whether that was done or not. And I know that's what it has been done, at least when I was at HPD. I don't know if it was done back in the 90s or not. I think it was, but again, the applicant should clarify that. It is on applicant's benefit to go through this history and prove it, because that's going to be an integral part of meeting the finding D, in my mind. In terms of creating the zoning lot, as you know, the definition of zoning lot does allow zoning lots to be of any site, provided it fronts on a legally mapped street and it has a 10-foot of contiguous lot abutting another lot. So, from a DOB point of view, to give a blessing to this subdivision, I think would have been done based on that. Part of the zoning, if you look at the 1210 definition of a zoning lot, I think it's D or C, something like that. So, and we have had appeals cases based on this. So, and that's why I'm bringing that up. And the applicant needs to marry all of these things, narratives together to help make their argument. I should not be making this argument. So, you know, I am very much torn at this point, but I think what Commissioner Sheta and Commissioner Yoon, based on their individual experience and expertise, what they have put light on is that, and that's why I want the applicant to look at the Coffee Street project and look through the Coffee Street project and see how did the board derive at the Coffee Street, because the Coffee Street project, if I recall, was also a not a masonry structure basement. It was a brick structure, and there was an additional floor. It was initially a one-story building, and there was an additional floor that was built, which made the structure even more structurally unstable, and enlarging that was not feasible, and that was the obsolescence argument that was provided, and the applicant needs to look at that and see if there's some parallel to that to this one, given the age of the building and similar age of that building. That's why I'm asking the applicant to look into it. You know, the other thing that in the other way, I also agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that there is a certain amount of self-created hardship created, which is, you know, when you look at the building code, there is an obligation of the property owner to maintain these properties. And I in no way want this board to award a property owner for its dereliction of its responsibilities and duties for not maintaining. However, going back to what Commissioner Yoon and Commissioner Sheta said, is that this structure itself is so difficult to maintain that if it was not done right from the beginning, even if it had started, it would have been a cost issue that prevented someone from doing it, which goes to finding B. But there is a certain amount of there's a certain amount of hardship that was associated with the original structure of the building. So as you can see, I'm still tossing the two issues, and I haven't come to a conclusion, but I'm leaning in one direction, and I'm still open for discussions on this. Is there anything that anybody wants to add? I think I don't want to talk about B or C or E until we have resolved A and D. Is that okay with everybody, or do you guys want to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have something to add, Chair, if you allow me.
Sure.
Yeah, I would.
Do we want to do this in order so we can?
Actually, I agree with this. Thank you. I'm so sorry. We went into an academic exercise, but let's start with, Commissioner Sheta, let me do this in order. Let's start with Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So I too, I am sympathetic to this application, and I really value the statements made by my fellow commissioners. The insight of both the engineer and the Bachelor of Engineers was very helpful. I also appreciate what Commissioner Otley Brown said and her institutional knowledge. There's a lot of moving pieces in this case with the involvement of the city taking the property. That is reminiscent of a case that we had where we have decided that when the city does get involved, that breaks up the predecessor and title portion of self-created hardship. But in this particular case, that was done to the adjacent property, the property that was once subdivided, which priorly included this property. And I do also appreciate Commissioner Otley Brown's statement that is unique? Is this a unique thing that all these buildings were made like this? Is that like suffer with uniqueness in the neighborhood and in that neighborhood? And that's a really good question that needs to be answered. I think that I want to reserve my statements, and I want to reserve a position because I am too on the fence here. I think there needs to be a lot more that this applicant has a tremendous hurdle before it. And it's certainly not acting like it in this application. I'm not sure that that it's going to, even if it does everything correctly, it's going to survive, because when this property was subdivided in 1971, it had its limitations. So that's something it really needs to get into, and how that subdivision, the end result that we are today could not have been anticipated or expected, or was not. That is not that self-created situation is not the reason why it's here. It's something that it would have to show. And as of right now, I'm not convinced of that. I don't, at this point, I'm going to stop. I want to hear what the other commissioners have to say, and I certainly want to hear what the applicant has to say. I have nothing further at this moment.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
You know, I don't want to take up too much time. It's, you know, it's my position that this argument is not overcoming the definding, this uniqueness argument, which I'm not even convinced about. You know, it's obsolescence of buildings we don't see very often. It's a very high bar to meet, and I don't feel that the applicant has met it. And moreover, there is no nexus between that claim of obsolescence and the need to provide the residential on site. I think that, you know, if it were a situation where the building's obsolete, we have to tear it down, and now because we're tearing it down, the yard requirements, the minimum, the total restriction on development for minimum lot size would result in a taking, in that this property could not be redeveloped, then perhaps I might see there's a nexus. But this property can be redeveloped. It can be redeveloped as commercial. And moreover, once you demolish this building, you don't have any subsurface issues or any contamination that would bar you from constructing commercial. So that then leads me to the conclusion that if you were to construct 2 stories of commercial and you couldn't make it work, it's a market issue, and it is not an issue due to the hardship of this lot. This becomes then an economic issue of whether or not it's feasible to build 2-story commercial buildings, when in reality, at best, you could have street level 1-story commercial in this area, but certainly not 2 stories. And then, so then it becomes an economic argument and not an argument about any uniqueness finding that is leading to a hardship. And so therefore, I find this case not convincing on any level at this point, and I doubt it will be in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetter?
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused. My understanding is that the applicant is asking for just one waiver, which is the undersized lot size. That my understanding also is that a residential use is an as of right use, or it's a possible use on this lot. If
Yes.
this is the
No,
case,
it is not. Can we just correct the record? This lot is only 1,000 square feet, and this is in a district where you must have a minimum.
Commissioner Otley Brown, I think what Commissioner Shetter is, the zoning district permits residential use.
On a minimum lot size of
Right, and
1,700 square feet.
Commissioner Otley Brown, I'm sorry, I have to interject. The zoning district permits residential use and a commercial use. The zoning district, when permitting residential use, does require a minimum lot area requirement, and that is what the applicant is seeking a waiver of. And that is what Commissioner Shetter is stating.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah, what I wanted to say, it's not a use waiver, it's a lot size waiver. That's my understanding. If I'm If I didn't get it right, I would like to get clarifications on that. But I did speak like enough on this project. What I want to say is I would advise the applicant to just like get over the obsolescence argument, to go the extra mile, to dig some pits in the cellar and expose the footing of the foundation wall, the brick foundation wall, if even there is a footing there, and then form a complementary argument or a supplemental argument to the structural engineering report that was submitted, not this time, that during the last submission, and give us some like insights on the footing status, the wall status, how thick is the cellar slab, and then like finalize his argument about the ability of that building to support any addition on top of that. In my opinion, if the applicant passes through this and not counting just on our expertise, I believe we're ready to move from A to D. And on D, we can like decide whether this case is gonna fly or not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown to a point. I think the obsolescence argument is not going to get this project to where it needs to go. I don't think that anyone's going to be convinced that the deferred maintenance isn't problematic. And I think that the work to investigate may not lead the applicant down a successful path. I do think that a market argument might have more success here. I live pretty close to the area. I know that two-story commercial would be difficult on this. And I know that the commercial is capped at 2 stories, even if you don't hit the maximum FAR due to the overlay. So there are some use and general bulk restraints that would make a small 1,600 square foot commercial building probably a difficult market success. So that's my advice to the applicant, is to restructure the entire argument, and because obviously this one is not working. I also want to note that I was digging on Acris, and I agree with the chair that this should not be our job to have to do all the research to find and make the argument for the applicant. But it does appear that Lot 6 was also taken by the city, the Commissioner of Finance, for tax foreclosure in 1986. The Lot 8 was taken in 1979. They have both since been transferred to other entities, but it looks like Lot 6 was actually owned by New York for a considerable number of years. So this is based on a quick glance at Acris. I think the applicant can take a closer look and help us understand the D finding and the self-created hardship by looking through its own property records.
Thank you. We have a pretty long agenda, and since we started late, I don't want to take too much. I don't want to add more, but I think the applicant, please listen to this and come prepared to the public hearing. But as you can sense, there is a general frustration with this application and the applicant's ability to make the findings. If you really want this project to get built, then you need to do your homework. Or if you don't think you can make those meetings, make it very clear, and then we will make a decision to have the application be withdrawn without prejudice, and not waste anybody's time or your applicant or your client's money. So it is up to you. We have given a very clear direction. We are I think a bunch of us are sitting on the fence, and it's more leaning towards no than a go, but it's for the applicant to kind of make it happen. And we have given you enough information for you to go and do that research and put together very robust information. The fact that we are 2 years into it and we are seeing the same documents being submitted, it's very, very disturbing and not appreciated. Thank you. Let's move on to the next case.
Okay, the next item is item number 2020-20 88BZ 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. All right. I'm scrolling through my notes. We had a lot of discussions on this, so I'm going through my notes. The application was last heard on February 7th of this year, and I'm sorry, not February 7th. Yeah, so last hearing was held So we were, and at that last hearing, we were waiting for October. My date is wrong. The last was heard on October 4th, and at that time, the board had come to a concluded that the application met the findings of zoning resolution section 7314. And as of yesterday, we received the last bit of the sign off from DEP regarding noise, and DEP concluded that there would be no potential significant impact with regards to noise. We also received a letter dated March 20, 2023 from the opposition council retained by tenants of the building objecting to this special permit. The opposition council asked for an adjournment. The board is not granting that adjournment, and the board has asked, the project managers have reached out to the opposition council and asked the opposition council to be present at today's hearing. As stated at the previous hearing, this is a special permit application pursuant to zoning resolution section 7314 to permit a BESS facility, which according to Department of Buildings Bulletin 2019-007 is classified as use group 6D at the subject site. That is not permitted as of right in a residential district. So pursuant to zoning resolution section 7314, which is relevant here, in any residential district, the BSA may permit the use of an electric utility substation limited in its area to not more than 10,000 square feet, provided findings are met. And the findings are related to that, that the use will serve the residential area within which it is proposed to be located, and that and also with regards to the site be of minimum 4,500 square feet. I had gone into details about all of these at the last hearing, so I'm not going to take too much of the repeat myself, but I just want to pick up a couple of highlights from that, which is New York City is subject to loss of electricity and proposed such a services are necessary services for the public benefit. The applicant has represented that the proposed BESS system will strengthen and supplement the New York City grid, especially the local water street network, by making it more efficient and resilient to brownouts. With regards to the findings of the special permit, board had found that the applicant had demonstrated it had met those findings of the special permit. The applicant also has acknowledged that approval of this BESS system would also require approvals from other agencies, including Buildings Department, Office of Technical Certification and Research, Fire Department, DEP, and DOT. BOSA is considering the appropriateness of the use, whether this use in a residential district can be done appropriately so as not to adversely affect the character of the residential area. The board has heard the tenants' concerns, and these concerns must be addressed by those appropriate agencies. Building safety concerns must be addressed by Department of Buildings, fire safety by the fire department. Furthermore, the expert agencies related to safety, operation, and enforcement would review and ensure compliance in accordance with the regulatory requirements governing this such system. So I just wanted to highlight these elements that has gone into our deliberation, and I want to quickly go through do a roundtable with our fellow commissioners to see if you want to add anything to your last statement. Vice Chair Shibata.
I just want to add that this case has been before us for approximately 2 years now. I believe it was filed in April of 2021. It was first heard in April 2021. And I say this because from what I understand, there is an attorney for the tenant who wants to appear. And I'm not sure if that was been made part of the record. I just want to place it on the record that an attorney for the Tenants Association wants to appear and is going to be speaking today. And so that he asked for an adjournment, but we're moving forward with the case.
Right.
I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I feel that the applicant had made the findings and that the appropriate city agencies will monitor this site and regulate it going forward.
Okay.
Well, that's a requirement that we're asking that the appropriate agencies follow, keep this within something that they review routinely.
Yes. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with my colleagues. I do believe that the applicant met the findings. And I do also believe that with the initial review of this project at sister agencies like DOB and FDNY, in addition to the routine review, two main points need to be looked at, like I indicated before, the ensuring that the building is structurally okay to take the proposed use. And the second one is to make sure that the drainage on the roof will be designed and installed to make sure that the roof is okay, is safe. With that ensured, I do believe that the applicant again met the findings, and I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I did not make a statement at the October hearing because I was a very new commissioner at that time and I had not participated in the hearings prior.
Okay.
I've since reviewed the case and I do agree with the commissioners that the findings have been met for the use on this site. It does appear there are a significant number of tenant and landlord issues that have been brought up through all the documentation and at the hearing in October. There also are 10 open ECB violations with class 1s and a partial vacate order in the courtyard due to falling facade materials. It does not seem to be resolved yet. So I would ask that the applicant discuss the path to remediation and a resolution for those violations, and that a permit not be issued for this work until the class 1 violations and the partial vacate is remedied. I don't know if we have the jurisdiction to
No,
manage
we
that,
don't.
but
Unfortunately, we kind of don't, because ours is not, this is an application that has been filed by the BES entity and not by the property owner. The issue of the ECB violation and vacate order, it's for the owner to address.
Adjudicate, yeah.
And thank you. I was looking for that word. It is, and I agree, the questions that Commissioner Shetta has raised, structurally, a lot of those things are tied into these violations, and those need to be addressed. And unless those are addressed, then the best structure, based on DOB's determination, if DOB does not think the building is structurally sound, then it's for DOB to make that determination, because all of these violations, all of those need to be tied in together for DOB, for verify, and then based on that, make sure that whatever is being proposed on the roof will be structurally stable and would not create any further damage to the structural integrity of the building. And we cannot, and it's not for the best operator to fix that, because they're just renting the roof space. It's for the owner. So of course, I do agree that it is in the best interest of the best system tenant to work with the owner or encourage the owner to address it, because if that's not addressed, I don't know if the best can be addressed. That I cannot answer, but that's really what they need to work on. There are a lot of issues and it's in the best interest to resolve them, but we cannot put that as a condition, because that's not, the building is not before us. I mean, what I mean by is that the owner of the owner is not the applicant for this.
well, I think regardless of whether the owner is the applicant, the responsibility to have the building be structurally sound, of course, is is going to be a requirement that DOB enforces in order for the best system to be installed. And I also realized I retract that because, of course, DOB is the arbiter of what is safe and whether or not permits can be issued, whether a partial vacate order exists or not, or whether the ECB violations actually contribute to the safety or lack thereof. So I stand correct. I correct myself because we do rely on DOB for those safety and regulation and compliance measures. So I apologize for that, but I do want to note that the building does need some attention.
I agree, and I think that is has been concerned, and we therefore, you know, whatever decision we make going forward, the responsibility of DOB and fire department is very high for them to ensure the building is structurally sound and safe for any addition to the roof, and that all safety measures associated with this system complies with all the regulatory controls set up by DOB, fire department, or any other entity that has an oversight on the system, and that any of these safety measures that are incorporated into this for this facility, as Commissioner Shetta pointed out, should also be able to be integrated and not be an issue with the structural integrity of the building, like the drainage, as Commissioner Shetta was talking about. So I think all of those go hand in hand, and therefore it needs to be reviewed by the expert agencies who have the jurisdiction and the qualification and understanding of the safety and security of the building and of the system.
I just want to know quickly.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Vice Chair. In other words, just to make it crystal clear, BSA and its commissioners are not taking position on the stability of the building, nor on the drainage issue that raised during the hearings. I just wanted to make this clear. Regardless, whether we're gonna put conditions or not, this is up to other sister agencies to look at and make sure that these are satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
I don't know if it was already said, but we did get a sign off on noise.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. So
Okay.
we have the sign offs. We have sign off from fire department with conditions built in. And we also have sign off from DEP on noise, stating that there aren't any noise issues.
Okay. I just wanted to make that part of the record.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to the next case.
Item number 21, 2021-9BZ, 145-163 Wolcott Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. The initial hearing on this application was held in October of 2021, almost 2 years. Since then, 2 adjournments have been requested. At the last adjournment in June of 2022, the applicant had requested an adjournment to March of 2023 to complete the remedial action plan and revise the application accordingly. The recent letter that was submitted by the applicant states that a remedial action plan is still under review at DEC, and that the environmental engineer will provide a DEC status update at the public hearing. The board at the initial hearing had unanimously expressed concern about the scope of the project and questioned the uniqueness inherent to the subject site. Also, the board had stated that eliminating the proposed residential use would eliminate the concern of the cost associated with the remediation. Since the level of remediation may be higher for residential use versus an as-of-right manufacturing or a commercial use, I remain very, very skeptical about meeting the uniqueness finding. The application, I believe, is premature. It has been in our pipeline for over 1.5 years, and with little or no movement whatsoever. And I am strongly inclined towards asking the applicant to withdraw and return if and when all DEC review is complete for a different project. And I, for one, am very concerned that this site falls in an IBZ zone, and this is a very large site. We typically have dealt with manufacturing lots that are extremely small and are not viable for manufacturing uses. That's the argument that the board has accepted and has found to be a just reason for some of these small manufacturing lots to be built for to be allowed to have residential use, but not in a site like this, which has three frontages on three or nearly three frontages, and it's a very large site. And the as of right use, if the as of right use, I think at the last hearing we had even said if the as of right use, the density is causing the difficulty in making the application, making it financially feasible, maybe ask for more density for as of right use to make it feasible. But none of us felt that a residential use is the way to go forward on this application, and that being the driving factor of the cleanup, and therefore the financial, and that being the hardship is the contamination level has been cited as the hardship. So I again remain very, very skeptical as I was with the initial hearing. I want to hear from all the other commissioners as to where they think this application should go. Vice Chair Shiveta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree in your skepticism, and I suffer the same frustration. I have nothing further to add on this.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I think it would be absolutely precedent setting in a very negative way for a lot as large as this, with exposure on 3 different blocks within an IBZ, to get a variance to provide residential. Because if this lot cannot make a feasible investment in industrial or commercial use, then no other lot in New York City can. And which means that granting something like this here on this lot would throw open the gates for every single person who owns an industrial piece of land to come to the BSA to get a change in use, and a bulk waiver from now forevermore.
Yes, that is definitely one of my concerns. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I was maybe the most one who has, who had concerns about the scope that's proposed and the uniqueness that's being claimed previously at the opening hearing for this project. My understanding was that the applicant is asking for some time to get us what we asked. Apparently, things didn't move forward that much. And I don't believe they're going to be like a significant movement in the direction that the applicant is willing to move in. So I believe keeping this on the calendar is not fruitful for neither for the applicant nor for us. I would agree with you, Chair, if they want to withdraw and if they believe that they have a case in the future, they can always come back. But for now, I don't want to keep this on the calendar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also agree. The uniqueness finding seems very far from being met. I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Okay, we have been here since 10 o'clock. Granted, we started a little bit early. My question is, Commissioners, do you want to take a 10-minute break and come back with the new cases? And then we take a lunch break, or do you want to take a lunch break now and then do the new cases? All right, nobody's saying anything. So let's take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and resume the new cases. Ms.
We'll
Matias.
resume in 10 minutes, right? It's
Yes, in 10 minutes.
12:35, 12:45.
Yes. Thank you. please return.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, back on the record. This is the public review session for March 28, 2023. We'll continue with new cases. Item number 22, 2021, 17BZ, 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. This is an application for a reinstatement of a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-411 for a previously approved gasoline service station with an accessory automotive repair shop on the subject site. And also waiver of the board's rule. I just want to be clear, yes, and waiver of the board's rule. As mentioned, this site has been under BSA jurisdiction since 1959. Last it was heard was in 2006, was in 2004, and the last certificate of occupancy was obtained in 2006. The term of the last grant expired in October of 2013. So the application, the applicant is proposing to reinstate the previous grant and amend the plan to add a new dispenser, install new canopy, remove and replace some of the underground storage tanks.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Commissioner Sheta, you have your hand up for some reason? I don't know what's going on. Commissioner Sheta?
Yes, I'm not able to put my video. It says host has stopped you. I don't know why. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped you. Okay. Okay,
There we go.
here we go. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair.
Okay, can I continue or do I need to start from the beginning? I think I can continue because we were being recorded, right?
No,
Yes.
we were being recorded.
Okay, all right. And the applicant is also proposing to legalize a self-service car wash station and add an ADA compliant handicap access ramp to the convenience store. The applicant states that the lot area has not increased from the 1958 grant. Also, a compliance chart has been provided. I have to say this is a very thorough assessment of the compliance, identifying the conditions that the site is complying with, and also elements, conditions that the site is not complying with, and along with that, proposing recommendations to correct the to be compliant with the prior grants. No change in the hours of operation is proposed, and the applicant, again, as part of its compliance, stated that the current signage does not comply with the prior grant and is proposing to modify the signage proposed to comply with C23 zoning regulation. The site is in a C2, has a C23 commercial overlay, so it's proposing to comply with the underlying C23 regulation. The applicant is also proposing a new trash enclosure along the western lot line. The applicant needs to indicate it on the plan, the material that is proposed for the trash enclosure, and I don't think the dimensions are provided either. Yeah, I don't think the dimensions are provided, so those need to be provided. Applicant needs to add a note regarding the lumen plan. It's a similar note that we have been asking the applicants to provide. Overall, the site needs maintenance. The fence are in need of, it's in need of a repair. There are vehicles that are parked on sidewalks. More vehicles are parked on the side than 6 parking spaces that has been indicated on the plan. And these vehicles seems to be without any license plate. So my question is, are these vehicles associated with the vehicles awaiting repair, or is there car sales, used car sales happening on this site? The applicant is proposing to legalize the self-service car wash. I think we are having a very similar theme for this this week's hearing. Need to ensure there is adequate catchment drain within the site and trench drains to ensure that there is no water runoff from the subject site onto the sidewalk. I do not see those detailed information on the plans that needs to be provided. Also, it's not clear what kind of a car wash machine this is. I need more information on that. With regards to the, three elements of the findings for reinstatement, and one of them is continuous use. Google Street views have been provided for year 2013, 2014, 2016, 2018, and 2021. There is a gap in this assessment for year 2016 to 2018. And that's a 2-year gap, which may be because Google didn't capture that. And there are just like also from 2014 to 2015, there's a gap, and 2018 to 2021, they're like 2-year gaps. So I think this can be addressed through utility bills, but it could be just Google was taking photos every 2 years. This is something Commissioner Otley-Brown has been providing pretty good guidance on that. So maybe Commissioner Otley-Brown can provide some suggestions. With regards to substantial prejudice, the applicant has established that there would be substantial prejudice since the site has been operating as a gasoline service station and automotive repair facility with convenience store since the very beginning. And the applicant is proposing to add screening by creating new planting beds along 88th Street and along the residential rear lot line. The applicant needs to provide more details regarding the landscaping, especially with regards to the depth of the bed and the width of the planting bed to allow for in-ground planting and the type of planting that is being proposed. As I mentioned, the fence needs repair and replacement, and more interior lot line photos has to be provided. And I think that speaks to the adjacency of the property to residential use. The applicant is proposing a more green buffering. So I really don't have any issues with these three elements of the reinstatement, but I still have questions with regards to the improvements that are proposed. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements. I'd like to ask. I would like to know what would it take to make the bathroom ADA compliant. I just want to hear from the applicant if that is a large hurdle at this time. I want to note that on photo 9 there was parking on the sidewalk. I'd like the applicant to address that. I agree with your statement about the fencing. It is in very poor, rusty condition, and also there's a banner on that fence. And the fences should not have extra signage on it. And as a safety note, picture 43, I believe they should cover and close the circuit breaker. I believe it's against safety protocols to lean metal and debris against it, an open circuit breaker. Other than that, I have no other further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I have a lot of the same questions as the two of you, so I'm not going to repeat them. But since you had asked for my guidance on the continuous use Google Street photos could be supplemented with utility bills, but not tax bills, because tax bills don't show usage. And I would pay particular attention to the gap between 2016 and 2018, simply because there is a major change in those two Google photos, suggesting that there might have been a change of ownership. And if there was a change of ownership, there might have been a discontinuance during that period. So if they could actually close the gaps, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I share the comments regarding the drainage. I believe they owe us some clarification on how the drainage from the entire site would be handled, especially from the car wash. I believe ultimately I saw some like circular drains, spot drains or floor drains on the Google images, the Google views, but I'm not sure if the side grades are like configured in a way to divert all the stormwater towards these points, especially with the side pitching towards the sidewalk. So I need them to clarify on that. I share the comment regarding the cars parking on site. I've seen like 5 cars without plates. That's an indication of a car sale. If they can clarify on that, I'm not sure if they fix cars even for dealers. 5 cars is kind of a lot. So I'm not sure if there is a sale activity or not. Other than that, I have nothing further for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with the comments made. I don't have any further comments to add.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to the next case. Okay, let me just start with that. The next case is item number 23-2021
Oh, sorry, I
It's
apologize.
okay.
I didn't realize.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll continue. It's
Muted.
okay. Item number 23, case number 2021-85-BZ, 23-10 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn. I don't do as well as Ms. Matias does, but I just thought I'd try it. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has approved. This is an application for a reinstatement of variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-411 for a previously approved motor vehicle repair on the subject site, and also a waiver of board's rule. This site has been under BSA jurisdiction since 1920. It started off as a public parking garage, and then it went to storage of vehicles, to gasoline service station. And last time, sorry, the board acted on it was in 1988 for auto repair shop, painting and spraying booth, and parking of cars awaiting service on the unbuilt portion and located in the front. The term expired in November 20th of 1994. The compliance chart in this case is incomplete. It is missing conditions from prior grants like 1958 or so. The applicant is proposing to reinstate the expired variance. I have a lot of concern with this application because I think the information is inadequate. The applicant needs to provide interior site conditions, provide photos of that. Based on the photos provided thus far, the front area is covered on all 3 sites. And that by definition is included in, should be included in the floor area calculation. So I believe since it would count as a floor area calculation, that would increase the floor area. And then that question becomes, since it's a pre-61, does it meet the findings of zoning resolution 1140, I think. Under the covered area that
Madam Chair, Executive Director Costanza's hand is up.
I knew this is this is our Executive Director's expertise. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Costanza.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I haven't looked at the file, but just to broadly answer your question, since this was already subject to a change of use pursuant to 11.413, enlargements are not permitted under 11.412 in these instances.
Oh.
So the only consideration that could be given to an enlargement is the use that was in existence in 1961.
Okay. So enlargement can only be granted to that portion. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a deeper look. I'm sorry I wasn't prepared to answer, with
No,
but
yeah.
in general, what you stated, that would be the response.
Okay, thank you. And also under the covered area, there's a container that is used for body shop office. I'm not sure that even complies with the building code regulation. Per BSA Rule 1-07B41, the applicant needs to demonstrate that the use has been continuous since the expiration of the term, and that substantial prejudice would result without the waiver. The continuation of the use would not substantially impair the development of adjacent properties. So I want to quickly go through some of the conditions. The applicant, just go through the drawings. The applicant needs to indicate on the plan the location of 5 parking spaces. With regards to the signage, the length of the awning on the photo appears to be longer than shown on the plan. Add a note to the plan sheet A4 and A1 that signage shall comply with C2 regulations and DOB shall confirm compliance with signage regulations of C2 zoning district. With regards to findings associated with reinstatement, continuous use, for proof of continuous use, the applicant has provided Google Street Views of photos from 2012 to 2019 and water and sewer bills from 2017, 2018, 2019. And property tax data till 2018 also has been provided. The term expired in November of 1994. So there's a big gap from 1994 to 2016 for which we do not have any proof of any continuation of use. Property tax data is not relevant. And it is my understanding in the past, the board did not accept water bills because it doesn't quite address the continuation of use. So I am not sure the finding of continuous use has been met. I'm not sure. Based on what has been provided, it has not met the continuous use finding. With regards to the substantial prejudice, it's very difficult to answer that because we have a gap and we do not know if during that period the use was operating, if it has been, if the site has not been, if the use that was prior granted has not been continuously being used for more than 2 years, then it defaults into the as of right use. And therefore, I'm not sure the substantial prejudice argument also can be carried forth based on that. With regards to the third element of it, which is impairing the use and development of adjacent property, while we haven't met the first two, the third this element may be more of an exercise, but I still want to alert the applicant of the issues that I am seeing with this, which is while I do recognize that Atlantic Avenue is a major street and there is a mix of automotive related uses and residential and commercial uses, when you go through the conditions of the prior grant, especially the 1958 grant, it had a condition with regards to the exhaust stack from the spray and the paint booth. And it was very specific where it could be located and how much it had to extend. And if you look at the plans of the prior approved plans, the spray booth has now been relocated to the rear of the lot line, which is facing then the residential rear yards. So that is a concern, and do not know when it was relocated and does it meet all the new regulatory guidelines. And so those are question, and a question I have is, therefore, does it require an air quality review? So those are my comments. I don't think the applicant has met all the findings. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I share your statements. I do just want to state, the only thing, I don't want to be repetitive, but I do want to add that in the interim, they should certainly clean up the debris on the sidewalk and maybe give it a power wash on that sidewalk as it's really filthy. But I agree with every other statement you made and have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So as to continuous use, we do accept utility bills and water bills, provided that those bills are showing continuous usage towards that. So the problem with the water bills that were submitted is some of them show very minimal usage, and you kind of doubt whether or not even water was turned on much during that month. So that's what provides the additional query as to whether or not this use ceased at some point in time. And also, I agree with you that you have a very large gap from 1994 to 2012 that you have to provide continuous use for. So I think they need to do more to provide that the use was continuously in operation since 1994 to the present. And I agree with you. And once again, I will say that Department of Finance tax bills are only proof of taxes being current, but not of whether or not a business is actively operating, because assessors are basically valuing the property as if it's in operation unless they see that it is vacant and boarded up. So it could be vacant, in which case the use could have ceased, but they will still provide an assessment for that property as if the business is operating.
Okay, thank you for that correction. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to keep repeating it, but in addition to what is being addressed by my colleagues, I need their clarifications on two things. Number one, the FEMA map submitted is an index map. This is in Brooklyn. If there is an actual FEMA map, not just an index, I would like them to submit that. And the other thing, I need clarification on a statement, the statement of facts that says in 2001 under BSA calendar 52-01-BZ, an application was filed and it was withdrawn. And on page 3 of the statement of facts, it says was dismissed. So I need their clarification on that, whether was dismissed for lack of prosecution or was just withdrawn. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I had similar questions about proof of continuous use, so I won't add to that. And Chair, you had mentioned the mobile office. I also did not see that on the previously approved plans and don't know if that's being, I guess, if that's a proposed amendment to the plans or if, yeah, or if it meets any requirements and if there was any approval ever for the mobile office shed. I couldn't find it in the document. So if the applicant could clarify the origins of that. Thank you.
Interestingly enough, we have seen like the mobile structures located in the open area of automotive repair, and that DOB, the past board had asked if that is acceptable to DOB, and DOB had considered those to be temporary structure. But in this case, the weird part is that there is a temporary shed, and under that temporary shed is a temporary container, which is acting as an office space. So first of all, that shed is enclosed on all 3 sides. And, I think it counts as a floor area. And unless the applicant wants to get a ZRD1 and get a clarification on it, that's one of the base threshold of this whole review. So that needs to be addressed. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next case.
Item number 24, 2022-32BZ 474 Oakdale Street, Staten Island.
Okay, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. This is an application for a bulk variance to develop an as of right 1-family residential home at the subject site. The applicant is seeking a waiver of front yard and rear yard. This is an existing irregular vacant triangulated lot with 109-foot frontage on Oakdale Street, and it narrows to 15 foot or out to 70-foot depth. It is not in the flood zone. So my question is the site a pre-existing small lot per zoning resolution section 23-33? The applicant is proposing a new construction, a 2-story plus cellar, 1-family detached residential building. And is seeking a front yard, a waiver of the front yard depth, proposing a 10-foot deep front yard and a 20-foot deep when 20-foot deep is required, and similarly is proposing a waiver of the rear yard when 30-foot is required. With regards to the finding, the statement of findings incorrectly states that the lot number of vacant sites, it's lot 16 and not lot 7. There are 2 vacant sites in the study area, both irregular sites. Lot 16 is 866 square foot and is in common ownership with lot 14 per Zola. And lot 19, which is a city-owned, located in the bed of mapped and built Oakland Street, and thus both sites are unlikely to be developed. The applicant has demonstrated the uniqueness of the site, and thus due to the unusual site configuration and conforming residential development is not possible without stating finding D. That is critical. I'm just saying this just in terms of the uniqueness, because finding D is very critical to this one. So I want to go to finding D. Finding D is whether it's self-created or not. There is a title of ownership chart that has been provided, which shows that the abutting lots, the abutting lots have of lot 37 and lot 8 have been under common ownership since 1990. Lot 8 is developed with one family detached home, which was built in 1970. The applicant needs to demonstrate that development on lot 8 was complying with the underlying bulk regulations, and any addition made to the building on lot 8 post acquisition of lot 37 would not make the building on lot 8 non-complying with the proposed development on lot 37. Similarly, the applicant needs to show if an as-of-right development on lot 37, even as one zoning lot with lot 8, can comply with front yard and rear yard. An applicant needs to provide a diagram and a narrative to support that argument of self-created. So I don't think I want to go into the neighborhood character or minimal, because that the self-created element needs to be responded to, and that can speak then to the neighborhood character. And see, the only thing I want to add though on the neighborhood character, the site has a very uniform front yard. However, if the applicant can show that even with the combined lots of lot 8 and lot 37, the building, while it may be able to meet the rear yard, it may not be able to meet the front yard, or vice versa. I think the building would shift accordingly to make it whole, even with the 2 buildings on the zoning lot, because you need to maintain minimum distance. And I think the lower density growth management area does require each zoning lot, even though even if it's treated as one zoning lot, each tax lot has to meet all the underlying zoning regulations. So I don't think it would be able to meet either of them. But that's for the applicant to prove. I didn't review it very thoroughly on that part. Okay, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements, particularly with your comments and recommendations as it relates to finding D, and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I agree with you on finding D. They need to show definitely that the combination of lots 37 and 38 would not ease the hardship either, in addition to being a cause of the hardship, but not ease the hardship.
Yep, thank you.
No other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Same here. I believe the only hurdle to cross here is the self-created hardship finding. If this case passed this, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Yeah, same thing. I find it hard to believe that if they merged, if they treated it as a joint zoning lot, that they wouldn't be able to minimize the request further than what they're asking. I think that if they do come back with stronger finding D argument, they do also need to provide contextual studies for the waivers that are being requested, including front yard, rear yard. Yeah, so that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 25, 2022-52BZ, 2221 East 13th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this application. This is an application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 to enlarge an existing one-family home located in Brooklyn Commuter District 15. The applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, open space, lot coverage, side yard, and rear yard. This is an existing interior lot, and it has it has non-conforming front yard and side yard. To that end, the applicant has submitted a 1950 Sanborn map to demonstrate that the front yard and the side yards are legally non-complying. So just one of the basic threshold. The applicant is, before I get into the findings, this, as I said, it's an enlargement to allow for 2,661 square feet of floor area, about over 1.1 FAR. The applicant is proposing to retain over 50% of the existing exterior wall, and that is one of the basic thresholds. With regards to the finding, my question is an FAR waiver, FAR waiver needed? Since I believe the site qualifies as a predominantly built up area. The applicant should look into that and provide an assessment of that. With regards to the rear yard depth, this social block, on this social block, the rear yard depth is very uniform. It's typically 30 feet and more. And also majority of the development in the R4 district are built to more than 0.75 FAR. So I do think from that point of view, the proposed enlargement is modest, but if the FAR waiver is not needed, if it's a predominantly built up, then we are just looking at the issue of the rear yard. I just go ahead, Commissioner Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements. The only thing I'd like to add is I'd like to see a streetscape with the proposed this proposed building superimposed onto the streetscape. I think that we should require that for most of these. And I know that this applicant usually does that. I just didn't see it in this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I second the request by Vice Chair Shabara that a streetscape need to be provided. I'm okay with that. And I'm also okay with the comments you raised. The only thing that I would add is I'm asking them to give us dimensions on the first floor and second floor for the balcony and the porch portion. And if you look at section 2 I believe I'm gonna need to put that on my screen. Yeah, we need dimension for that. And dimension for the balcony. Now, if you look at section 2, it's right here. It's not through the entrance, the roof portion here. But if I go to the section and you look at it, bear with me. Yeah, you see this post here that's holding the roof for the entry. it's kind of hatched with a simple hatch like that. It gives the impression that the entrance is enclosed or could be enclosed in the future. This is a schematic detailing issue that may give the impression that, like I said, the entry foyer is enclosed with walls, with posts. If you look at the plan view, go to the plan again. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, these are just a post here, and this is not a wall. This is not a wall. This is not a wall. So they need to eliminate that piece of hatch symbol and just make it 2 lines to avoid that sort of confusion. And I'm okay with the size of the enlargement proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also believe that it's a modest request. If Commissioner Shetta, if you want to share your screen again and bring up that drawing set, I think on the last page, the streetscape is provided with a new proposed elevation. Or I can also find it and pull it up. If you go to the last, thank you, the very last page.
Okay.
I think this is pretty consistent with what I've seen in the past on these cases.
Okay.
I have
Since
no
the-
further comments.
Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata, is that what you were looking for? Or were you asking for something else?
Can you tell me where you found that?
This was,
Labeled, sorry, it's labeled existing, but it
No,
does
it-
show.
no, it's 2023-03-09 proposed condition plan revised 3/8/2023 PDF page 14, P14.
Okay,
It's just all the way at the end. It's
It's the final page of the PDF. Actually,
it.
it's page 15 of 15.
okay, thank you. That'll do.
Okay, all right. And Commissioner Shetta, are you okay with that?
Yes, I am. I didn't see it as well. I thought it wasn't submitted because Commissioner Shabara raised it, but if it's submitted, I'm fine with the, just the, like I said, changing the symbol, adding the 2 dimensions, I'm fine with the case.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay, item number, may I move on?
Sure.
Item number 26, 2022-59 BZ, 591 East Fordham Road, the Bronx.
Okay, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve. This is another reinstatement application for a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-411 and waiver of board's rule for a previously approved automotive repair establishment on the subject site. This site has been under BSA jurisdiction since 1957. Last reinstatement was done in 1997, and it expired on November 18, 2007, with conditions related to fencing, screening, landscaping, and signage, lighting, and access restriction from Fordham Road frontage. As I stated, it's a reinstatement of expired variance and has to meet 3 elements of the findings. Before I get into that, based on the site photos provided, there are barbed wires along the lot lines. The barbed wires need to be removed. There are several trash containers located on the front lot line at the East Fordham Road frontage. Those need to be contained somewhere else away from the street view. Did not see any landscaping as required to prior grants. More vehicles are parked than indicated on the plan. It seems 14 to 15 vehicles are parked on the site. If need to have more space indicated on the plan and stripe the parking spaces accordingly. The asphalt surface is in need of repair. indicate on the plan if there are any exterior lights, and provide photos of the interior lot condition, especially along the lot lines, abutting lot lines. So with regards to 3 elements of the findings of reinstatement, the applicant needs to provide a compliant charts of prior grant. Signage, I don't believe is in compliance. However, DOB has approved signage, both illuminated and non-illuminated signs along Fordham Road. So the applicant is proposing to modify the plan to reflect the approval of DOB. The continuous use, the applicant states that the use on the site has been continuous since 1957 and it has been under the same ownership. Google Street Views for 2011, 2014, 2016, 2018, 2019. Again, there are like gaps of 222 on the Google Street View, which I believe is because Google probably is not taking photos every year. So in addition, there is a gap in the year from 2007 to 2011. So the applicant needs to provide appropriate documents as suggested by Commissioner Otley Brown with the prior reinstatement applications like utility bills to confirm continuity. With regards to substantial prejudice, the use has been at the subject site for over 60 years, but that based on the statement and, but the applicant needs to substantiate that through the filling out the gap year. So, so I cannot complete that review. With regards to impairing the use and development of adjacent properties, I think though it's zoned residentially based on the Google Street View, it seems the surrounding context has remained the same and the operation on the site has not changed. So I don't think there would be much of an issue, but those improvements, as I had stated earlier, need to be made to the site, provided there has been continuity of use without any gap of 2 years, more than 2 years. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your assessment on the findings and with your suggestions on improvements. I do want to add, I'm not sure if you mentioned the trash receptacles. I asked that they be pushed away from the street and put in a different location. I'd like to hear how the commissioners feel about the rear fence and whether or not they want that to be opaque, because the rear fence is facing residents adjacent across the street from that. So I don't know if they want that to be opaque or not. With regard to the striping of the parking, I believe all client self-parking should be striped. If they're using the side lot as only the people from Amico or professionals who are working, I'm not too particularly concerned about that portion being striped. But I believe anywhere that a client should park should definitely be striped. And I have no further questions.
Before Commissioner Otley Brown says anything, on that note, I kind of agree with you, but I think in terms of having oversight on this site, it is easier to stripe all the required parking spaces, not just for somebody who is visiting the site and making sure the site is in compliance, but also for the operator of the site to know that they can only park a total of 16 spaces where they can of sales or customer parking or anything put together. Because I noticed there are more cars parked there than the applicant is proposing to do.
Yeah, this site definitely has a history of that, and you can see that from the Google images. I would agree with that statement.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with you as to the proof of continuous use and the gap from 2007 to 2011, particularly. The other gaps, although there are gaps, it's clear that the same Midas business has been operating. The business has not changed. I did do a site visit and noted the barbed wire and razor wire on the fences, as well as there was a car for sale in the front yard. And there was a picnic bench and table in the and chairs in their side lot, as well as a shed. So I'm like puzzled completely as to that. I think they should remove all of those extraneous things out of that side yard, so it'd make it easier to maneuver the cars. And there
Is-
were also tires strewn around.
Is it in the side or in the front yard? I also saw it in the Google Street View. I think.
It's beyond, it's behind the fence. So that's
Oh.
why, and after the building starts, so I would assume that's a side yard. And it's just like sitting right there. I'm like, maybe that's lunch table for the employees. I don't know, but just seems like it's gonna get in the way of all this maneuverability.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I haven't seen a firm map submitted, so I'm asking them to submit if they didn't. Also submit an operational plan, including hour of operation. I haven't seen that in the statement clear. I have a question on the lumen spread. It was not submitted. What is submitted, I do believe, is a manufacturer like charts for the maybe proposed lights. We're gonna need a lumen spread with the typical nodes to ensure that no spread is gonna happen to adjacent property. Regarding the area of the building, first of all, the site area is not indicated in the statement of facts. I haven't seen that. The statement talks about an area of 5,280 square feet, which initially I was under the impression that this is the site area. Finishing the statement, I realized that this is not the site area. They use this as the building area. So they need to put the entire site area in the statement of facts. Now, if you take that 5,280 square feet and look at the building and give me 1 second. Yeah, this is the building. And if you look at the building, it's about, let's say it's 100 by 40. So it's about 4,000. This is 1-story building. So the footprint of that building, even ignoring this lookout here, is maybe it's less than 4,000 square feet, not 5,280. So I'm not sure what is the 5,280 square feet is. And if you look at the zoning analysis for the floor area in the statement, it talks about 0.64, I believe, while in the zoning analysis it talks about 0.38. So again, I'm not sure which one is correct, which one is not. Regarding the parking, the zoning analysis reference ZR 36-231, and it says permitted parking is 30. In the statement of facts, this is the way it says it. It says permitted parking is 13 per ZR 36-231. I don't think there is a term called permitted parking. It's required parking. And when you look at—
Commissioner Shedder, can I interrupt you? You aware that your notes are being shown on the screen?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Sorry.
Thank you. So if you look at that ZR section, it doesn't talk about permitted parking or required parking. It talks about, I believe, about the parking that could be waived for different C districts. So I do believe that the statement needs to be re-looked at carefully and restructured entirely. So it's easier for someone who read through to follow the application. And finally, I haven't seen a compliance chart, and I'm asking them to submit if they didn't submit it. Thank you.
Mr. Costanza, Executive Director Costanza?
Yes, Executive Director.
Yeah, I think Dr. Sheeta is correct. I think, you know, I think that's confusing statement because this is a non-conforming use. And those sections wouldn't be applicable here, other than if we were looking at, this is a residential district, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, so the Article 3 wouldn't be applicable here, and it's just non-conforming. So I could appreciate what Dr. Sheeta was bringing up as far as a confusing statement. That should just be corrected.
Yep. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I don't have further comments to add. I wanted to respond to Vice Chair's question about whether the fence in the back should be improved or replaced. And based on the photos that they provided, I'm just going to share them so we're all looking at the same thing. Can you see my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the fence that faces the East 191st Street frontage, which is a residential, it's opposite residential, or at least a portion of it. So the barbed wire definitely needs to go. Right now that looks like they have vinyl slats in the chain link fence. And I do think could benefit from further opacity, so you're not looking into the parked area. As you can see here, it's still probably 50% opaque. So I agree with Vice Chair Shabeta that the fence could be improved and something of a more residential character on this portion of the fence should be installed. I have no further comments.
I'm trying to pull out the drawings. Plans to see if the prior grant required any any landscaping along the rear lot line. Doesn't seem like so. Approved plan. I'm just looking through it. The approved plan was very bare minimum. It doesn't even have the entire plot plan. It has kind of a land use map without anything. So this is an approved plan from 1997. So it's extremely, there's nothing. And since we don't have the compliance chart, I do not know if landscaping was required. I mean, I could go through the report, but that's for the applicant to clarify. Okay, next case.
Item numbers 27, 2022 63BZ, 2020 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve the application. We did receive one letter of objection citing some ownership issue. If the applicant can clarify this at the public hearing, that would be helpful. This is an application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 for expansion of an existing single-family home located in Commuter District 15 in the borough of Brooklyn. The applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area, FAR, lot coverage, front yard, side yard, and rear yard. A Sanborn map has been provided from 1950 to show the pre-existing non-compliant front yard depth and also the distance between the individual building, which is less than 8 feet. The block front has very similar beach homes with similar front yard depth. So I think that was the development pattern of this block. The site is not in a flood zone. The applicant is proposing to enlarge this existing one-story building to 1.31 FAR, add a second story and an attic. So I have some general question and similar to the prior 73-622. So the applicant states 0.9 FAR is permitted unless it's a predominantly built up area. So in, so the applicant needs to look into that and see if this site qualifies as predominantly built up area. In the statement of findings, page 5, first paragraph, fourth line, the FAR status is incorrect. The base FAR is 0.9, and if it does not qualify as a predominantly built up. I mean, if the site qualifies as predominantly built up, the applicant should revise its statement of findings and in a predominantly built up to 1.35 FAR is permitted. The only zoning chart that is in the void folder with regards to zoning analysis is not consistent with the proposed plan, because that zoning chart states the front yard depth would be 10 feet and not 7 feet, which is existing. So it was kind of confusing. The applicant is proposing to increase the front yard depth to 10 feet for First Avenue moving the building back. So increasing the front yard depth from 7 feet to 10 feet on the first floor and maintaining that maintaining that on the second and the attic floor also. The applicant is proposing to reduce the depth of the rear yard to 20 feet. With regards to demolition, over 50% of the exterior wall is proposed to be retained on the first floor. As I mentioned, if this is a predominantly built up, then the FAR question is not before us. However, I would say majority of the lots in the study area exceed 0.9 FAR and exceed 1 FAR, though it is the narrower lots than the subject lot that exceed 1.3 FAR. So if it is not predominantly built up, then the floor area does seem to exceed what is predominantly built here in terms of the lot size. The social block has a very uniform rear yard depth of 30 feet and more. So at a minimum, a second floor needs to be set back by 5 feet from the rear yard. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shiveta.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me on this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The statement of facts indicate the following. It says the proposal also maintains the existing floor joist on the first floor. After actually it indicates before that it maintains 63.76% again on the first floor. So I believe this is a typo. The second sentence need to be changed to the second floor, not the first floor. First floor, they maintain apparently about 64%. On the second floor, they are saying that they maintain 100%, but they misspelled it. Made it the first
floor, right? There is no second floor. This is a one-story bungalow.
The proposed?
No, the existing is a one-story bungalow.
Oh, then they need to like eliminate that sentence entirely then.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the first floor, the existing is one story. So this sentence need to be eliminated. It's not needed. The front yard, they talk about bringing the front yard from non-complying 7 feet to a complying 10 feet. So I'm not sure why a waiver is needed for that. And I'm questioning whether we need an updated objections from DOB or not. I agree that the proposed is a bit like exceeding the norm for the neighborhood. Even if you consider that all the buildings are like same circumstances, the maximum I have seen in the floor area study that's submitted is 1.36 FAR, while they are asking for 1.38. So I believe that need to be brought down a little bit. And maybe the way to bring it down is to increase the rear yard at the second floor, the proposed rear yard at second floor. Thank you.
Okay. I think sometimes what happens is DOB kind of gives a blanket. The applicant, maybe it's in its initial stages, is not thinking of moving the building back and front yard back or something. And so the applicant goes to DOB and asks for the whole enchilada. And then it comes to us and saying, well, we are only seeking of the 10 of the 5, only 3 waivers.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. But I would have expected that the applicant clarify that we no longer need the front yard waiver.
I agree. The applicant in its statement should clarify that.
Yeah,
yes.
in the statement.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I'm just gonna, on that note, actually, because I read it in the statement of facts, they do note, please disregard objection number 3, as the board is not permitted to waive the front yard requirements and the proposal does not require a front yard waiver.
Okay, all right.
My
They
bad.
they do mention it, and it's confusing because it's listed in the objection, but they do clarify that in that most recent revised statement of facts. My only comment to add to what's been discussed already is that there were 2 objections from neighbors, it seems like, that were saying that the proposal is attempting to access the rear yard for parking through the back, which doesn't seem possible because this is an interior lot, not a through lot.
Right.
But I think it would be great if the applicant could speak to that and maybe clarify that confusion for the 2 neighbors, and then also clarify why there does seem to be something that looks like a parking space here on the drawings. So, which again is in the rear and would seem impossible to get to from either side yard. So I'd like the applicant to clarify that. I have no further comments.
Thank you. I did not see the second objection letter. Thank
They're
you.
all in one multi-page PDF, and they are actually photos of the handwritten comments.
Okay.
They're the last 2 pages, I think, that refer to a driveway in the rear. And there's an easement on the adjacent property. It would just be great if the applicant could clarify and confirm that that's not the case, or if it is, how they propose on achieving it.
Well, yeah, I think oftentimes we have seen these narrow lots. They share there is a shared driveway with 2 of the lots and a portion. So like they're barely like 8 foot wide, and 4 foot of it falls on one and the 4 foot on the other one. And if there is no enlargement to the side yard, I mean, it's basically continuation of the side yard depth or going all the way to the back. Unless the applicant, the neighbor, is concerned that the extension of the side yard to the rear would make it difficult for, and I see what you're showing, the triangular thing that shows where the car will be parked. The question is, how would that be? And I think it would be done in the same way that is done today, which is you use the shared driveway and then you park in the rear. If you look at the ground floor, I think there's a cutout which basically allows for that parking to be there partially under that ground floor with the second floor overhanging. However, the applicant should provide, as you noted, I mean, there must be some shared easement or something with the abutting lot and a cross easement between these 2 lots to allow each other's lot for driveway lane to access their parking lot in the rear.
Yeah, because they're quite narrow. Even, sorry, my Neptune wants to chime in. The side yards are quite narrow even when combined, and perhaps also indicating if that's actually the plan, where the curb cuts are, and yes, how they propose to achieve the access to the back.
Right, and I'm just going to look at the survey to see if the survey picks that up. Yeah, the survey does show the curb cut, but the applicant needs to confirm if there is any proposed change to that curb cut, and confirm these questions. Yes, thank you. And I think in this case, it would be best if the curb cut is indicated in the plot plan. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Final case, item number 28, 2022-76BZ, 175
Could you repeat it because we couldn't hear you the last bit?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item number 28, 2022-76BZ, 17533 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Thank you. So this is the last of the reinstatement for this week. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve. There were 10 in opposition, and the approval was with condition, and the condition being that the Francis Lewis High School that is located across the street from the subject site be notified. We also received a letter of objection I want the applicant to clarify as to the reason for such opposition. This is an application for a reinstatement of a variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-411 for a previously approved gasoline service station and an accessory repair shop and a convenience store on the subject site, and also a waiver of the board's rule. Just a general note about the application, and I wanted to actually say this not only with especially with this applicant, because this applicant, I think this hearing has been completely Mr. Kanzada's roll call. So pretty much what I noticed from the submissions of yesterday's and today's, this is a general note, and I want the project managers to be also very aware of it, and also for the applicants, and especially Mr. Kanzada's team, is that the radius map thus far provided by this applicant on most of the application heard today and yesterday are missing the zoning district boundaries overlaid on top of the land use. Please correct them and take note of it with your future applications, and also also the applications that have been filed for today's hearing and yesterday's hearing. And I want the project managers to make sure that the district boundaries are indicated on these radius map. And the reason for that is, the reason for having these radius and land use maps overlaid is for the applicant to confirm that the existing land use surrounding the subject site and the zoning district applicable on the subject zoning lot and its surrounding has not changed, and that the subject zoning district and the zoning district on the subject lot is clearly indicated. Because if you look at the zoning maps from the zoning resolution, it is not very clearly, it is not possible to accurately determine where the zoning district boundaries are in relation to the lot lines, tax lots. So I, for one, look at the radius and the land use map. Sometimes some applicants call it a radius map, some call it the land use map, to see the exact zoning district boundaries as it relates to the affected lots. So that is the reason for these maps, and the applicant needs to show both the zoning district maps, boundaries, and the land use on top of it. So project managers, please take note of that. So in terms of the history, this application, this site has been subject of BSA variance since 1932. The last grant that was extension that was granted by this board was in 1982, and it also amended to install a canopy and signage along the canopy, and the certificate of occupancy expired in 1989. And in actually no, 1984, I'm sorry, 1994 was the last amendment to convert the existing service bay to an accessory convenience store and and also, right, and the term expired from then in November of 2029. So the applicant is proposing to reinstate and convert the auto repair use to enlarge an existing convenience store and a new fast food restaurant. No changes proposed to the total floor area. I just want everyone to be aware that these proposed uses, though it's an accessory to a gasoline station, generally is a permitted use in a C22 district. The applicant is proposing 8 parking spaces, including 1 handicap parking space, and is proposing to retain the existing dispensers, gas dispensers. A compliant chart has been provided, and again, it's a pretty thorough analysis, and has indicated where the site does not comply with prior board grants. In 2000, board had approved a conversion of the auto repair to convenience store, which however was not implemented. So the applicant is proposing to convert the defunct auto repair shop into a fast food restaurant, and the remainder will be added to the existing convenience store. And also the compliance chart shows that the signage does not comply with the prior grant, and is proposing to legalize the pole sign and the signs on the canopy, and proposing to install new signs for the convenience store and restaurant. According to the statement of fact and findings, there are 2 curb cuts and the drawings. There are 2 curb cuts on Horace Harding Expressway, 32 foot wide and 33 feet wide, and 2 curb cuts on Utopia Parkway, 29 feet wide and 31 foot wide. Per previously approved plan and proposed plan, the curb cut dimensions are different. They were all 30 foot wide each. The applicant is proposing to legalize the as-built width of the curb cuts. I am okay with that because at the end of it, I think the overall, especially along Utopia Parkway, which tends to have a more pedestrian movement, at the end, the total width of the curb cut as existing would be the same. The hours of operation, the applicant is proposing for the fast food to be from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And the convenience store and gasoline service would remain as 24/7 operation. I wasn't able to locate it in the resolution if there were any conditions related to the hours of operation in the prior grants. The applicant needs to clarify that. The applicant needs to indicate the location of the trash enclosure. Either it needs to be kept inside the building, or if you're proposing to locate the trash bins outside, it needs to be in an enclosed structure. And applicant should know that based on all the applications it has submitted before us. And I would like to know what is the frequency of the pickup. Since there is going to be food served on this site, the applicant needs to provide the frequency of the pickup to make sure that there isn't any excess food material stored here and becomes a nuisance. The applicant is proposing to increase the screening by separating the site from neighborhood commercial uses. Existing metal shed that is located to the north of the site, north of the building, will be removed, is proposed to be removed, and it will be replaced with landscaping, trees, and also the applicant is proposing trees along the western lot line with 4-foot planting bed. I don't know if the drawings clearly show the depth of the planting bed and the width and the planting schedule, so that needs to be provided. A lumen study has been provided, and the applicant is proposing to install shield. I think given the location of this site, I am less concerned about the light spillage and affecting the residential, because the nearest residential street is located across from Utopia Parkway and not even directly adjacent. So I'm less concerned about the lumen spillage on this one. I had difficulty with regards to signage. I had difficulty in comparing the signage requirements that the previous board had granted to what the applicant is proposing now, or currently is there and is proposing now. So I would like the applicant to provide a comparison chart and show where the changes are being proposed. The price pole, as shown in the drawings and as I see it on the photos, seems to be different, because it seems that the price pole is much taller than 21 foot as indicated on the plan. And per approved plan, it was meant to be only 25 foot high. The price structure has 3 faced illuminated box. The applicant needs to indicate that on the plan. It also makes it therefore easier to determine the signage calculation per frontage. I generally have gone by this site pretty much once a year up till before 2020. And if I recall, the illuminated sign on the canopy, it's was a ticker type signage. So I do not know if ticker signage qualify as flashing or not. But generally, I would say the site has been in good condition. So again, as part of the reinstatement, 3 findings have to be met. The applicant has provided proof of continuous use from November 2009, 2011, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19, and 2021. Again, I think Google Street View probably captured every 2 years. And as I mentioned, up till 2020, I've been visiting this. I've gone by this site at least once a year, and I've seen the operation continuously till 2020. And the applicant, based on my historic knowledge of the site, I think the substantial prejudice has been found. With regards to impairing adjacent development and adjacent property, the applicant has met the findings associated with the reinstatement. There has been no change to the surrounding land use, and the conversion of the auto repair use to use group 6, which is typically found in a C2 district, would not be out of context. However, there are 2 open ECB violations and 1 related to occupancy contrary to certificate of occupancy. The statement of fact states that all Alt 1 applications have been filed to enlarge the building and convert the auto repair to convenience store. The documents or the plan do not refer to an enlargement of the building, so I would like the applicant to clarify that. There is 1 open DOB violation for construction without permit, so the applicant needs to provide a status of the violation. There is 1 open spill on the site, and the spill occurred in 1999, so the applicant needs to provide an update as to the status. Those are my comments, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with you on the lighting. Although I haven't seen a luminous spread submitted, I do believe that it's not needed. I have only 1 clarification on their statement regarding the remediation equipment. They said that the remediation equipment was stored in the shed, and in the meantime, the letter that they got from the remediation company indicate that there are still contaminants at the site. So I'm not sure whether the contamination story is gone and done, or still remediation and remediation effort and monitoring effort to be done on that side. Just need a clarification for that. Thank you.
And that helps me understand when the metal shed, so we need to know when the metal shed will be removed. It's not going to be removed immediately, because if that is storing all the remediation equipment, it is tied in when the remediation is going to be complete also. Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The only comment I had is that the state of the sidewalk on 59th Avenue, which is where there's a brick low fence and some plantings, the state of the sidewalk is poor. And if that's a condition, is maintaining the sidewalks on the 3 frontages of the property. And if so, the other 2 frontages look fine. It's just 59th Avenue could use some new concrete.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think we went through a marathon review of new cases. So let's take a 40-minute break, and then they will resume the public hearing. So let's make it 2:05, and from 2:05 to 2:45.
2:40, we'll resume at 2:45?
Yeah.
Okay, so this concludes the public review session for March 28th, 2023.
This concludes the review session.
Oh, sorry, review session, not public review session, review
Right.
session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, please.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, do we have a quorum?
Yes.
Yes.
I just want to, good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for March 28, 2023. The person, Mr. David Amamarar, who has their hand up, you will be able to speak when the case that you are acquainted with comes up. Okay? When we open it up to the public, we will allow you to provide testimony, unless you're part of an applicant team. Okay, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for March 28th. The first item up is BZ calendar continued hearing. We're live, right? 2019, 294 BZ, 241, 243 Throop Avenue. This is Marvin Mitzner. Mr. Mitzner, we care to join us? Do we have a full screen here? One second, let me do my view.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you video, can you, on your video? Thank you, sir. Can you put your camera on, Mr. Mitzner?
Trying to.
Look on the bottom of your screen. It should say video. On the left, I think it's on the, it's on my left, your right.
I don't see it.
Either it would be at the bottom or on the top, depending upon what monitor system you have.
There
Oh,
we go.
there it is. We can see you.
Nice to see you, Mr. Mitzner.
Is there
Okay,
anyone else from your team?
is there anyone else from your team, Mr. Mitzner? And please unmute yourself.
No, there's not.
Okay, you want to raise your right hand, please? So I can swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and respond to the comments you heard the board state.
Marvin Mitzner, the applicant. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair. I heard the comments at the executive session and will respond to those that I can. And I've made notes of any additional information that the board requires. The application, as I've constructed it, relies upon a finding of obsolescence for its hardship. It's a hardship that has been recognized by the board in the past. And this particular building suffers from a number of obsolescence features. It has wood joists on the floor and the roof, which is a feature I believe that Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned at the exec session in supporting obsolescence. It has brick foundation walls that, as was ordinary at the time, was not waterproofed. It has a lack of cellar access and a lack of storage, which makes its occupancy as a commercial establishment questionable. The only access to the cellar space is through a hatch and drop ladder. There is no stairway. It's certainly not code compliant. There are no windows in the building for light and air. And the front entrance to the building is extremely narrow, making it problematic in terms of the passage of goods and customers. Additionally, the floor level of the building is raised above the sidewalk, and what's there now is a makeshift type of ramp to cover that grade difference. And also the entrance is not ADA compliant. All these features and lack of features creates, we believe, is an obsolescence of the building for conforming use.
Mr. Mitzner, before we get into this, I think as you gathered from the board, we are not convinced of the obsolescence part of it. And you need to provide more documentation and go through our case law, other precedent cases that help support your arguments, because we are not quite finding it. It's all there. So you need to go through our various cases. I mentioned one of them that was very recently done. I don't know if that is similar. There are other cases. If you're saying, I mean, I know we have done some situations of obsolescence. You need to look through all of them and use those to support your argument of obsolescence. Thus far, it's a very weak link. And we don't see a very strong one. So you need to do that. I don't think just a statement is adequate.
No, I understand that, and I'm prepared to do that. I heard what the commissioners had to say, and I will look at the coffee case as well as other cases that deal with obsolescence and support obsolescence. And we'll provide the proof that you require.
And also, I would recommend taking a look at our self-created hardship cases and our predecessor entitled cases, particularly when the city gets involved and forecloses on one of the properties.
Right.
Yes, I will do that. And let me just speak to that point briefly, is that, and I'll elaborate with respect to the history of the site, because the history of the site shows that the other lot that was subdivided out, lot 8, was the subject of a UDAP application. And in UDAP, as I understand it, a UDAP would apply to residential sites and not commercial sites.
Okay.
So the fact that lot 6 was subdivided and broken out and consisted of a separate building, separate commercial building, allowed the city to include lot 8 in its UDAP. Okay,
That doesn't help your argument in that case, because that goes back to what Commissioner Otley Brown was referring to. Like if the whole the subdivided kind of self-created this was one zoning lot and it had both the residential and the commercial component, then the UDAP would have picked up the entirety of the lot, and then if the city chose to subdivide it and then parcel off the commercials to someone else and the residential to someone else, then the break in the title is very valid. But in this case, since the UDAP only addresses residential, and it only picked up the residential lots, and therefore it kept out the commercial, is not a weak argument that in your support for with regards to finding D, it is then self-created.
Well, but I will elaborate more in my next submission. But
I think that's probably best, just that we get this in writing, so we could work off it
Sure.
Uh,
I
Thank
agree.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anybody. Commissioner Otley Brown has a hand up, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, I cannot see some of the,
I apologize for interrupting.
no, that's
I-
okay.
I just wanted to say that this is a case of the chicken, which it came first, the chicken or the egg, because the key here is when the apportionment actually happened. And if the apportionment was the first thing, the first action, then that remains the self-created hardship that was not cured. So in this case, the lot was physically apportioned. So pre-1961, it was 2,500 square foot corner lot. 2,500 square feet in size, like everything else. Then came the tax lot apportionment and the sell-off. Anything else came afterward and does not cure that first act of physically apportioning a lot in such a way that the smaller lot could no longer have the residential that you are asking the board to grant you.
Okay, well, in any event, in terms of the hardship that I'm relying upon, which is the obsolescence, is not related to the lot size. But that hardship that the building suffers from. will be very
Unfortunately, in
respected.
this case, they are tied. Just because the site is a standalone commercial building, it is so small. You're making that argument. If the site was with the residential building abutting it or the vacant site, then the argument is completely different. It's not necessarily then the obsolescence.
No, but it's not.
The site is too narrow or something else. So there is a tie-up with it. So I don't think we can separate it out. And that's why I'm being very careful about this case is when I mentioned the obsolescence, and that's why I question the obsolescence. And there is a certain element of self-created built into it. And that's why I was rigorously asking my fellow commissioners who have the expertise in this, was it not? And while it may not be, but the fact remains that if this was not subdivided, this application may not even be before us.
Okay, but it is subdivided, and that's a
But
fact.
that's the question. Mr. Mitzner, if it's since it was subdivided post 1961, and it was subdivided, the subdivision resulted in city taking action on one of the site and not on the non-residential site, kind of resulted in a self-selection process which was created by the subdivision post 1761. And that's a self-created. Had this been acquired as, let's say you subdivided this lot, just take it hypothetical. Let's say you subdivided this lot perfectly, both were 1,700 square feet, right? And you had a lot which was both 1,700 or both were 1,600, pre-61. And then city took ownership of it. And city then subdivided 1,600 portion to some Mr. X and 1,600 to Mr. Y. And then you're before us saying, hey, I need the lot area waiver because this was the act of city causing this to happen. That can be weighed in. And that's why you need to look at our arguments of the self-created with regards to city intervention and how it has been applied. The other part is that, let's say you did divide it up, portion it up into 1,700 and 1,700 square foot. And one remained commercial and one remained residential. And city took acquisition of it, but for whatever reason, for underlying contamination on your site, I'm not saying that's what you should be looking for. I'm just throwing out a scenario. You're saying you have a hardship on this commercial. In that case, we could say, okay, you have a viable site which could have been built upon as of right, but for the contamination that you have to clean up, that's causing to the hardship of cleanup. Mm-hmm. So I'm just building up an argument in my mind as how this could play out, but I'm just saying that this is not helping your argument. The fact that and maybe I should have known this, that UDAP only applies to residential. I thought there was an urban renewal plan that was associated with the UDAP, because sometimes urban renewal plan do pick up commercial sites, but in this case, I guess it only picked up residential sites, and it was through UDAP. So.
Okay. But my argument is really related just to the hardship on the site, even after subdivision. And it's not dependent upon the subdivision. The subdivision is a separate act, an independent act. However, the site was created.
No, it is not separate action, Mr. Mitzner. It's not. The site is, at the last hearing, we clearly stated the site is not unique as a narrow site just because of the subdivision. And that's why the prior board had given you direction, maybe look at substandard building, obsolescence of the building as if that helps your argument. The prior board did not agree in the narrowness or the small lot size as a uniqueness finding, because it was self-created. That's why we had asked you to look.
Right, and I'm not relying upon
and so,
that.
so I don't see why that goes away now, because you're saying it's substandard. It's still there. We are. It's a narrow site that has been self-created, and that you cannot use that as your. You cannot take that, separate that, and therefore say the uniqueness is just the substandard. This is substandard as a result of. So.
Well, I'm not using the substandard lot size as my uniqueness. I'm not using that at all. I'm using obsolescence as that. And if obsolescence works in this case, then I've established a hardship, irrespective of the size of the lot.
I think, Mr. Mitzner, go back to the recording, I think all the commissioners felt that most of the commission, I can't speak for all, but most of the commission felt the obsolescence was not going to be the way to make that argument. If anything, as Commissioner Yoon pointed out, maybe you look at the feasibility, but I don't think I don't think there is an avenue there.
Okay.
Your documents have not proved it.
Right. I will take a look.
Yeah.
Close look at that.
Do you want to move forward,
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Mitzner, have anything else to say? You're going to address it in your papers? Or are you?
Well, at this point, I need to redraft my papers, send you my thoughts in writing, taking into account what you said, and provide some additional proof that I believe will establish a strong case.
And I would say the other thing that, if it's an issue of the financial viability of repairing the building, the best way, one of the avenues that Commissioner Shetup suggested is probably what you should look at is do more probing to show the structural durability of the existing building and show whether it can be built as of right, extended as of right. And if you think, even if you were to do that, there are other code elements that would kick in, that would prevent it, you need to clarify all of that. We really should not be giving you those directions. This is something that should be coming from your team and ways to make the argument. So I really think the application is incomplete and not ready.
Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner Shadow. I was just going to.
Yeah, I just want to caution the applicant that the difference between this submission and the other submission from the perspective of defending the obsolescence is almost nothing. The structural report was with us from the beginning. So I would suggest that you have your engineer / architect to elaborate significantly on the argument in the report. Like I said, do some probing, some test bits, try to explain why repairing this building, renovating this building to establish a 2-story commercial building is not gonna be viable. Not only this, but tie this to a financial analysis section that prove that renovating the existing building is not gonna be beneficial. It's not gonna be feasible.
Okay.
This is step 0 in your obsolescence argument if you wanna go that route.
Thank you, Commissioner Shetta. I think everything that Commissioner Shetta has stated and pretty much everything we are saying is what has been stated at the review session. And in the interest of time, since we already we started a little late and we have a lot of cases to go through, I don't want us to repeat anything that we have stated at the review session. I strongly recommend that you and your team go through the application, go through the review session and discussion and figure out a roadmap. Because I don't think we're on the right track at all from what you're stating. And I have to say, I'm a little surprised that your structural engineer and architects were not even here to respond to some of Commissioner Shetta's question. So I think there's a lot of work that your team needs to do. And any questions, additional questions that we may have omitted to say at the review session for Mr. Mitzner? Okay. Do you have any other questions for us, Mr. Mitzner?
No,
If
I
not,
don't.
okay, then let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2019-294 BZ, 241-243 Throop Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 and or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to be able to speak, *6 to be able to unmute if you're calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your issue, sorry. And this is for Throop Avenue only at the moment.
While we are waiting for anybody from public to call in, Mr. Mitzner, how long will it take you to respond to all the comments? And I want this to be the last hearing on this one. My next submission will be the last submission. If you're not able to meet our responses, I'm not going to give another round of hearing on this one, because we have already been on this for over 2 years.
Okay. Probably need till July.
July.
Till July?
Yes.
I think we only have one hearing in July.
Mhm.
I just want to check our calendar. May, June,
But then
April.
the submission is in June, so.
Yeah, the submission is in June. June 22nd.
Is that enough time, Mr. Mitzner?
So,
There is another, actually, no, there is an end July hearing, July 24th. That will give you pretty much all of June also then.
okay.
Okay.
All right, seeing no one has called in.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Mitzner, please go through our review session discussion. It was very detailed and we went through a lot of discussions, and you will need to look through all various case laws and board resolutions to help make both the arguments regarding obsolescence and finding D.
Understood.
I would advise that you have your engineer and architect listen to the review session and to this hearing as well.
Yeah.
That might be helpful.
Okay.
And I would just add in case you are able, you think you can make the argument, I remain doubtful. With regards to the layout, I just want to say in your layout, your unit, you have 1 bedroom a layout with a corridor, a common corridor, which is not going to be accessed by anybody. You know, you're better off just integrating that corridor into your 1-bedroom unit and have those keyed elevator kind of system. This way you have and this will give you a better return, and it changes your financing. But that doesn't help your argument with regards to 1 or D.
No.
A, B. But this is just that's the reality that would end up happening when you do rent out that space, because nobody's
Okay.
going to access that common corridor.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good seeing you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mishra.
Good to
Thank
see you,
you, bye.
Mr. Mitzner.
Take care.
Item number 2020 88 BZ, 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn.
All right. I think we are, this was Mr. Lobel's application. So Richard Lobel, Fab,
And Miss Ianati.
okay, Miss Ayanati, sorry, not.
Anyone else, team? Rebecca Barr, is it part of yours? Okay,
Correct.
okay.
You also have Michael
Um,
Kozik in the waiting room.
Mr. Kozik is the attorney for the tenants.
Should we let him in now or later?
Do we let
No,
him-
he can speak when we call
Yeah.
the public testimony.
Mr. Cassidy is part of your team? No, Mr. Cassidy, you'll have to wait. You're not part of the applicant team. Okay, so the applicant team, can you just unmute yourselves? Just the applicant team, please. Ms. Barr, if you're going to speak also, you're part of the applicant team. Raise your right hands. Is she going to participate? Oh,
Yes.
thank you, Ms. Barr. You mute yourself, please. Yeah, everybody needs to move along. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC.
Rebecca Barr, MGN.
Go ahead. Who from your team will be?
Sure, I'll introduce the chair. So thank you, Commissioner Chair, for hearing us. Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel. We were at the board's executive session. We understand that the board has no further substantive comments and that the noise sign-off was received. We're pleased to be at this point of the proceedings. We would note that we have been here for some time, which actually leads to a comment with regards to a letter received from Mr. Kozak on March 20th, 2023, in which case he requests additional time for the board. As the board noted, this application has now been before the board for over 2 years, and opponents to this application had an opportunity to present materials to the board on no different than 7 submission dates and to appear live and testify in open hearings no fewer than 3 times. So this is indeed has given an ample opportunity to anyone who would speak against this application. We are thankful that the board is able to recognize that 7314 with regards to the special permit findings has been met by the applicant, and that in essence the actual conditions of the special permit here are relatively limited in number, those being A and B, and those primarily being outside of the situational and square footage requirements, being that the use will serve the residential area in which it's proposed, that there are difficulties in locating it in a district permit as of right, and that from which it could serve the residential area, which make it necessary to use the residence district. So I'm sure that the opposition may have additional comments, but in sum, we are appreciative of the board's efforts to date, and are happy to be turning a chapter as far as this application is concerned, and moving towards a grant. And with that, the applicant team is happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions or comments for the applicant team from the commissioners? Okay. And I just want, for the record, want a confirmation. I know it is so that you have agreed to all the conditions that fire department has, and you're working with fire department in, addressing. Okay.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. I just will take this opportunity, though this is not within our purview. I will strongly suggest that the owner of the property does work closely with DOB in rectifying all the violations. Since we don't have any avenue to reach out to the owner, I think it is in your best interest to be a good neighbor with the residents there. Should the application be approved and be built, the best facility, should you seek all the blessings of all the other agencies to go forward? You also want to make sure the building meets all the codes, and it's the owner's responsibility to make sure it complies with all the regulatory controls and addresses all the violations accordingly.
We appreciate the comments, Chair, and we'll work with the appropriate agencies to achieve satisfaction of all the building code requirements and fire code.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Let's open up now.
Yes, and we will start with first with Mr. Kozak, who is the opposition counsel representing the neighbors.
Okay, let me call the case though. So the case we're talking about right now is 2020-88BZ 315 Berry Street. Should you wish to discuss, 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 #. At the next prompt, you will press the #. At the next prompt, once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So Mr. Kozak is representing. Can you let him in? Hold on. Why is this not coming up?
He's in the room.
Yeah. Mr. Kozak, could you join us? Oh, there you are.
I am here.
Okay, you can proceed. You don't have to be sworn in. And then I know fire department had his hand up also, Madam Chair. So once I guess the applicants can, the neighbors can speak, you have fire department.
Let me first go to the fire department and then Mr. Kozak, sorry, just because that may answer a question that we may have raised. So I just want to get that. Sorry about that. Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mr. Kozak. Madam Chair, you described the system as the best system. The fire code and the building code, we're identify the system as an SESS system, stationary energy storage system. So for the future, we would appreciate if you use that term SESS, or stationary energy storage system. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you for bringing that to the attention. I think you had mentioned it once. My sincere apologies for overlooking that.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Kozak, please continue. Please start. Sorry.
Thank you. And good afternoon. Just want to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to be heard. I've been here since this morning, heard the public review session. As the chair indicated this morning, we were recently retained by a group of tenants, rent stabilized tenants in the building. We are representing 8 tenants at this point who are opposing the application. We've obtained a number of the records related to the application and are in the course of reviewing everything. We submitted the letter requesting the adjournment on March 20th. And I was informed that the request for the adjournment would be denied, which we understood, but that we would be given an opportunity to submit our opposition in writing within 3 weeks from today's hearing. So I hope that we will have that opportunity. And with that opportunity, we would lay out our arguments in opposition to the application, so that there's a proper record made of what the basis for the objections are, which I would say in summary, fall into a number of categories related to life safety in terms of fire, and structural, and legal in terms of the elimination of services that are required to be maintained pursuant to the rent stabilization law, and cannot, as a matter of law, be diminished per this application. The rent stabilization law and code state explicitly that before any service that is required to be maintained for a rent stabilized tenant may be eliminated or modified, there must be first an application made to the New York State Division of Housing and Community Renewal for that to occur. There has not been any such application. The DHCR has primary jurisdiction over these issues. As a legal matter, this application and the work may not proceed at all until the DHCR has approved it. So we intend to make a full record of that, Chair, and I would hope that we be given an opportunity to do so.
Our granting of the approval should be, we have met the findings, so it is just with regards to the use. Until the buildings department issues a permit to allow for the structure, there's no construction that is happening on the roof. So ours is just one of many, many steps to this project getting erected. So I just kind of want to put that on the record.
We understand that there are many steps in the process in connection with seeking approval from the Department of Buildings of the application. The applicant is required to state in the application that there are rent stabilized tenants in the building because of this very issue that I raised, which is that the Department of Buildings wants to ensure that there is compliance with the rent stabilization law and code with respect to the application to ensure that the services are not being eliminated. This application, as submitted, as we understand it, proposes to eliminate most, if not all, of the roof service to the tenants, to eliminate elevator access, and to eliminate loading dock access to which the tenants are permitted by law. Again, we would have submitted a letter before today's hearing, but I was told by the council's office from the BSA that we would be given an opportunity to do so within 3 weeks of today's hearing. Hence, we did not submit anything before today's hearing. And therefore, again, I would reiterate my request that we be given an opportunity to do so, because I think it would be unfair for us to have been told that, relied on that, and then be denied that opportunity.
Council, I don't think you're going to be denied that opportunity.
Yep.
So I think that probably be the best way to proceed. That we, rather than you reading off what you want to submit, you submit it in writing so we could review it, and opposing counsel can have the opportunity of responding.
Understood.
Yes, thank you for that clarification, Vice Chair Shibata. That is my understanding also. Proceed, Mr. Kozak. Do you want to add anything more to what you've stated?
I don't think so. We will defer to our written submission on it, and of course, we hope that the commissioners take our arguments into account, and we appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cassidy?
Mr. Cassidy's from my office, so
He will not be speaking?
He will not be.
Okay, so then
Should we then go to the, yes.
Chiang, I hope I pronounce it right.
do you want to make a statement, opening this up for to the public to
Hi,
testify?
thank you.
Yeah, no, there are,
I was unable to see the decision that was posted to your website on this issue. And I was wondering if
There
you
is no
could,
I'm sorry, there's no
on-
decision. I'm sorry, Madam
Which
Chair.
case are you here for?
315 Berry Street.
We are on that case. Is there an
Yeah.
issue?
Yes,
Hearing
I
it.
was
Made a
unable to
decision.
see the decision that where there was a link posted to your website. It says it's no longer available. So I'm wondering if you could make that available.
Link.
So
to-
I just a point of clarity. When
No.
we have applications, sometimes our website will say that the application you can click a link to go see the resolution. We have not issued a resolution in this case because the decision is not final.
Okay,
Once
okay.
the decision is final, the board will issue a written resolution stating and clarifying the reasoning behind the decision. And that will be made available on the website as soon as after it has been published. But as of right now, because the case is still in hearing, there is no resolution.
Okay, and my second question to the commissioners is with respect to the finding that this is something that serves the residential neighborhood, does that have to be a finding that it's needed to serve the neighborhood or that it could serve the neighborhood? And I apologize if you covered this in your previous hearings, but again, I just found out about this, so I wasn't really able to go over everything. Thank you.
The applicant's documents goes through quite a bit of details with regards to why the location, subject location is critical to and one of the elements of the findings, and I just want to go through what the findings specifically states. And apologies, I'm scrolling through my notes. It says the proposed electricity utility substation at the premise will serve the residential area in which it is proposed. And the applicant had stated that it is located in Con Edison's Water Street network, which is represented as the electricity grid that supplies energy to approximately a geographic area and 3.5 square mile of North Brooklyn. And it's among the oldest, more vulnerable. I'm just reading what the applicant had stated. So to go to your question, it is going to address the neighborhood in which the water substation is serving.
So it's a could address it, not
Could.
needed to address it because there's no other way. Standard. I'm just asking for clarification on the standard.
I don't think I'm quite following. And I actually this
Well,
is
for example, like
this
you know,
is not for you to. I'm sorry. I really was giving you what's in the zoning resolution and what's in the document. This is really not a back and forth. You have 3 minutes to make your statement.
Okay.
And, okay.
You have
Thank
45 seconds now. Sorry.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Please go ahead, Mr. Chang, Ms. Chiang.
No, I mean, I'm just wondering whether it's something like whether the applicant, any property owner wakes up and says, gee, I think this neighborhood could use a Thai restaurant because there aren't already 5, right? Or is there, this neighborhood must have this because otherwise there's no other way to serve the needs of the customer. Because like in the past, you know, just be Con Ed or NYSERDA or whatever applying for these. So if they said it's needed, right? But now like anybody can go out and buy a bunch of batteries and try their hand at this, right?
It's the needed part. Thank you. Next.
Mr. Kane?
Sorry, the Vice Chair Shibata, were you going to say something?
I was going to say that is a question that would be something that each commissioner would consider in their own discretion. So we have to read the statute and interpret it as we believe it's supposed to be interpreted. I don't. This is not the avenue for a back and forth with each commissioner about how they interpret each statute.
Yeah, I think towards the end of this, I'm going to read out what the resolution clearly states so that there
Thank
is no ambiguity.
I didn't
But-
hear earlier if we mentioned that we are opening it up to public testimony.
I did mention it. So
Okay,
I did-
thank you.
I did mention it. So I gave the call out number. Okay, the next person is Dana Kane.
Hi,
You
okay,
wanna unmute? Yeah, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
thank you. Let's see, I want to urge the board not to approve the variance. I really don't understand how it's gotten this far. As you know, the firemen from Engine 221 Ladder 104 created a petition against the project 2 years ago. And who can blame them? Now, how do you think we feel knowing the firemen don't want to go on the roof if there's an explosion? You can't, nor can microgrid, guarantee that the project won't explode. And that is the problem in a nutshell. Would you want it on your roof? If there was an explosion, the public would be outraged with anyone associated with approval of this project. And the BSA would have to weather intense scrutiny. There's a huge flaw in this process, and our lives are at stake. As now I understand from your comments this morning, the BSA is passing on the responsibility for the safety of this project to the DOB. It seems like every city agency involved is passing the buck regarding safety issues. Each, including the BSA, are careful to assert that it's not their responsibility, it's another agency. That's not good enough. We expect more from our city officials. I want to point out another huge flaw in this process. The DOB has not been here to scan columns or to do anything or to walk through, and I don't expect they'll show up either. If the DOB is doing their job, they would be here scanning, carrying all that stuff. They just haven't been doing it. You guys have just been taking the word of the microgrid that this building is strong enough, and that's not good enough. Microgrid's representative, Mr. Dumpleton, has lied to your video faces regarding the number and position of solar panels on the roof, and he was under oath. You remember? Does honesty and integrity mean nothing anymore? If a businessman lies under oath and they and the company should just never be trusted, and yet they're back? Does it have something to do with $400,000 in lobbying money given to various city officials? More than likely. Microgrid lied to us too. First, they started off a project without a permit. Then they put signs around the building and said they wanted to put up solar panels on the roof. But it was a lie. But if something goes south with this project, we can't expect Microgrid to look out for our safety. Yet the BSA is trusting them with our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Chesler?
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Challenger, and Commissioners. I'm Stephen Chesler, Chair of Brooklyn Community Board Number 1, Environmental Protection Committee. I'm testifying on behalf of our board in regard to BSA case 2020-88BZ 315 Berry Street. In April of 2021, based on a recommendation from a joint meeting of our board's Land Use and Environmental Protection Committees, the applicant's presentation and ensuing discussion with board members and participants, including many 315 Berry residents, the Brooklyn Community Board Number 1 voted to disapprove the project until the landlord and the company can do better outreach with the tenants, working with them to resolve the issues and involve with the building and involve the tenants in the process. And the board had concerns regarding appropriateness of these systems for installation in a residential district. Subsequently, after the applicant submitted a revised design for the ESS installation, the community board heard further testimony from residents of 315 Berry and performed additional research. This prompted intense concern regarding the ability of firefighters to extinguish a fire from a large-scale battery storage system installed on a roof, especially that of a residential building. In December 2022, our board copied the BSA in a letter sent to FDNY, inviting them to appear before our board to address concerns regarding extinguishing this type of fire from a large-scale BSS system, citing real-world examples of these types of fires that occurred in recent years. In April 2019, a large-scale BSS fire in Surprise, Arizona injured 4 firefighters. Poor system design, a battery cell defect, and a failed response plan are all estimated to have contributed to the power and lethality of this fire. Another large-scale BSS fire in Chandler, Arizona 2 years later took almost 5 days to extinguish with no other means other than to douse the fire with enormous continuous flow of water. And in the same year, a large-scale BSS fire occurred on the roof of a mall department store in Beijing, China, killing 2 firefighters. This BSS utilized a technology similar to the 15 Berry Street design proposal. During a Brooklyn Community Board 1 hearing on January 10th, 2023, FDNY Battalion Chief Mike Mays noted the department has experience only with extinguishing fires from small-scale lithium batteries, such as those used with e-bikes, and is continually learning from these types of calls. But the department lacks experience extinguishing a large-scale lithium battery system installed on top of a bulky residential building. Therefore, on February 7th, 2023, Brooklyn Community Board number 1 voted unanimously to reiterate its severe reservations about the safety of locating an electric substation consisting of a large-scale battery storage system on top of a residential building. An installation has never been attempted anywhere in New York City or the entire United States. As stated previously, Brooklyn Community Board number 1 fully embraces aggressive innovation addressing adaptation to climate change and adherence to city and state climate laws. However, we do not support initiatives that could recklessly endanger residents, firefighters, and homes. The estimated benefits to climate change initiatives and to the energy grid do not in any shape or form outweigh the safety of families, homes, and our heroic first responders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Next speaker.
Can you submit this also to the board?
Yes, and could I say, did the board receive a letter from Community Board 1? It was issued on February 13th regarding the
recently?
February 13th, you said.
It was issued on February 13th of this year.
No, the only thing that we have is as of 2021.
It's in the testimony folder.
It is?
Yes, dated February 13th.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, I urge the board to review the letter if they could, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chesler. Ms. Silver, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Plans for an energy storage system on Staten Island, similar to what's being discussed here, were withdrawn in January after community concerns. This would have been a ground level installation close to a church and a number of schools. Our building is also within walking distance to a church, to 2 schools, and directly adjacent to a playground. Community Board 1 voted basically unanimously against the 315 Berry project, but the suggestion has not been taken into account. At a Community Board 1 meeting on January 10th, representatives from FDNY could not answer questions as to the logistics of a firefighting operation on our roof. FDNY has admitted to having no practical experience with a lithium-ion fire of this nature. Battalion Chief Mays stated that his strategy would be water, 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 but that is not a viable strategy when you're dealing with batteries that can reignite and explode even after they've cooled, especially when the system in question is elevated and on top of a 7-story building, something that has never been done before. FDNY does not know how they would deal with a fire on our roof, and yet they have signed off on this project. So the idea that the BSA can just defer responsibility to all of these other agencies based on them signing off on them does not seem to hold up. At no point over the past 2 years has a safety plan for tenants and their spaces been discussed. Considering the tremendous risk we are being subjected to, this is tremendously concerning. The fact is that everyone involved in this process has been treating the building as though it were empty, and that is not the case. You're playing with people's lives here. I'd like to point out that before the October meeting, BSA was in fact taking into account the structural and safety concerns surrounding the special permit. The fact that they are suddenly no longer doing so is shocking and very problematic. There is a reason this installation isn't allowed as of right. A commercial system like this does not belong on a residential building. I have zero doubt that a company like Microgrid, which has spent more than $400,000 lobbying politicians, has the resource to find a suitable location for this project. Putting it on our building on top of over 100 people is insanity. I hope the board reconsiders. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Silver. Mr. Silver, are you joining us?
Yeah, I am joining you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'd like to say that there was a recent fire in the Bronx. Okay, it destroyed completely the buildings. It was manufactured, this fire, by one e-bike. What they're proposing to put on our roof is the equivalent of 30,000 e-bikes. This is a crazy idea and doesn't make sense at all. Okay? Our lives are at risk and will be at risk if this system is above our heads. Not only that, but you are agreeing to put a construction site on the heads of more than 100 tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please raise your hand or call in. Once again, this is for 2020 88BZ, 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn. Ms. Belcourt, you'll have 3 minutes. Please join us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to say something about my experience with the Department of Buildings. I've lived in the building for 32 years. I've never seen them. Not that saying that they knock on my door and say hello, but I've also never heard of them being in the building ever. The building now has had scaffolding around it for about a year while it's getting a gussied up job to look really good. What it meant is that probably Microgrid has paid the landlord to, quote, fix the leaks, meaning that it will not rain in our spaces anymore on a daily basis. What that means, though, is that they've been injecting styrofoam into the cracks that are all around most windows and along all the walls on the outside of the building. They're spraying styrofoam in there, and then they're covering the exterior wall with 2-inch styrofoam, and then putting a skim coat of concrete over it. None of this is structural, and what this has done to the cracks that were inside our spaces has made them, like 3 times the size. That's what it is in my case. Around the buildings now, you can almost pull the concrete off from the wall in chunks off with your hands around the windows. So this injecting styrofoam and the drilling that we've had for the last year has made everything inside worse. I've understood the Department of Buildings is going to sign off on this, right? This is how it's all leaning. This is probably where the $400,000 has gone. Well, they have never come inside, and it's worse than it was before. So this has to be on record that this is getting ignored. And when this building comes tumbling down, at least someone will see this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Riggle, please join us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to briefly say that I've been in the building about 20 years, and the lack of compliance on the part of the landlord and the landlord's associates has created problems over the years that have been very difficult to deal with. And what Louise Belcourt has just brought up is very important. The fact that styrofoam particulate has been coming in through our spaces, you can't keep up with it. It's every day you're picking up more. Some of this stuff is so small, this is actually a respiratory issue. It's beyond just having a filthy floor. You don't want to be breathing this. The windows, which were replaced, say, about 10 years ago, there have been issues with lead, and I think those are probably related to the substandard quality of the windows that were installed at that time. So all of the construction has been shaking up a lot of problems for us. The styrofoam has also been coating the neighborhood and going into, it's been draining right through the sewer system into the East River. That's styrofoam. That's not going away. This is dangerous. The issues people have brought up with the fire department, very problematic, because all they can do is throw water at it. That means that eventually, however this building is rated, that roof, the walls won't be able to stand up to the load that they're going to have to put on a very long, a slow burn, a fire that cannot be put out quickly and that can possibly reignite. That said, I don't know why this has gone on to this point.
Probably 100 to 400,000.
And I will tie it up, but monetizing tenants, yeah, monetizing this building and monetizing climate change for profit as opposed to long-term work with the city, with infrastructure. No one wants to take the long road. And I'm sorry about that because that's the safer road. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Swan? Mr. Swan?
Hi, I'm Lawrence Swan, and I don't think we really need to explain why we don't want this thing over our heads. I don't think anyone would want this on their roof. And I don't think you would want it on your roof. And I don't think the people who own microgrid would want it on their homes. The landlord wouldn't want it on his. But, the tenants here have very little say. We don't like it. We don't want it. The claim is that with all the construction in Williamsburg, Con Ed needs the power. These kind of stations, if they're necessary, they should be part of the new construction and on the new buildings, but not on a 100-year-old factory. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you to all that have spoken. I don't think there's anyone else. I don't see any other hands. I lowered the hands of the people who already spoke.
I haven't spoken.
Ms. Kane, didn't you speak already, Ms. Kane?
No, this is Jennifer Kuipers.
Oh, you're under Ms. Kane's thing? Okay.
Oh, I don't know why.
You show up as Ms. Kane. That's why I'm saying, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, can you spell your last
name?
Yeah, I'm Kuipers. I'm calling from my phone, so it should say Jennifer Kuipers.
I
Or
don't
Jennifer
see
K.
it, but I apologize. Go ahead.
That's okay.
You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate when the fire commissioner spoke at that one public meeting, for the record, he did say to my questions directly that you can't put out these battery fires once there's thermal runaway. All you can do is douse the other batteries to try to keep them cool enough and from exploding. And our building is not structurally, it cannot drain that amount of water. There's 2 4-inch drainage holes, and there's 2 maybe 12-inch scuppers in the plans that can't do it. And when I questioned the fire commissioner, he just said, I'm not an engineer, but you become a fire commissioner for a reason, I would think. And just from your life experience fighting fire, you would know, practically speaking, it doesn't take an engineer to understand that the building roof would just simply collapse. So no one's, I don't know, that's my deepest concern is like not even the fire, it's just the collapse of the building, which that's total. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That seems
Anyone
to be
else
it.
who has not spoken yet?
Who's in the panelist? It's Mr. Bell, you speaking?
No, it's accidental. I'm
Okay.
sorry, my hand, yeah.
Let's put your hand down, then. Thank you. Okay, Mr. LaBelle.
Chair, may I have the opportunity just to respond very briefly to the bulk of comments that were made?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard all the comments as we've had other times before. As the board is aware, special permits are narrowly tailored in order to provide specific relief to applicants, and it is described as a duty of the administrative board in the event that the findings are made for the board to grant the special permit. And we understand the nature of the comments have been made, but another point that was made by the chair at executive session is also important, is that there are appropriate agencies to handle such comments. The special permit here is narrowly tailored. The actual depth of the relief sought is actually somewhat minimal in terms of requesting the opportunity to cite a use group 6 in a residential district. Again, the special permit findings point to that the system will serve the residential area within which it is proposed, that there are serious difficulties in locating it in a district where it is permitted as of right, and from which it could serve the residential area, which make it necessary to locate it within a residential district. We would note in closing that none of the speakers have addressed this specific point, and that is because we have spent the last 2 years providing voluminous evidence that this point is made. We appreciate concerns which will be handled by sister agencies, but we do thank the board for recognizing that the actual nature of the special permit is limited to what is in the findings, and that the findings here have clearly been made. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for your time.
Okay.
Ms.
Just one
Nobel.
second, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
1 second, Madam Chair. So Ms. Silver, you had already spoken. If you wish to add any additional statement, you can submit that to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was going to read out that section. It's 73-14, subcategory A is what Mr. Lobel referred to, and which is what I was going to refer to with regards to one of the questions that was raised by the first speaker, whether it will serve the neighborhood or not, and finding an alternate site that could be located in an as-of-right zoning district was a critical aspect, and so the applicant went through that. So we went through these findings. I want to give Mr. Kozak an opportunity to round up what you have heard and anything that you want to have any clarification on.
Thank you, Chair. A number of my clients have spoken here today, I think reiterated points that have been made previously. The concerns about fire safety, I think, are legitimate. The BSA, if this is approved, would be permitting this to go forward, and therefore blessing and that this project proceed. The concern around fire safety here, I think, is a legitimate one that hasn't been sufficiently explored to this point or answered. And frankly, I think that the concern is not one that's just of potential or minimal risk of harm to the occupants of this building. If there is a fire in this building, it poses a very real and significant chance of causing an enormous loss of life. There's no other way to look at that. This is the roof of the building. The fire department has not been able to explain, to my understanding, how they would be able to put a fire like this out. The dunnage that is going to be supporting this system, I am told, would face a very substantial chance of failing in the event of a fire as a result of the temperatures from a fire, which would cause it all to come down on the roof of this building and exacerbate both the fire risk to the building, but also the structural concern, because at that point it would no longer be supported by the dunnage or the other structural components of the building. Again, as I said, we're going to put all of our concerns into writing, make a full record, of our objections here. But as the tenants have expressed, they have very real and legitimate concerns about this. And if the question is whether or not this is going to serve the neighboring community, I think the answer has been provided, because I have not heard any support for this project from anybody in the neighboring community. And the community board having voted against this, I think the BSA ought to defer to the objections of the people that are actually going to be affected by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kozak.
Chair, may I have an opportunity, as is my right, to respond to the opposition again?
Yes, you may. And this will be the last round of that. That's it.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kozak discusses that fire safety has not been explained. This is understandable, as he has not been with this application for the last 2 years, as have been the applicants for this application. He also makes unsubstantiated claims with regards to the dunnage and the ability to withhold loads at the site, This is not based upon any scientific testimony he has submitted into the record, but basically is based upon his conjecture. And most importantly, with regards to serving the surrounding community, Mr. Kozak's point is incorrect because the actual text of the special permit states, quote, that such use will serve the residential area within which it is proposed to be located. This does not provide a blanket statement as to who is able to say it is located here or not, but the board must find that it in actuality and in fact will serve the residential area in which it is located. The board notes from the statement of facts and findings that this energy system will serve the Water Street network, an approximately 3.5 square mile area of North Brooklyn. This has been provided numerous times on the records. Mr. Kozak is in fact and law wrong with regards to whom should be listened to with regards to the usage of this system in the surrounding area. And with that, we rest our application. Thank you, Chair.
I want to thank the community board and the residents and neighbors for being very observant about the hearing and attending all our hearings and sending letters, expressing their concerns and voicing their concerns. I don't think any of the comments that has been stated has been taken lightly, and none of the board members have indicated that that these concerns should go unnoticed. However, what we have the capacity to do based on these findings is very, very limited. However, what we can do is that should this be granted, there will be lots of conditions that are going to be put in place that will direct each of these affected responsible agencies who have the appropriate respective jurisdiction to regulate code, to regulate fire safety, security of the building and the operation of this system, to monitor and ensure that everything is built and managed and maintained per approval and conditions that's been laid in place. And I also want to let Mr. I'm sorry. I also want to let Mr. Kozak know that we received a letter of approval from fire department with lots of conditions put in there. So it's not something the fire department is taking lightly. What you may have heard there, they may not be reviewing this case, and I don't want to speak on behalf of fire department and misrepresent anything, but there's very clear set of guidelines and specific conditions that's been laid out by the fire department in reviewing this specific case. It's not a random general statement or anything. It is based on this specific case. Fire department has laid out very specific conditions. So look through all those documents before you make your submissions, and I want to thank you all for your participation and pointing out very critical factors, which is something that we are going to bring to the attention all the other agencies who need to have a complete oversight and ensure that building is safe and the operation does not impinge on the safety and security of the building and the tenants. Okay, thank you all. As I had stated at the last hearing, the applicant had made its finding and we have signed up from all the relevant agencies. So I want to close the hearing, but I will keep the record open for Mr. Kozak to provide a response. You will have 3 weeks to provide a response. And Mr. LaBelle, you can, if you want to, you have additional 2 weeks following that to respond to opposition counsel's response.
Chair, may I just make, typically we would reserve 2 weeks given the duration of the hearing and the fact that opposition counsel usually shows up earlier. Because I don't know what Mr. Kozak will be submitting, including who knows whether or not expert testimony will be provided, I would ask that we would have a minimum of 3 weeks to respond as well.
Okay, 3 weeks to respond by Mr. LaBelle's team. Okay, is that acceptable to both of you?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I make a motion to close.
Yeah, just 1 second, Council raises question. So, just Madam Chair, I'm sorry. The person Olivia Silva, is that Miss Silva or is that someone else under your name? Because I don't want to bar anybody from speaking, because I noted that there was a couple of people using other people's login.
I think it was just me. I did lower my hand afterwards. Sorry
Okay,
for the
all right.
confusion.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Okay,
And,
thank you.
and I will again, if any news document, if there's anything new, additional statement that you have made that we have not reviewed, or please do submit those in writing. Thank you.
Okay, so you want to make your motion again? I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, motion to close, keep the record open for the opposition counsel to respond within 3 weeks and followed by a 3-week response time for the applicant's counsel to respond.
Okay. Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Item is item number 21, 2021-9BZ, 145, 163 Wolcott Street, Brooklyn. This is Mr. Moskowitz and Mr. Bean.
Hello,
Hello, Mr. Bean. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How do you share your audio or your video with this system? Oh, here we go.
Join
Panelists.
as panelists, yeah. You have, can mute Mr. Bean and video, please?
Okay.
There you are. Thank you. Good to see you, sir.
Nice to see you as well, Ms. Matias. Good
raise your-
afternoon. Oh,
Wait, you gotta raise your right hand. Swear in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name and proceed.
John Ignatius Bean from Strzok for the applicant. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. I and my team, which consists of Langen engineers, we listened to this morning's discussion, and I think we will try to be brief, as we were asked to be, as the other applicants were. But I want to make a couple of things clear for the record that I think we maybe didn't make clear before, or perhaps our written submissions didn't make them clear. The first is that we were directed by the board to go to DEC and get an approved remedial action work plan. We didn't choose to do that, and we've been pursuing that as diligently as anyone could. My engineers will speak to that. But the second part of this is, and I think this was pretty fundamental to the first hearing, which is the scope of the work that we are getting clarified at DEC. That scope would be the same whether it's a residential use, a commercial use, an industrial use. Our case is predicated on the notion that no matter what happens at this site, we're going to do the same cleanup. And if we do that cleanup, it will be so expensive that we will need some sort of relief in order to make a reasonable return. And so I think I should now kick it over to Langen, Michael Burke, and Stuart New to discuss all the different steps that we've been taking at DEC, our progress, what the delay has been caused by, so that you can hear where we've been going with this. I didn't expect today that we would be speaking. I know there are other findings with respect to the variance, but we have this threshold issue that we've been asked to establish, and we think we're almost there. And then we urge the board to give us a chance to finish the rest of our argument. I'm sure the board reviewed the materials before the October 2021 hearing on everything else, but all we talked about was the scope of the cleanup. And there were some comments on the fee finding. We know there are concerns about residential, but I don't think we're there yet because we don't even have a premium construction cost. So if Michael and Stuart can speak to what Langen's been doing, hopefully that will respond to some of the earlier concerns about delay or taking this matter off the calendar or being premature, things of that nature.
I want to ask you a question. You started by saying the scope of the cleanup will be same whether it's as of right and proposed, and because that is what you will do. My question is not what you will do, it's what is required.
Right, and so before we went to DEC for this approved remedial action work plan, it was based on what Langen was recommending. But at the prior hearing, we were directed to get an approved work plan. So it wasn't just what we thought ought to happen as experts, but what was required by the agency based on the nature of the contamination.
I think that is partly because what was required is what we were questioning is that would be required for as of right use or not. And a good part of the cleanup associated with it was stemming from the different grades of cleanup, and the cleanup that level that was being asked for was stemming from a proposed use, that's a residential use, that was driving the cleanup cost. And so since that so much emphasis was put on that, I believe it was one of our commissioners who said, well, if you do believe that the as of right cleanup cost will be this high, prove it. That's really how that conversation came about. It's been nearly 2 years, and I don't think it's been proven. We have seen a lot of cases before us where the applicants have clearly stated that the level of cleanup for an as of right manufacturing use has a much lower threshold than level of cleanup for a use with residential. And this is kind of the same thing. And we believe the hardship that is being stated is stemming from the level of cleanup that is being proposed to allow for residential use. And it's very clearly stated in it's very clear in the documents. I'm not sure where we are missing it.
Well, so then we haven't had a revised report, certainly since we've been discussing with DEC. So I wonder if I could, because I'm not an expert, but I know that what we attempted to assert was that it would be the same. So if Michael Burke can be given an opportunity to speak to this issue, I suspect that he will at least give you some testimony that's responsive, and then we would anticipate putting all that in the submission, a written submission for the next hearing. But if Michael could speak, that'd be great.
I think he needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just waiting for you to stop speaking. Sorry. Mr. Burke, could you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Burke.
Okay.
So there was a lot that was just said, so I'll just clarify a couple points. We did submit a remedial action work plan to the DEC. That remedial action plan is for an as of right scenario. That work plan was submitted in August of 2022. There's been some delays in processing this work plan from DEC, mainly because there's some shortages in resources there. There's been a lot of attention directed to the Gowanus Canal cleanup, and it's resulted in a delay in getting our documents approved. We did hear from our case manager at DEC. He anticipates that we'll receive comments on our work plan no later than April 28th. At that point, we'll be able to quantify the actual value of the hardship. But I want to make one point clear. The difference in a track for commercial, industrial, or even residential cleanup is essentially zero. This is the bare minimum. There's source material, whether it's an industrial, manufacturing, or commercial, or residential, the source material needs to be removed. The crux of the cleanup is largely dependent on engineering controls. and institutional deed restrictions. This is an acknowledgement that the contamination is not, it's not practical to remove it. And we're going to go to the next best scenario, which is to contain it in place. By doing that, we will prevent exposures to occupants of the building with while managing the contamination in place. So source material will be removed, meaning free product. But the exposure to the occupants of the building will be controlled through cover systems, through vapor mitigation systems, and it'll be contained in place. So we're not proposing an over-the-top cleanup. We're proposing a bare minimum, and on the track for restricted cleanup, it's largely similar, if not identical, to a residential cleanup. This is, again, the cleanup isn't relying on removal, it's relying on containment and eliminating exposures to the occupants.
Okay, well, even if that's the argument, I don't think that, let's say if it is similar, I don't see why you have to go, why the waiver has to be for a use waiver. Why cannot be an increase in density to allow for as of right uses to make the difference?
Well, Chair, I hope that we'll be able to give it, once we have this solidified DEC endorsement, I hope we'll be given an opportunity to go through all those findings. We'll have, you know, the financial consultant discuss why they think a reasonable return can't be achieved without a use waiver. We'll talk about how we think the project, you know, to the extent that it is revised from the comments that we did here, meets the C finding and the D finding and the E finding. I'm not prepared today to even necessarily speak to that, except to say that what we've gotten from Langen and from DEC so far shows us that we absolutely have a premium cost to overcome. And so if we have that, and you agree with that, then, you know, obviously it's within this board's discretion to determine which of the findings are met and which aren't, but we should at least be given an opportunity to talk about the B finding, to make presentations about the C finding and the D finding and the E finding. We haven't really talked about any of those yet because we've been talking about the A finding, which makes sense. It's obviously a threshold issue in any variance case. But I think we're just now getting to the A argument, and I'd like to be given an opportunity to make the other arguments.
I remain very skeptical. And as it's been pointed out, I mean, this is a humongous site for an as of right use to be not viable and for it to be converted to a use that is not at all conceived even as a policy, since it's in an IBZ zone. So I just want to make it very clear that you have a huge hurdle to jump over to convince me that a residential use is going to be appropriate on this site.
I don't take it on as an easy case.
And I, for one, I'm not at all comfortable taking this site out of IBZ. I'll be very clear. We only have very limited manufacturing land and such large manufacturing land. So taking a very viable manufacturing site out of possible manufacturing use, which this area seems to be doing well on, I am very hesitant or see any justification for a change of use that is needed to make this project financially viable because of a hardship, which again I'm very doubtful about. That is there as evidently shown, being discussed.
And I know this case has not been before the board for about 18 months, so I just would remind the chair and the commissioners that we do propose a lot of manufacturing in addition to some commercial and some residential. It's a mixed use development.
No, I think the prior approval that you had, I seem to remember a very small percentage was, and I seem to remember, and I have to go through my notes, but if I recall, my comment was specifically, if there's a difference of, if there's a, let's say, a 20% difference of hardship in making it financially viable, why are you proposing so much more residential use? Why can't, why is the as of right use so little? The as of right use has less cost associated with construction, and therefore, you can build more of the as of right and ask for more as of right use if the zoning district doesn't allow it. But it seems it was the reverse. It was maybe for, I don't exactly remember that. I don't have the notes in front of me. Maybe it was less than 40% as of right, and most of it was residential, not the other way around. So
that sounds
again,
right.
Huh?
I think that sounds right, that breakdown.
Yeah. So that's basically right off the bat is telling me that this action is going towards all the cleanup, everything associated with it is going towards sustaining a residential building, and the as of right is more of well, we have to provide it just because so that we can get the buy-in for the commercial residential, and this is not a residential site. This is an IBZ site meant for as of right manufacturing use. If you want to have a viable manufacturing use with appropriate density, come before us. I really am telling you that because I remain very skeptical about it. So you want additional time to go for it. I'm going to ask other commissioners what they think of it. I've taken too much time. Commissioners, I want to run it by each one of you. So if you can each tell me what you want the next steps to be. Vice Chair Shibata.
I share your concerns, Chair. This case has been around for quite some time. I'd be okay with closing it, giving them a date that they could submit what they'd like to submit, and we can make a decision on as if we believe that is worthy of reopening upon their submission. But I don't think that the record needs to be open much longer.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I agree with the vice chair on this. I feel that I've made my misgivings known from the very first hearing, and I frankly think we should close the case. And if anything submitted makes it worthy of a reopen, then we could always vote to reopen. But as I see it now, I don't find this case convincing.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Let's go with Commissioner Shetta.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Shetta. My apologies.
That's okay.
Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, I totally agree with you and Vice Chair and Commissioner Brown. I do believe that closing this case for now and waiting for a submission would be the best way to go. I want to add something that we shouldn't ignore that based on the location of this site, that the standards for a site like this is not to be crystal clear or clean, meaning that it should be some sort of an average for a site located in an area like that with a history of use like this to have some contamination. So the baseline shouldn't be whatever contamination we got versus nothing. It should be whatever contamination we got versus the average. And I do believe, and I'm not complimenting the consultant, but I do believe that Langen is one of the best to go over the area and come up with an average for a contaminated site comparable to the subject one, and then compare the contaminations like on the subject site, and then give us like a reasonable difference between what is a standard and what is actually existing. And then if they do believe that they have a case, submit that to us. And if we believe that it's worthy to reopen it, we'll reopen it. If we don't believe that it's gonna fly, then we'll vote against it.
May I respond to that, Chair?
Let me just go through all the commissioners and yes, after that, after Commissioner Yoon, please, yes. Commissioner Yoon?
Contrary to what everyone has said, this is the second hearing. The first hearing, it appears that the applicant was instructed to pursue an application with DEC, which they are in progress of, and they've shown evidence of that. I understand the skepticism and expressed that and agreed to that myself during executive session, but it sounds like the applicant's asking for one more hearing in which they should be able to wrap up the DEC application, which was requested by the board. And that opportunity seems only fair. That's my stance.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Bean.
Just in terms of what Commissioner Sheta mentioned, our report indicates that this is unique contamination. Michael and his team did many dozens of pages on how this is not a typical Red Hook site. And so I would just urge the board to maybe take another look at that. Part of what we have to show is this is a unique hardship, not just that it's a hardship, not just that we would like it because it's our preference or we can make more money. So that work has been done, and we will certainly amplify it if it wasn't clear in the next submission. But I really, as I appreciate Commissioner Yoon's comments, we've been pursuing something that we thought was the next step. It feels a little bit, I mean, life isn't fair, as I tell my children, but it feels a little bit surprising that we've been asked to come to this hearing to be told that you're closing the hearing and that it's been too long. It's been long. And Michael can speak to this, he can put it all in writing, what all the different steps at DEC have been. We've been working at DEC because we thought we were doing that in order to respond to your concerns. We found the concerns obviously legitimate and a threshold issue that we had to deal with. So it just, closing the hearing at this stage when we really haven't even had a full hearing on the variance, it would really surprise my client and I think the whole development team.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair's hand is up, Commissioner Sheta, Commissioner Otley Brown's hand is up,
Is
and
that-
the engineer's hand is up.
Okay, first,
Commissioner
whose
Shibeta.
hand was up first? Commissioner.
Vice Chair.
Vice Chair
Okay.
Shibeta? Okay, go
So
ahead.
I'm not speaking in substance here. I just want to state that the board is not recommending any particular provider for any services. Just trying to clear up the record on that.
Okay. I didn't quite understand that. Can you please clarify?
Well, one of the commissioners cited a Langman, and but we're not recommending Langman. They cited it as an option of people that have been used, but we're not. Our responsibility is not to recommend.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for that.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes. I think Commissioner Sheta is probably going to say the same thing.
Yes, I thank you, Vice Chair, for that. And I didn't mean what we got, or maybe I didn't mean to be confusing, but what I meant is, first of all, let me clarify. There is nothing called unique hardship. There is something called uniqueness. And the uniqueness results in hardship. Hardship is hardship. It doesn't need to be unique. You just need a hardship on a case to make it fly. What I said is, for this subject site, the reference site, the site that you're gonna take, usually when we look at a hardship construction-wise, there is something called typical site, which is a reference, and there is the subject site. And the difference between these two gives us the hardship. That helps us quantify how much hardship an applicant has. And on this case, what I'm saying is that the reference site shouldn't be a clean site. It should be a site that has some contamination, like the average contamination for the area. This is point one. Then what I indicated after that, I was trying to indicate that the subject application consultant, Langen, has a good knowledge in this area, and I don't want to see them coming to us claiming that the reference site is a clean site. That's what I meant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, for patiently waiting.
Commissioner Otley Brown had something to say also, sorry, before Mr. Burke.
Oh, okay, it was okay, Commissioner Otley Brown before Mr. Burke. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to say in response to Mr. Bean that this project has been on our calendar since January 25th, 2021. So it's been over 2 years. So it's not like it's just been one hearing and 3 months later, the board has decided, you don't have a case and we're wasting our time here. It's been 2 years since you have been here, even to give us an update. And if not for the chair's demands this past week, you would not be here today either. And so that makes you scratch your head if you're a commissioner. Why? Why is it taking so long? And I feel if you had a legitimate case, you would have come back to ensure that your rights were retained before this board.
Just to piggyback, there are 2 adjournments. Just to piggyback on what Commissioner Brown said, they've requested 2 adjournments in that time. And I also want to say, I don't believe that this is a prejudice to you, because you are having the opportunity to submit your best case. When we review it, if we agree with it, then we can reopen. So I don't believe you're being prejudiced by this.
Mr. Bean has his hand up.
Okay, first Mr. Berg, then Mr. Bean. I want to go in the order the hands were.
Well, we're on the same team. I wonder if I could just preface Michael's comment.
Okay, sure. Go
He's
ahead.
going to speak to the delay. And we would be happy to have made an appearance every time, except for the project manager said, submit the reasons for the adjournment, which is the DEC delay. So maybe, Michael, can you speak to what's going on at DEC and why we haven't been able to do anything else on this application?
Yeah, so definitely. Then that's one of 2 things. I want to just reiterate the initial report that was presented to the board. Commissioner Shetta, this is in response to your comment. We did look at a radius of sites within the area. We did compare it. It wasn't compared to a clean site. This is not your typical contaminated industrial site. Remember, cosmoline is a contaminant of concern. The first time I've ever remediated a site with this type of contamination, it was a material that was used to seal tanks during World War II. In addition, there was a tar manufacturer, so very deep contamination, petroleum contamination from old petroleum storage, chlorinated solvent contamination, and heavy metal contamination. We did do this comparison initially. If it's something maybe we could share again, if you no longer have that report, but we did do that comparison. This is not compared to a baseline clean site. Secondly, on the comment about DEC, it's kind of a luck of the draw. The project managers, they get shuffled around. There's been a lot of early retirements over the past couple of years. That's been, I guess, expedited by the COVID virus. A lot of early retirements, so they're hiring a lot of people right out of college. So, kids 1 or 2, 3 years experience are managing dozens of sites. I heard up to 75 sites per manager. The manager who was assigned to this site, he's a veteran at DEC, but he's new to the brownfield program. This is the second brownfield cleanup program site that he's managed, and he's asking a lot of questions about the process. He's not very familiar with it. So we have an inexperienced manager who's reviewing our case. We've been kind of coaching him through the process. He committed to an April 28th comment letter on our work plan. So I'm sure you have a lot of sites that are going through the BSA. Some have a more experienced manager, others don't. We don't have an experienced manager, and that's really been slowing us down. Our reports have been submitted in a timely manner. In addition to that, there's been a lot of interim remedial steps that have been implemented since we last spoke. 69 drums of regulated waste was removed from the property since we last met. There were 6 petroleum storage tanks that were decommissioned, and that's been filed with the DEC. Demolition has occurred to facilitate decommissioning of these tanks. So I want to kind of disprove the thought that we're sitting here with our hands on our laps. There has been work done to push this along, but we're at the mercy of the DEC and the Department of Health in their review. And like I said, the report was submitted in August and we haven't received a comment. Here we are in April, or almost April. So we're doing what we can to push this along, but we can only control what we can control. The DEC and the Department of Health's review is totally out of our control, and we just have to be patient and wait for that to occur.
I was able to look at a bit of my notes from previous lineup, and in that, Mr. Burke, you had stated that, and this was the initial hearing that was held in October of 2021, in that you said DEC had asked for additional data for phase 2 work plan, and that was in 2021.
That was completed. There was so we did a supplemental investigation, and a supplemental investigation report was also submitted to the DEC to delineate the extent of some of the contaminants that were identified.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to clarify two things. Number one, at no point I did accuse Mr. Burke that he's sitting doing nothing and waiting on stuff to happen. I didn't say that. And I anticipate that you're working hard to get stuff done and submit to us. So if you misunderstood,
not at all,
I
didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
So this is one thing. The second point, I want to make it crystal clear to you. When I said don't compare it to a clean site, I didn't mean there are two stages that you go through. Number one, you compare your site like qualitatively to other sites in the area, where you say, yeah, that contamination on site X was that, we got more. On site Y, we got these kind of contaminants. On our site, we got much more, and so on. That's how you prove that your site is unique. Then the next step is to move to like evaluate the cost for the remediation. And this is what I was talking about. When evaluating the cost for remediation and submitting this to us, for me, this is how you compare your site to a clean one. But if you submitted, if you evaluated the cost for your subject site and then came up with another average cost for the surrounding area, like let's say for argument's sake, your site cost $100 per square foot to be cleaned up. If you just submit this $100 to us, which has happened previously, for me, this is comparing your site to a clean one. But if you said, since the average site in the area cost $40, mine cost 100, so I'm asking for a premium of 100 minus 40, that's 60. That's what I'm talking about. So maybe I wasn't clear enough to
I understand.
You, but I hope it's clear now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did that, but I'll go back and look. But you're crystal clear. I understand what you're saying.
What was done before is evaluation for the remediation cost and submitting these costs to us. Nothing else. No like deduction for an average contaminated site in the area. It didn't happen that way.
Okay. I think we have enough on the record for the applicant to go through what was stated earlier and what has been stated today. Should you come back with a justification that you have a cleanup to do, I do not think residential use is the answer thereby. If anything, maybe an increased density to allow more as of right manufacturing use. And I'll tell you one thing, there was a school that was before us, and that was located on a fringe of an IBZ zone, where, there was not necessarily that, fringe of an IBZ. And in that, the board had expressed concern, and the site was much smaller than what you have. And that application was withdrawn. So I am not going to set a precedent by allowing erosion of IBZ sites, that to sites of this large magnitude, to be taken away for residential use. If anything, find a viable residential, find a viable as of right use that that will make your cost of cleaning up all viable. I'm going to say that. I am not going to be convinced based on what so far has been stated. And, and I'm not an expert on the cleanup. When it comes through, we shall see. But I definitely don't think what you're proposing is the way to go. If anything, consider another as of right use that will make this financially viable. And, I'm going to make a recommendation to close, and whoever wants to vote for it, and we shall see where it goes. And then I would suggest that you make a submission. And since I expect this to be a robust submission, you will have supporting documents from DEC and other, that can be a record unto itself, but your statement should not be more than 50 pages. That's very generous to sum out what DEC is stating, what your recommendation is, and how it affects your uniqueness, how it affects your financial viability, and what are the alternate uses you're proposing to make it viable, and is it even needed? I'm being very generous by letting you have a 50-page in addition to the DEC document. That's it.
Just to be clear, my statement of facts and findings is 50 pages because I don't think I'll need that many pages.
Okay, 30 pages it is. I just said I'm not gonna. We're not afraid. We're not shy about reading documents, but we don't want any new evidence to be put in. Whatever it is what we are discussing now.
And just to be clear, so this is a revised statement of facts and findings, right? That's what you're asking for?
Revised statement of facts and findings based on the evidence of the DEC. And like I said,
you still want us to go through of course, we'll go through all the findings to the extent that we modify it all in response to what you're saying today, then we have to obviously discuss every finding, right?
Well, I think the most important finding in this case, the uniqueness, and then and prove that you meet the uniqueness. That is the most critical one in this case. And how it, and you can narratively, I think you can, and there's a cost associated with it. You can indicate the cost associated with that cleanup. And maybe there's a table of costs that you can provide, and that has been approved by DEC, I'm assuming, if it's going through the brownfield cleanup. And then, I'm actually even hesitant to ask you to submit new findings, because I don't think you are going to produce anything new, because it's revising it with the uniqueness and clarifying the uniqueness of it.
But
No revised financial.
Just with due respect, if we're revising the financial, if we're revising the uniqueness, then we are revising the financial. And when we revise the project in response to your concerns articulated today about the C finding, I would think we would have to go through each and every one of the findings for the new proposal, whatever it is. I just want to make a proper record for what we're asking for.
So to be clear about what the chair is stating, since the DEC findings will most likely affect the initially submitted documents in this case, the chair is asking for you to submit a revised statement of facts and findings, a revised economic analysis, and any necessary revised environmental assessment statements, and or a revised financial report and revised as of right plans. So those
and proposed plans, I assume. I mean, we're basically resubmitting the application is what I'm hearing. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's what I'm being asked to do, or not something short of that.
Yes, that is
If I may, Chair.
Yeah.
For the upcoming submission, I wouldn't focus that much on the proposed. I would focus on the DEC product, as well as the statement of facts and feedback from the consultant, the expert, to justify the uniqueness. And if we believe that the uniqueness is there, then we can continue with the case. If we don't believe that the uniqueness is there, then it's done.
I'm sorry, but I'm being told two different things here. Commissioner Shedd is telling me to submit a memo on uniqueness, and the chair is telling me to submit, and the deputy councilor is telling me something different. So what am I supposed to do?
Mr. Bean, I'm hearing two cases thing and I'm thinking about it. Honestly speaking, I'm thinking about it because I didn't think we will come this far on the discussion today. I agree. I think instead of wasting everybody's time in going through the revised financials, just focus on the A part of the based on DEC. And if you can justify the uniqueness is met, maybe we open it up and then you submit B, C, and D, and E.
Just a clarification though, the hearing, the record is closed now, so you won't be looking at.
Not closed now.
I'm sorry,
didn't close
the
it yet.
hearing is closed. So when will I be asked to submit? Because we don't have a hearing date.
Well, how much time do you need to get a clearance from DEC and then for you to make this assessment? I was told April, so and you need another follow-up on that. And so you're looking into May, June, or July.
Michael, you said comments on April 28th. If those comments may be enough for us to actually make some assessment of what they're recommending.
Yeah, I mean,
You
we
won't
won't
have
be
an approval in
we
April.
won't have a final work plan. We'll have their comments and we'll have a sense of, you know, what's going to be approved and what's going to be required. The final, I think that's enough to continue this hearing. If you're waiting for a final approved work plan, you're probably talking like 3 months after April 28th. So that puts us May, June, July.
So the current work plan is what you will be submitting to DEC?
It's what was submitted. Yeah.
It has
And
been submitted. It is just the comments that you'll be getting from them.
we'll be getting comments. They committed to April 28th. Yes.
Okay. Why did you need to wait till getting the comments from them? Why couldn't you have revised your findings based on what was submitted? The work plan. You got it from DEC as to what can or cannot be or needs to be provided in the work plan.
We presented a reasonable remedy, which again, it's a track 4 remedy, so completely reliant on source removal, engineering controls, and deed restrictions. We're waiting for them to approve what we think is reasonable. So they need to provide comments. The investigation report was not completed or wasn't reviewed when we submitted. So the typical process, we sit and talk to them about different alternatives. But because we were kind of pushing this through, we submitted the RAP, the remedial action work plan, before the investigation was complete. So we didn't meet with them to discuss a viable alternative. We presented it. We presented a remedial alternatives analysis, and we selected a preferred remedy. And we're waiting on their comment. So this is what you're asking for. This is what's the.
So you submitted a RAP without an investigation report?
No, we did, but they asked for additional investigation. So
Okay.
the investigation wasn't considered complete at the time we submitted the RAP. The RAP was submitted after we completed the investigation, but the investigation report wasn't approved. So the process with DEC, they can't sign off on a RAP until the investigation is considered complete. So we submitted before. That's not abnormal. You know, there are times where you could submit an investigation report and a RAP concurrently. The DEC just doesn't get to the work plan until they understand the conditions of the site, and the way they understand the conditions of the site is by reviewing, commenting, and approving the investigation report.
Chairperson, I think that it's my opinion that we let them have the later date, so there can be nothing else that they're waiting on, and see what they provide us.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give you all the opportunity to state your argument correctly, because I really don't want us to have to question your assessment based on some documents that has not been submitted or lack of clarity in it. So I think the more clarification you get, and that can help you build up your argument, do so. I mean, you've already taken so much time. I mean, I think I'm just finding it extremely disturbing that you could have come to us at the last hearing and given a very detailed outline of what is going on and what's happening. And after 2 years, we are hearing this, and yet in that the reviews are kind of not there.
We were not, we offered, we understood from the project manager that that wouldn't be necessary, and that you understood that we were working through DEC approval process. We would have come back every time if you wanted to hear an update. We weren't hesitant to do that because we know we're doing this in good faith. It's just for the record.
Okay.
We haven't been dodging the board. We want to be back. We want to try to make the rest of the findings.
Okay.
Jella, your hand is up.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Prenga.
I guess I maybe misunderstood. I wasn't aware that a update to the board would be necessary until now. Thanks.
Okay, because I have to say, I'm looking at the adjournment letter that was put forward, and I'm just reading that. This was June 15, 20, and it says, provide an adjournment to allow the applicant sufficient time to pursue the RAP. Okay.
So in August, they did provide some timeline information when they requested the adjournment at that time, along with some emails that were attached.
Okay.
This was in August 2022.
Yeah, I don't have those. I have a status letter of 8/11 from Langen. Is that the one you're referring to? Yeah.
Yeah.
Draft phase 2, February 20, 2022, September 2022.
I did not know that an actual appearance would be needed prior to today. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is, I don't think it's any fault of you, Ms. Prenga. I think there's just been too many unknowns on this one at all ends. So yeah, it says the remedy for the site contamination will not be finalized until after DEC reviews the RAP and issues comments, which is not anticipated until early 2023. And inform and complete evaluation of the implications for the remedy on future site development will therefore not likely be feasible until March 2023 at the earliest. Okay. And here we are in March and we still do not have a closure on it. And I think that's where my frustration lies. Okay, I think at this point, the best would be for you to just focus on the uniqueness. Just focus on the uniqueness and convince the board that the site has uniqueness based on the unusual contamination level the site has, and that has been blessed and by DEC, and it is unique to this site, given only.
Understood. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't think we went to the public unless I'm mistaken.
Oh, yes, we did not. Sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
God. Yeah, please, let's go to the public.
Yeah, because it's almost 5 o'clock.
It's been a very long day. Yeah.
Commissioner Shadow's hand is still up.
Okay, no, I need to go to the public. We have
Yeah.
spent a lot of time on this. Sorry.
Yeah, so the case that we're currently discussing is 2021 9BZ 145 163 Wolcott Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 680-9241-1430 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this case, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. And only on this case on Wolcott Street.
Okay. So while we're waiting for public to call in, Mr. Bean, how much time do you want to respond to just the uniqueness part of it?
Given that we need to have our approved wrap, I think we should probably have a submission at the end of the summer. They've just burned us too many times. They've blown every deadline they've set so far at DEC. So I want to give enough time for that. I don't want to have to ask for another adjournment because we still don't have what we need.
Okay. And I think I really want, the reason I'm constantly raising this is this is an IBZ zone. This is a very, very large site with 3 frontages. We have never granted variance to a manufacturing site of this magnitude. Doesn't matter how much contamination we have. That is solidly in a manufacturing zone, and more importantly, it's in an IBZ zone, and where uses around it are also predominantly manufacturing. And there are some active manufacturing uses happening in and around the area. It's not like they're dying out. So I, for one, I keep harping that, partly because, what you're asking for it's a process that we have never opened the door for, and it is not a precedent, and I'm willing to consider, I'm comfortable opening at all. So if you want to do an as of right expansion, enlargement of as of right use, please do think about it and discuss it with your client.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no one has raised their hands for, Commissioner Shetta's hand is up, but I think he's already spoken.
Yeah, I think we have spoken pretty
let's
much everything that Commissioner Shetta has directed. And there's enough in the record to go by. We have a lot of cases to go by.
As discussed earlier with you, Madam Chair, we're going to go to Lyra Altman's. It's like 5 o'clock already.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to take just everyone knows, and I don't want to. Thank you, John. Sorry,
So
we're done.
You'll get back. You'll let me know when to have a submission.
Yes.
We'll be in touch with the
Jello will let you know.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Good to see you guys. Bye.
See you, Tony.
Good to see you.
Okay. The next item is, hold on, 2022-52BZ, 2221 East 13th Street, Brooklyn.
We are taking this out of turn because Ms. Altman has a community board meeting to go to, and we're trying to take so that she can go to the community board meeting. That's why we're taking this out of turn.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to say that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, all right, never mind now.
What happened?
We didn't close the hearing. Okay, never mind.
Oh, we can close the hearing now. I mean,
but Mr. Bean is not here, but
you can try to call him back.
Oh God.
Sorry.
All
We
right,
had such a long discussion. I apologize.
It's been a very long day.
You want to leave it open for him to make his submission and then close it from there?
I don't think closing at this point, if we're worried about what it looks like procedurally, I don't think closing at this point is necessary because we've left the record open. We can close at the next hearing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right, Ms. Altman. Hi, thank you. Thank you for being patient. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for helping me. I have that meeting in 6 o'clock, so I truly appreciate your accommodating the community board.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond on city board member questions?
Of course. Good afternoon, Lara Altman from the Law Office of Lara Altman. I did watch your review session this morning and heard your comments. I have to go through them. First of all, there were some questions regarding fixing the streetscape and the fact that there was one missing from the proposed plans. I know you discovered where it was at the end of the plans, but I think I know where the confusion was. Unfortunately, I missed that there was a typographical error on that plan page. Although the label on the side of the plan did say it was proposed streetscape, the bottom of the plan said existing streetscape. It is truly the proposed streetscape. There's one at the end of the existing set, one at the end of the proposed set. They are both accurate drawings, but there was a mislabeling on the proposed in one spot. I will have that fixed.
Okay.
In addition, I know Commissioner Shefta asked if we could remove the hatching on the entry on the section. We'll be glad to do that, of course, not a problem. We'll also gladly add dimensions on the first and second floor balcony and porch. All of those are easily done. With respect to the question as to why this didn't come in as predominantly built up, under the R4 regulations, the as of right front yard is 10 feet. If we chose to use the optional regulations under the predominantly built up, we would have an 18-foot front yard. That is why we came in without using predominantly built up.
Okay. 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 All right. Get it. I get that. Okay.
And we can't, as you know, we can't request a front yard waiver from your board.
Right.
So.
Okay. All right. I think we all felt that the ask was modest. I just want to go over one thing. I just want to. So, where is the rear yard study on this one? I think this block had very uniform rear yard, didn't it?
This was the one that you did not have a problem with the rear yard. It was the other case that you mentioned, a rear yard question.
Yeah, let me just quickly look at this.
Please.
No, actually, this one also has pretty uniform rear yard. The rear yards here are more than 30 foot wide. Most of the rear yards are more than 30 foot wide. There are only few that are 20 feet. So I think on this one, similar to the next one, I would ask that you set the building back in the rear on the second floor.
Okay, that wasn't said earlier. I'll be happy to look at
No,
that.
yeah, that's because, I thought it qualified as predominantly built up and I thought I had in my note the rear yard depth is typically 30 foot and more. And because it was majority of the development, it qualifies more as predominantly built up. That's why I was kind of hesitant. But in this case, since you're qualifying it not as predominantly built up, then I ask that you set the building back a little bit.
I can certainly run that by my client and review the plans and the study with them.
Okay. Okay. I would guess then we won't close the project because you want to go back and discuss it, or do you want us to close it and revise the plans?
I can tell you that I will speak to him about it. Of course, it is not my place
Right.
to say
So I'm
that
going to
he will
keep
agree.
it open. I'm going to keep it open, and you can go back to your client and get back to us.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Let's go to the public. Any
Sure.
any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Let's go to the
You're
public.
shaking your heads no. This is, okay, so the case they're currently discussing is 2022-52 BZ, 2221 East 13th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone, and if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. And that's the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are in, you'll be given 3 minutes in which to discuss this matter.
Ms. Altman, I would suggest another alternative. Since you do not have an attic, maybe you consider sloping the building roof line back on the second floor, away from the height of 5 feet or so that can also reduce the height of appeared height of the building.
Okay, let me look at that with you. I have the plan in front of me. So you're suggesting that instead of moving the second floor back,
right,
the perimeter wall height of 20 feet 5 inches, slope it back for a hip.
Right.
I think that sounds very reasonable, and I would certainly recommend to my client that that's something that they should do. Especially because they won't have any loss of space.
Yeah, right.
That I appreciate that suggestion.
Yeah, and I'm saying that because you do not have an attic in this case.
No, I understand exactly why, and I do appreciate that you acknowledge that the client is really limiting what they can do.
Okay.
Okay, no one raised their hands. No one's called in.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So submission time, Ms. Altman?
Knowing that the architect is going to have to make these changes, I'd like to ask for 3 weeks to make sure I can review the plans and make sure they're accurate.
3 weeks to submit.
Please.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Next case.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 27, 2022-63BZ, 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. Raise your
Hello
right
again.
hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to city board member questions?
Of course. Hello again, still Lara Altman from the Law Office of Lara Altman. Once again, we watched your review session this morning. I'll go through the comments with respect to the predominantly built up area. It's the same response as previously. The predominantly built up area has an 18-foot front yard requirement. The as of right, without predominantly built up, has a requirement of 10 feet. So that's why we are not going under predominantly built up regulations. As far as the second floor being set back 5 feet in the rear yard, I will once again have to go over that with my client. The zoning analysis, I understand there was a comment that it was not consistent. I will be reviewing the zoning analysis forms and making sure that everything is consistent once again. I apologize if something slipped by. With regard to the front yard, I heard that Commissioner Yoon noted that we did put it in our statement. It's not that we throw everything, just so you know, at the DOB and say, please give us an objection for everything. We know we can't even request a front yard waiver. Sometimes when we ask for objections, the DOB doesn't always give us exactly what we think we need. They sometimes will add additional waivers, which is what happened here. When they issued it, we knew we couldn't get a front yard waiver. It's not an option under the special permit. So instead of going back to DOB and having them reissue it, which can take many weeks, we decided to file with it and just let your board know that we're not asking for that. Please ignore that. And that's why that was in my statement. But it wasn't that we asked for that or that we threw everything at it. Sometimes DOB doesn't give us exactly the language that we ask for.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Of course. With respect to something else. The objections from the neighbors. I hadn't seen those until today. Interestingly enough, if you look at the proposed plan, if you look at the first page of the proposed plan, please let me know when you have it. I'll be glad to show you what I'm talking about before I go into it. You have it?
Just give me a second.
Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. If you look above our lot in the top right corner, you see easement LIBOR 4242. You see that?
Oh, I don't see it in your, is it in your survey?
No, actually, I believe it is on the survey as well, but it wouldn't be on the top right corner. I can pull up the survey and tell you where it is. I know it's on.
Okay, yes, I see easement LIBOR 4242.
Okay, perfect. Interestingly enough, there is an easement that comes off of Avenue V for the purpose of parking. And just for your board's knowledge, I'd be glad to submit it to your board. I do have a copy of it right here.
Okay.
So I will gladly submit it to your board. I'm holding it along with a letter from a title company that says there is no indication, because I had them double check to make sure, even though I ran my own search, to make sure that it was still in effect. And the letter that I received from the title company was, there is no indication in our title search or in the available county clerk's records that indicates that the easement is not in effect. So not only do we have the easement itself, we had a letter from the title company just to confirm that there was nothing claiming that it was no longer in effect. So I will gladly submit that to your board. So that is why you see the unusual circumstance where they would be driving down the back of the property and pulling the car in where you see the parking spot. It is unusual, I acknowledge that, but such an easement is also unusual.
So is that how it is done? So then how is the parking access? It's through that Avenue B and through this
Yes,
easement?
you come through Avenue V, you drive right down, and the easement is, I believe, 550 feet long.
Okay.
It's a
So
very,
there are other buildings also that use this easement to access?
I
or is
can't
it-
attest to whether they utilize it, but I can tell you the easement exists. And according to the title company, it is still in effect.
Okay.
So, so that was the response to that. I believe I might have covered everything. Oh, and the floor area, you asked us to reduce it. I will discuss that with the client as well. Is there a particular number? The highest on that block that's been approved by BSA is a 1.36 on a similar sized lot. Would
Yeah,
that be okay with your board?
Right. So come on. So it's not what the highest BSA has approved. It's more of what is the predominantly built. And the problem is there are lots, especially the lots fronting East 15th Street. They are narrower in width than the subject lot. And so naturally, if you look at a floor area calculation, probably, by FAR, they appear more. But in terms of floor area, they may be same as what the buildings on East 14th Street are. So I don't want to use those FARs as a way to say, oh, most of the FARs are above 1.5 and therefore 1.3 is justifiable.
I understand your point.
Okay.
I understand. I was just looking at what else was on this block. We will do a full, more round analysis and let you know.
Right. So if you're looking at similarly sized lots, most of the FARs are just about 1. And what you're proposing is quite more than that. It's, what is it? 1.3.
We will run another review of the floor areas on this block and see what we can do.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Altman from the commissioners?
I believe there is a typo in the statement. There is like a redundant sentence. I pointed to it.
Thank you for reminding me of that statement. There's actually not a redundant sentence. I'll tell you what it is. The first sentence with the 63% is with regard to the exterior walls. The next sentence is talking about the floor joists.
Okay.
So thank you. I missed that on my notes.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, sorry. The case we're currently discussing is 2022-63VZ, 2225 East 14th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to speak on this case, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You would be prompted to enter the webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to be able to speak, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss the matter.
All right, how much time do you need, Ms. Altman, to respond to these questions?
If I could have 4 weeks to submit on this, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, all right. All right. We're just waiting for the clock to run out. And then we will go back to the lineup with.
While we're waiting, Ms. Altman, you said the easement is 550 feet long? Is
I
that what?
believe it's 550 feet long.
Because the distance from this site to Avenue V couldn't be more than 100 and change.
Oh,
And
it doesn't end at our site.
Oh, so there are structures and neighboring, because there's like pools and sheds.
Nobody should have anything there. As I said, I'll be glad to submit a copy of the easement to your board so you have it for the record, along with a copy of the letter from the title. It says, running southerly along the easterly side of East 14th Street, 550 feet. I'm
Yeah, if you could
reading
submit
right from the
that,
easement.
More out of curiosity.
No, it's my pleasure to submit that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, please do submit the easement.
Of course, it's a easy thing to submit.
Thank you.
And I'm trying to see it on the aerial, Google aerial.
Yeah, you can see the curb cut come out at Avenue V, and it's like a little alley. But when you're looking at the aerial, you can tell it doesn't continue to the site. There's, it seems like not everyone is in on the.
So the issue is with the owner next to you on, I think it's block on lot 32. So how is this the garage currently being accessed?
Right now, I would have to ask what their existing parking situation is.
Yes.
That I can find that out.
Right.
Parking is not required here, so right? So I don't think we're.
It is required if we were to build the building today. It was not required when this building was built, and I'm not sure if they're currently parking there.
Okay.
But I think the way it is that easement has been choked up. So if you're going to exercise that right, good luck.
That's going to be a different situation. We'll have to work with the neighbors on that.
Yeah, because we are not waiving any parking requirement.
We would not ask you to.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We have a long day and we need to move on to the next cases. So
thank you again.
Thank you.
Item number 22, 2021, 17 BZ, 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens.
This is Divakar Gupta and Nasir Khanzada.
Yeah, Nasir's here.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Khanzada. And let's.
Mr. Khanzada, please come in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We still have several items, so we need to kind of.
Mr. Khanzada, can you video, please?
Okay, all right. All right, Ms. Matias, do you want to swear them in? They're all here.
Yeah. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
Please state your name, proceed.
Diwakar Gupta.
Nasir Khanzada, I'm the applicant.
Okay. We listened to the review session this morning and we can make the changes requested. So on the radius map, we'll add the zoning information, the zoning lines. Regarding the vehicles without license plates. So the owner, we spoke to the owner and the owner has stopped selling cars at the site. But I think the photos that were submitted were taken around the time that was being shut down. If you visit the site now, then the only cars without license plates would be the ones that are undergoing repairs. So there is no longer any vehicle sales at the site.
Okay, so that would be one of the conditions. No sale of vehicles from the site.
Agreed, no problem.
And then,
can I just say the radius map, and this is not just for this application, all the applications that you've submitted that were heard yesterday and today, please take note of that and revise them.
Yes.
Sure. Agree,
Thank
all four sides, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Regarding sidewalk parking, so there are 2 cars that are parked on the sidewalk that are actually in front of the neighboring concrete building, and those cars are not ours. They're for the concrete building. There are some cars that are parked on the sidewalk in our building occasionally. So we're going to put up signs, and the auto repair shop employees will make sure that their customers are not parking on the sidewalk.
Provide an operational plan.
Okay. For the car wash, we will add drainage. So on our map, on our site plan, we'll label the existing drainage, and we'll propose to add a trench drain along Rockaway Boulevard, right near where the car wash station is, and that should be sufficient to make sure that it can handle all rainwater as well as any water from the car wash, and make sure that none of it is reaching the sidewalk.
Do you have any drain on the site right now?
Yes, there's 2 drains on the site. There's at least 2 drains at the site. One of them is on the east side of the dispensers, and one of them is on the west side, closer to the car wash.
Okay, and provide the spec for the car wash machine, because from the photos it wasn't clear what kind of car wash machine. Again, if it better not be one of those large ones with 2 arms sticking around. It needs to be much more contained and not visible to the residents around.
Okay, we'll provide that. And then for the proof of continuous use, there was a gap in the Google Street View photos from 2016 to 2018. So we'll provide additional documentation to show that the site has been operating continuously.
Okay.
And then regarding the bathrooms, so if we wanted to make the bathrooms compliant, ADA compliant, I think we would have to combine the 2 bathrooms and change the partition. The inside layout of the convenience store and the office. We're not proposing the ADA compliant bathroom right now, just because we weren't proposing any changes to the interior layout of the building.
Vice Chair Shibata.
I'm going to ask the other commissioners how they feel about that, if they think it's necessary to make that. But I just wanted to know what the reasoning behind it was, why they would make it compliant.
Well, if there's, you'll have to move that wall further away, and the utility lines along with it. That's the only way, without enlarging the building footprint. If you can just provide a response as to what will it take at your next submission to enlarge it.
Sure.
We do that.
And if it and when does it trigger it by DOB? Is it by DOB or some other regulatory controls that would require it?
It's DOB, but they are not mandating the handicap bathroom on gas stations. And nobody comes handicapped to use the gas station bathroom, but they do come for shopping and buying goods and stuff. So that's why the ramp is provided for the handicap, but bathrooms are not enforced by building department to be handicapped for a gas station. But whenever we put new bathroom, we do make it handicap, but these existing bathrooms stay as it is, because we are not enlarging building anything, nothing is done inside the building.
Okay.
Yeah, there would be no regulatory requirement to improve the bathroom if there be no changes being made to the building.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, go on, Mr. Gupta.
Okay, and then we'll also take down the banners on the fence. We'll install a cover for the circuit breaker that was in photo number 43. And we'll repair the fence, and we'll add a note to the plans on the lumen spread diagram that lighting will be shielded and pointed away from the neighboring properties. And we'll add details on the trash enclosure, and we'll make sure that it can withstand the water from the car wash nearby.
You have a PVC fence along the residential lot line, right?
Along part of it, yes.
Yeah. And the other portion you have mostly Oh, no, you have your, the residents have PVC fence. You have the
Chain link.
chain link fence.
Yeah.
Is there any landscaping? Because I see some trees growing there. Is that within your lot line or is it in the residential lot line?
I think the existing trees are within the residential lot line, and we're proposing to add landscape.
Okay. All right, if you are proposing to add landscaping, you have to provide some detailing on the landscaping in terms of the depth and the kind of landscaping material proposing.
Okay, yeah, we can add that.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2021-17 BZ, 8719 Rockaway Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. Our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You, at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss this case.
Okay, what is the hour of operation for the car wash?
I have to double check. Hold on. Oh, let me see.
7 to 9.
I don't think we have it written down here.
7 to 9.
7 to 9?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that Monday through Friday or Saturday, Sunday, different hours, Mr.
Same hours of the day, because most people come with the practice with other gas station. Most people come after hours or early hours because nobody comes really 9 to 5. Most people come like after 5 to 9 after they get home from work or something like that, have spare time. So that's why we have to, for car wash, especially we stretch the time earlier and late so people can easily come with the neighbor. So that's why we propose 6 to 9. So they have 2 hours in the morning and 3
That's
hours
7
late.
to 9. I just thought you said
7 to 9. 7 to 9, I'm sorry. Yeah. 7 to 9.
Now, since this is going to be, I'm assuming it's going to be maintained by the auto repair shop?
No, the other way around. Most auto repair shops are independent. So gas station guys are the one who, control the
Who will be controlling it?
car wash. Yeah. Every gas station is the gas station guys, not the not the repair shop, because the repair shop only open 9 to 5 and the gas station open longer hours. So they maintain it.
Okay. All right. So you need to put all of this down in your operational plan, who maintains what and how the hours of operations are different from each one of those uses. Just clarify those.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How much time do you need to make all the corrections?
3 weeks. 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
3 weeks. 3 weeks to submit. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next case. Item number 23, 2021-85 BZ, 2310 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn. Oh, she already let her in. Sorry, wasn't quick on the draw.
Hi, we should have Arnold Montag and on this call as well. There he is, as well as David Dalmanian. And there might be a Samantha as well.
Dalmanian?
Dalmanian, yeah.
Dalmanian, and who else?
Is there a Sarah there? Those are the 2 people I definitely, and maybe a Marlon.
Is there David Marmer? Is that one of yours?
No.
No, okay. Samantha and Stuart Beckman and Todd, that's not yours. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, could the team members unmute Mr. Dilmanian, if you're going to speak, so I can swear you in. And put your face on, put your video on. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Let's see.
Face, video.
Okay, hi.
Okay. Raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed, whoever is leading.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have Arnold Montag, who is the architect of this case, and David, he is the owner. I'd like to first state that David and his team took over the site reasonably recently, and that's why some of our records will discuss what we're missing a little bit. They weren't the last applicants in 2001, and they didn't own the site, previous to that. So they're newer applicants, and they're trying now to make this site legal, and that's our goal here. So then I'll go through our comments, but I just wanted to preface that. So the first comment was we can definitely add more explanation in terms of the board conditions from previous approvals and get deeper into that. Next, you asked about before I do that, I would like to share my screen because I think that'll be helpful to show the previously approved plans and our plans so we can all be clear, if that's okay. Okay, where is it? Here we go. Share, not this one. Not this one. I have a lot of these up. Resolution, certification. Okay, next you asked to add 5 parking spaces to the front, I believe, to show them on. We don't not do that on our plans, correct? That was a comment.
Though I
that I just want to say could be an issue because if we're adding specific parking spaces, that's altering the C of O on the building, or I guess we'll be altering it right on the TCO, because right now the present C of O just reads parking. It didn't have a specific number.
But I think she was referring to the previously approved. What we need to show whatever on the previously approved plans.
Yeah, I think it was in your condition or somewhere. I don't think it's in your plan, but it was some conditions or somewhere which stated how many parking spaces you had. So you need to find out what exactly is the last grant approved, and if you're planning to maintain that many, indicate that.
Okay, no problem. We'll figure that out.
If you're proposing to increase it, show it in the plan and show that it can be accommodated. But what my biggest concern is, you have a shed that is covering the front of the building, and I think you have a very basic threshold question of floor area.
So I think we can turn to that question. I'm going to share, if that helps me, our previously approved plans.
Yes.
And then tell me where you specifically would like me to go, and I can rotate them. Sorry.
My question is, are we supposed to raise our hand each time we need to speak?
No, you can speak now.
Okay, so the original approved plans from 1994 show that roof shingled, roof overhang. So there's nothing, we haven't enlarged that.
But can you see what I'm sharing? I'm not doing it.
Yes, it's just
okay.
upside down.
I have to do it again. Sorry.
Double rotate and we see.
Oh my God, no.
Okay.
Was it on the second page or the first?
No, that was it.
Okay.
It's on the second page.
Yeah, that's right.
Pages. I'm very bad at this. Sorry, 180 degrees. Okay, there we go.
The previous page.
Oh, it's on the previous page? Okay.
No, well, that also shows.
No, this is the page.
Okay. Okay. So Arnold, there you go.
So yeah, it says ceramic no, it's hard. Let me zoom in 1 second. Where does it say?
I think it's right here, the 7.3 you were talking about.
Yeah, 7'3". There we go.
7'3" is right there where you're circling.
Yeah, the roof overhang has always been there. It's just those drawings by that previous architect are pretty poor. But if you actually, the real answer, if you even looked on New York City archives from 1940, you'll see that the roof's been there even back then.
Okay, so provide that archival photo that shows that
Sure.
there, and dimension this open area and within this enclosed and the dimension area, the enclosed and the open area indicate the number of parking spaces that you're proposing to maintain. I don't even know how DOB allowed for a container to be located under the shed. I think there's a fire hazard, but
You're saying about the temporary office trailer?
yeah.
Well, the question is whether, okay. So yeah, they approved it, but tell us what you'd like to see.
That's a separate question, right? The office question than this question.
Yeah, yeah.
So, okay, that's the next question is Arnold, it was explaining that you can explain it, but they have approved plans from DOB with that shed. Arnold, are we losing you?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go. Sorry, I was looking at someone else. So if you want to explain the shed.
Well, no, the shed, you're talking about the roof canopy, right? Well, when you say shed, you're speaking
No, she's talking about the office. I know they're two different questions.
Mobile office, right.
Yeah, I'll go back to the plan. She's talking about this area, right?
I mean, typically these mobile trailers are customary to, like, you know, industrial areas and junkyards and all kinds of things like that. I understand what your question, you know, whether, I guess it's if the trailer was combustible or non-combustible. Is this really a question of, you know, are they putting a wood trailer there, or, you know, or is it a metal trailer? So we could confirm that.
Yeah, it's a more of a fire safety issue, because we have seen metal shed in automotive repair sites or gasoline service sites, but they're generally outside the building, and DOB has considered those to be temporary. But in this case, you not only have a temporary shed, and under the temporary shed, you have...
That's where I'm confused. When you say temporary shed, you mean that roof overhang?
Yeah, the roof overhang.
But that's not temporary. I mean, that's been there like even since 1940. So I'm saying I'm going to assume it's been there from the day they built the building.
And it's not really a shed; it's just a roof overhang.
Yeah, I guess it's just that's where people used to pump the gas. Just like if you look at nowadays, a typical mobile station, a bowler market, you would see a canopy over the gas station. So it was probably for the gas attendants back in the day, not to, you know, people working on a car or whatever, not to be out in the elements. But it's 99% sure, and we will check that it is non-combustible metal and asphalt or clay tile shingle or something. It's not a wood temporary roof.
Okay. All right. Show that this has been a pre-1961 structure.
Okay.
And that you have taken the necessary fire prevention elements.
Okay. Did we answer the question about the office, or is that a separate question?
It's a separate question. It's just that, I mean, that to me also is a question of safety and fire safety issue.
Yeah, I would just to jump in, because it's not on, it doesn't seem like it's on the previously approved plan. So if these plans go to DOB, I would think that we should leave it to them as to whether or not this is a safe condition. Instead of saying, you know, or I don't know how to do it, but for us to approve it, shouldn't we pass on the safety question to DOB?
I think if the applicant fails, and we are not convinced, yes, absolutely agree. I think we will put that as a condition regardless.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to address how these items are non-combustible. That's your question. Okay. So I guess I can move on. Back to here. Commissioner Sheta asked a question about the firm map. If you look, there's a little star mark in front of that map, which means it's not produced because there is no flood zone on the map.
Okay.
Commissioner Sheta, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I want a confirmation that the FEMA map doesn't exist. Thank you.
Yeah, it does not exist. Okay, and then also Commissioner Sheta had a question which we can clarify in our materials. this application was dismissed for lack of prosecution in April 24th, 2002.
Okay.
It was a different owner at the time, so just be aware.
So it was not withdrawn, right?
Yeah, it's this says application dismissed for lack of prosecution. I was not around, but that's what it says here.
Okay, so correct the statement then.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, Commissioner Sheeta, this was dismissed by a vote by the board.
Yeah, I understand that. My point is that that statement of facts indicate two opposite things: dismissal and withdrawal.
Okay, no problem. Then let me go back to, sorry, I have to see my notes. Next question. Okay. The sign, we'll check the size of the sign again, and then we'll put compliance with signage regulation notes per your comment. That is an easy fix. Okay, cleaning up debris, we can take care of that and provide photographs. And then the last question, oh no, there are two more questions. Continuous use, since this owner took over, we provided all the continuous use we had, and we are really struggling with this comment, and we would ask if you have any suggestions. Once the fire department helped us out in a previous case when we had a problem, and they helped us get fire department records. But if you have any suggestions, we're struggling because it's so far in the past 1994 to come up with, utility bills or anything like that.
When did the owner take over, the current owner?
Mr. Dalmanian, you want to answer that?
In 2007.
Okay. And we see the biggest gap we saw was from 1994 to 2016.
Okay.
If you took over in 2007, you should at the very least, go back to that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there is records of the Department of State, records of the entities that were operating this place.
So he's talking
Since
about
1995.
These, right?
Yes, Ceramic Auto Body, who I believe filed some prior plans, was an operation from January 95 all the way to June 2001, operated by Pierre Dejean. And at that point, my understanding is that he transferred the operation to Stephen Carter, who has continually been using the space as an auto body shop since then. And he had another entity, Falcon Automotive, that also was from 2001, and then since 2005 he's been under Carter Brothers Auto Body Shop, and we haven't seen any evidence of any other use or any other entity using this building since the beginning of 1995.
You can use the Ready Book of New York City businesses.
Okay. That's a good suggestion.
And you could do a search by address.
Ready Book. Okay, yeah, because these this is not enough, correct? To do something like show something like the Department of State.
I mean, I don't understand entity status inactive, what that means. If you look at that. So that's the only thing. I'm not sure what that actually means. Does that mean that they stopped operating at June 27, 2001? Is that what that means?
Oh, I think that means, oh, sorry. Go
Solve the business.
Well, the business, I guess, ceased being active in 2001. However, we have a subsequent business named Falcon Automotive that started in May 2001, operated by Stephen Carter, who's the
Yeah, so I
correct.
have more of these for
So,
each
yeah.
year, like from 2002 to the next, I have another Department of State Division of Corporations. It's
Okay,
just not a-
I would take that, I suppose, as long as you can plug all your gaps with that. And if you still have a gap remaining, go to the Ready Book and see what you could find there.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. That's very helpful. And I just had too many tabs open, so I couldn't, there was a bunch, so it got confusing. But
Does this
okay.
show the address anywhere?
It's on the further down,
Okay.
further down.
There
Right.
we go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was like, as long as it shows something that ties it to
Name.
the actual property.
Yeah.
I wanted to jump in and just note the 5 parking spaces. The reference to that I can see in the resolutions is that initially up until seems like the 84 hearing, it was a change in use from a garage that stored more than 5 vehicles to the auto repair and collision body shop. And there was no number of parking spaces indicated in the change of use or on these approved plans, which I think the applicant was stating earlier, because there's no specific number of parking spaces
I see.
indicated on anything. So
Thanks for clarifying.
Thanks
Yeah.
for that clarification, but going forward, I would like to note how many parking spaces will be there in the front so that there isn't an overage of vehicles that would result in spilling over onto the sidewalk and blocking the sidewalk and curb cuts.
Okay, understood. So we will figure that out. And then I think the last question is about the spray booth. I think everyone, you can see it's on the previously approved plans. And we also would like to note that, sorry, I had it open. Here you go. As of yesterday's date, here's a certificate issued by the FDNY for the 2310 Atlantic Avenue. And we'll submit this to show that he can operate the spray booth. And then we can also work to get a DEP certificate of operation, which I think your board typically sees, unless there's something else you'd like us to show.
Yeah. Yes, please submit the latest FDNY sign off and also DEP approval.
Well, the FDNY sign off being that certificate or?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, just making sure. Okay, I think we addressed all the comments.
Yeah,
And-
maybe
and
we didn't
oh.
say this before, but there's a lot of cars parked on the sidewalk, and
Yeah.
all throughout Atlantic Avenue, there are always 2 to 3 layers of double or triple parked cars along the road. Obviously, I think we'll have to add the condition that no parking on the sidewalk will be permitted. And so to echo the chair's concern, to show the designated number of parking spots on the site, and to note that sidewalk parking is not permitted.
And I think, thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Yoon. And Vice Chair Shibet also said this, the sidewalk needs deep cleaning. So while you're preparing for the next set of documents, in good faith, please do start cleaning up the site, its appearance, remove graffiti, sidewalk, and I would say even put up signs on the front saying no parking on sidewalk. Vehicles will be towed at owner's expense. And I sincerely hope these are not cars that are not belonging to you. Because if they are, they all should be inside. And I'm going to put this on our to our attention of our compliance officer. This should be monitored.
Okay, understood. And David will discuss further.
Yes, we've notified the
Yeah.
tenant of that, and the operator of that issue.
Okay. And is there an operational plan as to how they will make sure the sidewalk will be kept clear of any vehicles that are parked there?
I think that I'll discuss with David what we've done with other sites in the past, and we can come up with something, but he has notified his tenant that they cannot do that.
Okay. Okay, so provide an operation plan. Do you have like a like those cameras to monitor? Are these kept overnight or something like that?
David, do you have any cameras on property?
We as the owner, no, we have no cameras, and I have to find out from the operator, but we as the owner of the property haven't installed any cameras.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything that we have left up? I'm still, I want to get a clear read on where the exhaust from the spray booth is and how that was reviewed and considered acceptable, and it's not going to be a nuisance to the residential lots that are abutting the rear yard. That I still do not have a clear picture on. I know fire department has approved it, but they approve it based on fire safety, but not on air quality.
Understood. So is the DEP, would a DEP certificate be what you're looking for here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were going to provide that. You said
Yeah. I'm just making sure based on your statement now what you're looking for, so we make sure we provide it in the next submission.
Yeah. So the fire department takes care of the fire safety, DEP with regards to the air quality.
Okay.
Right?
Good.
That's my assumption. Okay. Any questions or comments for the applicants? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2021-85 BZ 2310 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. At the prompt, you enter the webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will enter the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will raise *9 to raise your hand. *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Commissioner. Deputy Chief Daly.
Yes, Chief Daly. Yes, Chief Daly.
I promoted you, Deputy. Sorry.
I'm hoping next month. Thank you, Tony. Madam Chair, I do want to bring to your attention and members of the board, the fire department has issued a violation order to the owners to provide approved plan of the spray booth. And to date, we have not received any copies of those plans. So we're still waiting on approval for the approved plans for the spray booth.
Can you send me a copy of that? Sorry.
Yes.
I just saw our report, and I will submit the copies of the violation orders to everyone's attention.
Yeah, and I think that is curious, because then how is it then fire department issued a certificate based on what criteria?
What Elise showed earlier, it's what we call a certificate of fitness, which a responsible person can take an exam at headquarters, and if they pass that exam for that particular fitness, in this case, use of flammable combustible liquids, we would then issue them a certificate of fitness. But the spray booth itself, we are still waiting for copies of approved plans from the Department of Buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, so you need to provide that.
No problem. And if I get a copy, I can understand further what we need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other, how much time do you need to submit?
I think that we now have to address the FDNY comments and your other comments. Do you guys, Arnold, do you have a suggestion? I'm assuming we need at least a month or more, right?
To actually have a spray booth permit,
Yeah, because we're gonna need
or
to
at
address
least to
the,
just
Well, it's
show
not
that
a
it's been
permit, it's
filed.
just the approved plans, I guess.
Right, well, that'll be, a whole process. I'm saying unless the board would be comfortable with, at least once you hire an engineer to file the spray booth to show that it's in process of being reviewed.
so I guess,
Fire department's approval too,
No,
So-
I need the fire department approval.
because then
So-
if there's a no-go, you may.
I guess.
Yeah,
um,
that's critical. The reason I'm saying it's critical because it was part of the most recent condition. And the board, one of the conditions was around the spray booth. So the fact that the spray booth was relocated was done without the board's amendment, without the amendment of the board approved plan. So we need to make sure that it still is meeting the conditions or issues related to it. I'm sure some of the standards and requirements have changed since then, but at least it needs to meet the current standards and all the requirements. And that's why it's important for us to get the certification from DEP and fire department. This one.
So we probably need a few months, right, Arnold? Or
In a perfect world, right? Because it's going through DOB and DEP, and I'm not. I don't do the spray booth. It's done by an engineer, and whoever you guys hire, it's a slim chance that they could even do that in 90 days and get their sign offs and
But I
inspection.
guess, yeah, I guess maybe this is a guess. Maybe give us 3 months, and if we need more time, we'll explain
Right.
it in an adjournment.
Okay.
Is that good to everyone?
Right, and
I
what
would
you can do in the meantime, you can try to show all the other improvements and other things that you have done,
Yes. Understood.
and that you can keep the application moving along.
Understood. Yep. Sounds good.
I just texted the person, Stanley Walds, who was probably filed the most spray booths with BSA, and they just said he passed away during COVID. So he was your one hope of getting it done quickly and accurately on the first shot. So that's over.
I'm sorry for that. And there are a lot of double parked vehicles. I don't know if these cars are associated with the operation that is happening at this site. And there are vehicles parked on the sidewalk as I'm looking at the Google Street View. And these do seem like associated with the current use because they are kind of parked perpendicular on the sidewalk. So you really need to talk to your tenant and make sure. And then there are these tire parts, which I believe probably belongs to the operator next to it, but it's bleeding into your site. And
Yeah, that's correct. The tire shop adjacent to this
right,
location.
to coordinate with them.
Yeah, there's a few automotive uses, as you pointed out in this.
Right.
area.
Yeah.
Mr. Costanza's hand is up.
Yes, go ahead, Executive Director Costanza.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I just quickly looked up a document on nyc.gov that deals with the spray paint booths and some of the requirements. I just forwarded to Ms. Folder. I won't get into it. I haven't read the whole thing, but maybe there's something of help in there for Ms. Folder and her team.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, look into that. We're not being difficult. We just want to make sure it addresses all the concerns. So, okay. All right. So I would say submit what you can in that 90-day period. And then if you get all the answers, great.
Understood. Any answer we don't have, we'll give an update.
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 24, 2022-32BZ, 474 Oakdale Street, Staten Island.
Hey. This is Mr. Dale.
Mr. Dale, you ready?
Yes, I am. I was just let in, so.
Okay. Oh, I thought I let you in already. Okay.
No, that's.
You affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to any board member questions.
I do so affirm.
Please
Thank
state
you.
your name for the record and proceed and respond to the board's comments.
Thank you. Todd Dale for the applicant. Good evening to everybody. I did listen to the review session, and it primarily the board was focused on one issue, self-created hardship. I'll speak to it now because I believe that there are items already in the record that address that issue. But if that doesn't satisfy the board, then perhaps I can get clarity on what else we can provide to address the concern. First thing I would note is that there is no self-created hardship with respect to the subject lot. Lot 37 has been in the same configuration since 1961, since prior to that. We did submit with the original application copies of both the Linen tax map and the Staten Island Borough Office topographical map. Sometimes it can be difficult to ascertain the dates of the Linen tax map, but there is a merger listed on there dating back to 1969. And then also on the topographical map, there are notations from 1960. So, that predates the 1961 zoning resolution. In addition, deeds in the title search from 1990 and 1960 reference the lot, just the lot, the deed, and they reference the same meets and bounds. So, between the Linen tax map, the topographical, official city map, the deeds in the title search, I think that there's a preponderance of evidence showing that lot 37, the subject lot, has been in this same configuration, since prior to enactment of the current zoning resolution. So with respect to self-created hardship, there was no active act here to create or subdivide or apportion this lot to create it. It's been in this configuration since the city transferred title to a private owner in 1960. There was a discussion over the title search. We did provide a full title search. That title search shows that this lot was owned separate. There was two different owners between this and the adjoining lot 8, which was in question both in 1961, December 15th, 1961, and currently it's under separate ownership. So that would qualify for the exception under zoning resolution 2333 for existing small lots. No objection was issued by DOB with respect to the size, and no relief is sought with respect to the lot size because it qualifies for that objection. So I'm not sure what else we can do to address self-created hardship, but there is already significant materials in the record. But if there's something else we can provide, I'm happy to review, but I'm not sure what more we could provide, to be honest with you.
Commissioner Hartley Brown's hand is up. Maybe she can.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hartley Brown.
Weren't the lots owned in common currently?
No, they are not. One lot is owned by Philip and Brenda Mercogliano, and the other is owned by just Philip Mercogliano. Those are separate entities.
Okay, those are separate. Yeah, those are separate entities, but Philip appears twice as owner. Right. So all I need you to do is to put to bed the possibility of either them being developed in conjunction with each other, or where the presence of the two of them in common ownership would lead to a lessening of your hardship, which could be just 2 sentences.
I'm not sure. I get part of my confusion, but I'm not sure what you need. Do you just need us to confirm that they're in separate ownership?
No, because you're in separate ownership under like the absolute letter, because you have one extra owner who appears on one, but you have Philip on both lots. So the question is, can Philip develop both lots in conjunction with each other? The real simple answer is lot 8 has a home on it. And in all probability, there's nothing you can do to lot 37 by taking from lot 8 because it already has a home on it. And then you can also say that the lot 37 and lot 8 together does not lessen the hardship of lot 37.
I understand what you're asking. And, you know, I understand the reasoning behind that. I have to say, as an attorney, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of exploring compelled transfer of rights when these are two separate legal entities.
I'm gonna join you there, Todd. I'd ask the board to consider how this would be any different than East 88th Street, where a corporation formed a new corporation to purchase the corner lot, and then create a new corporation to purchase the 10-foot lot. When it's all the same, I agreed at that time that this would be inappropriate, but with the deed that the title holders are different, and when they're held in common, it is a different type of. The person doesn't have the same rights to it as there's another person on the deed.
Okay, fair enough. Then just put that in writing as an answer as to why that's not self-created.
We will clarify. We do need to correct our statement because there was a typo that the chair pointed out, which I will submit a revised statement and we'll add in something to that question to clarify that these are currently in separate ownership. So we will do that for sure.
Okay.
Then with respect to, the only other question, Chair, I believe you raised a question with respect to the front yard. The reason the 10 feet is proposed is because it would result in a reasonable floor plate, but the adjacent building does have a 20-foot front yard. However, if you look at the photographs of record, I can either share my screen or if you're able to access it in view number 3 of the photographs that were submitted to the original application, you'll see that the area in front of this lot, which is Oakdale Street, is not developed with a sidewalk or a curb, and it actually extends into Oakdale. So the result is that even with the provision of a 10-foot front yard, which admittedly would be a lessening of a front yard from the adjacent home to the, what is that, to the east? Sorry. These are unusual lots, so it takes a while for me to remember. So to the east, the home would have a front yards, I think that look like they're about 18 to 20 feet. So the reality is that the development of this home and the corresponding development of the sidewalk in front would actually widen the improved Oakdale Avenue. So it would actually improve that situation there. The home to the west is actually, I think, has a front yard closer to Oakdale. So it actually would be comparable to that particular home.
Okay.
Yes, it would be comparable. There's a garage there, so the presence would be there. It is definitely an unusual little situation, especially with the city owning that lot in the middle.
Right. Yeah, which is completely a mapped street.
Right. Exactly.
Mapped and built.
Yes.
Okay.
So I know that the early reviews discussion really primarily focused on that issue, and we really didn't get into the other items. I would just note quickly for the record that we believe this is a one-family home is proposed, which is the lowest intensity use out there. We do believe that this use is in character with the surrounding development. It's reflected in both the statement and the land use, but we can expand on neighborhood character in the revised statement also, if that's desired.
Yes.
We'll do that. So I'll add neighborhood character and expand on that. I'm not sure if there were any other issues that were really discussed this morning.
The only other thing I would say is that since you said with the construction of this site, the subject site, the width of Oakdale will be widened, right? Is that something the applicant is going to undertake?
Yes, I believe, because a builder's pavement plan would be required for this, because a new curb cut would be proposed.
Right.
I'm not sure if a draft BPP has been drafted, but I can reach out to the architect and ask because that might answer some of the questions.
Exactly. That's what I was leading up to, because I did not see any reference to builder's pavement plan in any of the documents. So you should clarify that and indicate in this as to what you're proposing, all the required, A, the curb cut, and B, the required amount of street planting, all of that, and the sidewalk width.
Okay, we can definitely do that. So we can address the separate ownership issue. We can speak to neighborhood character. We'll address the typo for the lot. We'll do all that in a statement, and then we'll review the BPP and expand on that as far as the widening of Oakdale, making sure that it's compliant with requirements. We can do both of those.
Right.
Can you also provide a front yard and a rear yard study? And I think that will help us see what you're talking about with the neighbor and the front yard being closer to the street.
So a front yard study along Oakdale?
Yes.
Sure.
I mean, it might help along Ross as well. I don't know. Ross looks like a funny alley.
Ross is a record street that's not a map street that appears to have been around since the 1800s.
Yeah.
It's a very unusual. We learned a lot in this little area. Ross Lane is very interesting, but yeah, sure, we can do a little study on Oakdale to show, and I think that you'll see then, and we'll do that in comparison, that's showing that long-term that this will widen Oakdale, and that the presentation of this lot will be similar to the lot to the east, which actually fronts on Ross, but has its garage within 10 feet of the curb.
Exactly. I think that sort of contextual information will help us.
Okay, for sure.
Can I I would draw attention to BSA drawing sheet 1 for Commissioner Yoon. When I was looking at where the building can ideally be located and create a more that would be in context, the rear yard, interestingly enough, because of the way the building, the lot is angled, where the building is located, it will not at all affect the rear yard, because if you look at the land use map, the rear yard is very parallel to Oakdale Street, and where the proposed building is being located is located away from the building that is it is actually closer to the Oakdale Street. It's not falling within that the prolongation of the rear yard that is parallel to Oakdale. So I don't think it would have an impact on the rear yard, but if you're leading to the question of should the building be moved a little further away to allow for a little bit more front yard, if that's what you're looking for, then maybe just the front yard study should be adequate.
There's not a rear yard waiver being requested?
No, it is being requested, but what I'm saying is that the rear yard, if you look at the rear yards as being provided, they're all parallel to Oakdale and Berkeley Street.
Yes.
Right? And if you take that prolongation all the way to the Ross Lane, where the proposed building will be sitting, it will be sitting far away from that prolongation. So while yes, the intent of maintaining a 30-foot rear yard is not going to be met here, regardless of where you put the building, but it is not going to be located within those 30-foot prolongation if you were to extend that prolongation of 30-foot parallel to Oakdale all the way to Ross Lane.
Okay, I guess it would just be much easier to see that in a rear yard study that showed the block so that we wouldn't have to.
Okay.
If I can just share my screen just quickly, I don't know if I have that ability. I'll just show, I think, what the chair was talking about. This is just the overhead Google view, just to give an idea. And I think, Chair, what you're talking about is that we'll show that the proposed front yard, which is where my cursor would be, roughly here, would be even with this garage structure. So it would be contextual with this. It would be lesser than these homes here. But with respect to the rear yard, I think, Chair, what you were talking about is that these rear yards here, if you extend it out, wouldn't even be in the area because this is the one angled lot here. So it's a rear yard study almost doesn't serve any purpose because of the angle of this lot, but the front yard study could show that it is contextual with this home fronting on Ross Lane.
I think the main thing I was looking for is less that it would be like its neighbors, because that's clear it's not, but that it has some distance from the building, the house on the other lot. Lot 8, sorry, I forget, is it lot 8? Anyway,
Lot
that shows the
This is
block
lot 8 here, correct?
and how far it would be from that building, because you would show the rear yard depth there and the rear yard depth of the proposed.
I can ask the architects if they can give me an estimate of this dimension here from lot 8 to where the rear yard would be here, if you'd like that. I can.
Yeah, because it seems like the placement of the proposed building does avoid anything within its 30-foot prolongation of where the rear yard would be, but that would be much easier to see on a diagram that your architect prepares rather than me making that assumption. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah,
What I might do as an alternate to the front yard study, I mean, I'll take a look, I could do that, but what I might do is ask them if they can give me a plot plan that extends and shows some of the surrounding lots a little more clearly with this placed in it, because that might be contextual. Maybe I'll ask Mr. Ian Rasmussen to do one of his wonderful maps. That might help.
Yeah, I think you can do that plot plan and show where the proposed building would be sitting and what is the distance between the back of the proposed building to the building located on lot 8. That's the main concern that Commissioner Yoon is expressing.
Understood.
And how it fits in the context in terms of the front yard and the rear yard.
Understood. We can do that. So we'll do the revised statement with the items requested. We'll provide the BPP or draft BPP plan, and we'll provide a study and or diagram that helps put it in context a little more clearly that expands on the site plan.
Okay.
Excellent.
Any other questions or comments for Mr. Dale? Let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is, almost track 2022-32BZ, 474 Oakdale Street, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, please call 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 880-9241-1430, press pound. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. When you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. And if you're in the *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your case.
Mr. Dale, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I would say 3 weeks, but we can be flexible with the board's calendar.
Let's make it 4 weeks just to be give you enough time, 4 weeks to submit.
Noted. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question. I think we still have the outstanding neighborhood characters finding. D, I think you can respond to it in writing, so I cannot close it.
No, so I wouldn't expect so, but I think with the statement, we'll expand on the C and the D as.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, we have become very high tech. We can see the clock.
Anthony's too loud. Woo.
You need to buy an LED timer behind your head.
I know, right? It just flashes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 2022-59BZ, 591 East Fordham Road, the Bronx. This is Stuart Beckerman.
Ah, okay.
Stuart, you're in. Yeah, put him in. Anyone else with you, Mr. Beckerman?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How do I get my image here? Can't figure it out.
You have your video?
I'm looking for my video here.
Okay.
So like to project, okay?
There we go. And unmute. Great to see you. Raise your right hand.
A while.
Yes, 7C. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond on any board member questions?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record and proceed to answer the board's comments.
Sure. I'm Stuart Beckerman from the Law Office of Hershen, Singer and Epstein, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. So you heard the review session?
I did, and I took fast and furious notes, and I have a list of about 12 items. I think I might have missed one, but I think I'll do my best addressing each, most of which I'll address in a written submission.
Okay.
So first, there was a comment on the barbed and razor wire that it will need to be removed. We will respond to that. I suspect that we will agree, but I don't want to do that until I've conferred with the owner. Trash needs to be placed in containers out of view from the street. That sounds totally reasonable. So then there was an issue of the parking areas that they need to be striped. So, okay, we'll talk about that. I'll discuss that with the operator. Need photos of interior lot conditions, can do. Need a chart of compliance with prior board conditions. I am now familiar with that document. We will do that as well. I did address, I guess I had sort of a mini compliance chart in my papers, but it looks like it needs to be on a separate form. So we'll do that. And then need to document that the premises was used for auto repairs from 2007 to 2011. We can do that. There's been a single lessee since 1986. So that should not be a problem. I think it was Commissioner Otley Brown, I think, who visited the site, who's commented that there was a car for sale. Yes, that should definitely be removed. Tires should not be strewn about. We will address that as well. The table and chairs in the side area, that should not be a problem. That was put there for the workers during COVID. Commissioner Otley Brown, you're on mute.
I said, oh, okay, because I was wondering, that was so strange. But here's the question. Is it in any way inhibiting the movement of cars on the site? That's the question.
I don't believe so, because if that were the case, it would have been removed. I think they just haven't gotten around to removing it.
Is it on a permanent platform?
The whole thing is a temporary arrangement. So I see what you're saying. Was the platform? I don't know the answer to that.
If there's anything that's going to remain, I'm just thinking, shouldn't it be on the site plan then?
Right, and I don't believe it is on the site plan. So we'll be specific in terms of what's being removed.
Right, and I think if I want to add to that, if let's say this picnic table is not in the way of your maneuverability and is not affecting your operation, and it is something you want to maintain for your employees only,
right?
Within the enclosure, because you have a gate, it's not out. Hopefully, it's not on the outside of the gate. Then put it on a platform if you want to, and normalize it and put it on the plan. That's what I think what Commissioner Otley Brown is going towards. But if you think it's in the way of, right, if it's in the way of your operation, that's your call, and then remove it.
Right. Right. I understand. So basically, what are their plans? Got it.
Yeah.
Then next, the lumen spread analysis. I know we had a sheet, the architect prepared a sheet, but you want something that is more specific, that demonstrates that the lights are directed away from nearby residences. Is that it?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear.
Especially the residential homes that are located
right, on 191st
in the rear lot line. I think it's lot 278. You have 2 residential homes.
Right.
So are there any lights along that? that is casting any excess light.
Okay. So that should not be a problem. We will do that. And then you had a couple of questions about, I think it was Commissioner Sheta had a couple of questions about the zoning computations. Yeah, I saw what you're referring to. Yes, there are, those clearly need to be corrected. One, in terms of the FAR, I think what happened was, you know, the problem, of course, with this zoning analysis form is it's like a one size fits all. And I think, I'm guessing that what we were, it's been so long since they've been prepared, but I think it probably was limited to the commercial district, which is why the FAR seemed unusually high, given the size of the lot. Remember, Commissioner Sheta, you commented on that. So I think that's what was going on there. We'll provide more clarity in the analysis. And then the other was on the parking. Yeah, I looked at that. That was clearly not correct. I looked at the parking requirements for this use. No parking is actually required for an auto repair use. So there is no required parking, and there's no limit, at least as it relates to this lot, on the amount of permitted on-grade parking. But what I'm hearing is, regardless, we should specify how many parking spaces. There should be striping indicating where the cars are parked.
So typically in such situations, you may put what is the requirement under the current zoning, and then there's an asterisk that's put there, and there is a note at, there's a section where you can add notes, and you can say propose 50 or whatever number of cars on the site.
Right, we will do that. That should not be a problem.
And you say the requirement is for residential and commercial use and not applicable to the subject side, but proposing.
Right. And then finally, and it was Commissioner Yoon commented on the fence on East 191st Street to remove the barbed wire, but not just that, but also that the opacity should be increased because of the residential character. So we can look into that as well. I anticipate that should not be a problem.
And before you go to that, you know, my question is, and I'm looking to see if there are any prior board approved plans. Actually, no, there was, and I didn't see anything.
Right.
There is a reference in the resolution somewhere that landscaping was required. What's not clear from the plan is that which lot line that landscaping was required.
Right.
I'm wondering if that landscaping was required just along the side lot line, or it was side lot line and along that frontage of
right. I saw nothing on
First Street.
Right.
And if it was required and you have the land, you have area for landscaping, I provide buffering. I mean, I don't know, Commissioner Yoon will, in addition to what partial opacity there is, if you also provide more trees there, or alternately provide more residential quality fence that is more opaque than what is currently there.
We will look at that. I think, if I recall, on 191st Street, and you can see that with the photos, there's a lot of greenery on the street itself. So, and I think there's some, I think, along the sort of the shoulder of the road there, but
it's very difficult to see that because it's in shade. So that's one of the reasons I asked for more interior shot photos.
Got it. More interior shot photos.
Right, and there are cars that are blocking the view, so it's absolutely not readable.
Okay. We will look at that. I might have missed one item because you were speaking so quickly, and I appreciate that. So I'll have to listen again to the review session and make sure I haven't missed anything. So just so I understand, moving ahead, I think it would be helpful if I had an opportunity to sort of review our next submission in advance with Mr. Bell. So I'm assuming that that's something that I can do. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything, and that whatever is done will satisfy the board ultimately. I don't want to have to prolong this hearing process unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think you're not that far away, so there are just some missing information that needs to be provided. And I apologize that I spoke so quickly because we have so many cases, and I was trying to get them all in.
As I said, I appreciate that. It was, you were running late, and I understand.
So I would say please go through the review session document, in the record video, and go through it, and do reach out to the project manager. In this case, I think it's Mr. Bell, to see if there is any clarification that you need from him. But do provide the interior photos, because it's not clear from all the photos provided.
Right, we need photos of interior lot conditions.
Yeah.
So we will do that as well. Okay. So I'm thinking a month to the next submission, just to make sure we have everything in order.
Okay. Let's go to the public before. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Beckerman? Commissioners? None. Okay, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2022-59 BZ, 591 East Fordham Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number 888-475-4499. Enter webinar ID number 880-9241-1430. Press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
So you said 1 month to submit. Mr. Beckerman, you said 1 month to submit?
Yes, yeah, 1 month should be fine.
Okay, all right. We, Mr. Bell will get back to you to confirm the date.
Okay. So, very good.
Okay, now I'm almost done.
Oh, and just as I'm looking at the photo number 16, view 16, there's a lot of pooling going on of water on the site. So I don't know if you need to kind of fix the asphalt. I think it may be just irregular asphalt condition. So you may want to fix that up also.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beckerman. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you. Good seeing everyone. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
Bye-bye.
Okay, the final case is 2022-76 BZ, 17533 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Gupta is here. Sorry.
Mr. Kanzada, hi. Do you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to board member questions? Do
Yes.
you have anybody with you?
No, just me now.
Okay, so those must be the neighbors. So just to the neighbors, once we open it up to the public, then we will allow testimony. Okay?
Okay.
State your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Diwakar Gupta. I listened to the comments this morning, and we can make the changes suggested. So regarding the community board, some members of the community board were concerned about the proximity of opening up a fast food restaurant and convenience store so close to a high school. So one of the conditions from the community board was that we contact the high school about what we're proposing. So we did email and send certified mail to the principal of the Francis Lewis High School. And I think in his email, he said that he was planning on either testifying or submitting testimony to the board. And I can submit that email and letter to the BSA.
Yes, please do.
Okay. We'll update the radius map, so we'll have all the zoning district boundaries. For the hours of operation, there are no conditions in the prior grants regarding the hours of operation. For the trash,
Sorry. Go ahead. I was writing something. I didn't get what you said.
okay. In the prior grants, there were no conditions regarding the hours of operation.
Okay.
For the trash enclosure, we'll revise our plans to include a trash enclosure. We'll make it an indoor trash enclosure on the side of the building in the part that'll be the fast food restaurant.
And what about for the convenience? Will there be separate pickups or will there be one pickup?
It'll be one pickup, and they'll both use that same indoor trash room. And the trash will be picked up twice a week and recycling will be once a week.
Okay.
For the signage, we'll revise our plans to compare what the previously approved signage was and the existing and what's proposed. Basically, all the signage that was previously approved has changed in some way. The location of the signage is mostly the same. So there's signage on the canopy and on the sign pole and at the front of the building. But all of the signs have changed at least slightly. Like it used to be a Sunoco and now it's a Quality gasoline station.
Right.
And in terms of the difference between existing and proposed, we'll clarify that on the plans. For the most part, we're keeping most of the existing signage except for on the storefront. That's going to be changing.
Okay, so if you can just clarify that, it was a little difficult to follow the signage analysis and comparing that to the existing and proposed. Because the existing one, the previously approved one just did a total. It didn't break it up by street frontages. It just broke it up by total, illuminated, non-illuminated, but now we are asking for the breakup by each frontages of total illuminated, non-illuminated. So I was having difficulty comparing and I may have missed a few here and there. So if you can just put it all tallied up in a way that shows not that it's still complying and it has to comply with the underlying C2. I think that's the zoning regulation, right? I forget. Yes, C2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we'll break it down by frontage.
Okay.
And then regarding the Alt1 for enlargement, so previously initially we were proposing that we would enlarge the building, but we changed our minds partially because of the open spill. So the DOB objection mentions the enlargement, but we're no longer proposing to enlarge the building. There's going to be no excavation.
Right, so just clarify that in your statement.
And then regarding the spill, so there is an open DEC spill at the site. What the situation is that starting in 2008, there was an air sparge soil vapor extraction system used to remove contaminants from the site. So that was in operation until 2015. And at that point, they shut it down with permission from the DEC because the environmental consultants said that basically the system was reaching a point of diminishing returns and it seemed like running the system was no longer having an effect. Right now, there's still a low level of contamination at the site, but according to the last report from the remediation company, they said that contamination levels seem to be decreasing overall with variable statistical significance. And because they're no longer using that equipment, the air sparge soil vapor extraction system, then that means that the shed can be removed. They're still monitoring it, but they don't have equipment stored in that shed.
Okay.
And then regarding the violations at the site, so there are two ECB violations regarding the certificate of occupancy for occupancy contrary to C of O, and that's because the certificate of occupancy is expired. So after BSA approval and after DOB approval, we'll get a new certificate of occupancy and we'll be able to resolve those violations. The third violation is a DOB violation for construction. So we're going to contact the DOB construction enforcement unit for a copy of the violation because right now the only thing stated in that violation description is that it's a construction violation. And once we have that, we'll be able to resolve the condition and certify that correction.
So in your statement of fact, just clarify all the status and what you're planning to do and and provide the violation sheets of each one of them.
Okay. Okay, and I think that was it. Oh, and we'll add details regarding the planting beds.
Yes. All right. Any questions or comments for Mr. Gupta? Oh, and I wanted to know the signage. It's not a ticker sign, right? Is it a static sign? Because when it's a
You mean
static,
the price sign, right?
yeah,
Yeah, it doesn't flash. It's static.
it's static. Because generally, I thought ticker signs are considered flashing sign. It's not.
I'm not sure exactly how it's considered, but I know that sign it's just displays the price and it doesn't change.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gupta? Right. Let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2022-76BZ 175-33 Oris Harding Expressway, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. You will enter webinar ID number 880-9241-1430 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will only enter the pound sign. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to respond. Seeing that there are 2 people in the room. Okay, let's bring those out. Ooh, sorry, knocked myself out. Mr. Marmar, please state your name for the record and you will have 3 minutes in which to speak.
Sure. Hi, I'm David Marmor. I'm the principal of Francis Lewis High School. Francis Lewis High School lies approximately 100 feet from the property in question. I'll keep this short. My job is to keep 4,300 kids in the second largest community school in New York City and the most overcrowded school in New York, both safe and orderly. Primary, in order for me to do my job, is keeping the kids safe, is to keep them inside the school building during their normal day. Their normal day is going to be, it runs from 8 o'clock to 3:30. This particular proposal is to take an existing gas station with a small convenience store, build a takeout fast food restaurant. Clearly, my students are almost the entire intended target market for this operation, as there is absolutely no possible parking outside maybe 1 or 2 spaces available here. So they're certainly relying on drawing my kids outside inappropriately from the building throughout the day. We certainly are going to have a much more difficult time and a constant battle keeping the kids inside where they are safe. We will be spending an inordinate amount of time trying to keep our kids away from this particular business. There are no other businesses similar to it in the immediate area unless the kids cross over to the other side of the expressway. Additionally, our small population of troublemaking students, which is small, but we have a large population, will be a constant source of problems that we are going to have to continue to deal with, as we are currently having to do to keep the peace at Arby's, which is on the other side of the expressway. With the close proximity of this particular business, it is going to escalate this problem exponentially. Francis Lewis High School is absolutely against this plan. And asks you to side with keeping our kids safe. And I want to make 2 other quick notes on this. And of course, I can take any questions. I don't know if that's appropriate, but 2 other quick notes. 1, my students were apparently the cause of the existing failure of the current auto service station. There apparently were problems between my students and the attendees, and that closed their auto service business to begin with. Second, which may be even more important, Ryan Junior High School is just on the other side of the expressway with 2,000 more middle school kids. And the idea of possibly drawing upwards of many middle school kids to the opposite side of the highway towards our school, which would be the first time that they had any reason to come towards our school rather than going straight home. That certainly is not going to provide a safe situation, having 2,000 middle school kids being drawn towards my 4,000 plus high school kids. So again, I'm absolutely asking that this be denied, and whether it stays a convenience store or not, which is fine, making it into a takeout restaurant with the entire purpose to draw my kids outside inappropriately when they're not allowed out, by the way, for lunch. They must stay in the school building from 8 to 3:30, seems to be specifically targeted at my kids. For that, we are absolutely against it. Thank you.
Thank you. The person who has number 505 at the last digits of their phone.
Yes, hello?
Yes, you want to state your name?
Yes, my name is Henry Euler.
Oh, Mr. Euler, how are you?
Okay, how are you? I'm the president of the Auburndale Improvement Association. I'm also a member of Queens Community Board 11. The case came before our community board. I'm not representing the community board. I'm representing my civic today. But I just wanted to report that at the hearing, we did not hear this viewpoint from the school, from Dr. Marmore. And I think it would have changed the vote in our opinion. Hearing what I just heard from Dr. Marmore, my civic association feels that the safety of the students is the most important thing, and we would therefore be opposed to the granting of this application. We had some concern at the community board about the parking on the site as well. There's parking spaces to go in to get food. There's also cars going in and out to get gas. And, you know, all of that with the students coming in and out was a concern for us as well. We did approve the application, though, at the community board, but as I said before, we did not hear the opinion of the school, and I'm very glad I heard this today. I'm going to go back to our meeting on Monday, April 3rd. Perhaps Dr. Marmore may want to come by as well. It probably will be a virtual meeting, and talk to the board about this and see what we can do about this as well. So, you know, we're very concerned, and we don't want anything to go wrong with the school. It's a wonderful school, and we want the students to be safe. So that's my opinion. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. The person named Samantha. Hello? Do you want to mute the person named Samantha?
I pressed ask to unmute.
I already did too, huh? Sorry. Hello, the person named Samantha, are you wish to join us? Are you having difficulty or something? I know she was on for a long time. If you should not be able to join us virtually, you could submit a statement to the board in writing to submit at bsa.nyc.gov. I don't know. Do you want to wait another minute, Madam Chair?
We have waited a very long time, so I'll wait for one more minute.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Dr. Marmor, if you want to make another additional statement or the same, submit at bsa.nyc.gov.
Sure, absolutely. And I'll definitely join the community board meeting.
Okay. All right, seeing there's no one else, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Gupta.
So, Mr. Gupta, can you please clarify what are the hours of operation of the fast food?
Let me double check. I believe the hours of operation we were proposing were 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, all right, because I think in your statement you have it as a different number, so.
It's 7 to 10:30 in the statement.
Oh, sorry, then that's correct, 7 to 10:30.
Okay. My opinion on this is that the use that is before us is the gasoline service station, and the other uses are accessory, but based on the underlying zoning, they would be permitted as of right in the absence of a gasoline service station. And when that happens, they can operate as of right. I really don't have much to say on this from any other point of view, other than from a land use, it is consistent with what the zoning is mapped as, and I cannot speak on the market decision that a business takes. There are other snack food stores right across Utopia Parkway. There is another mobile gas station that is a snack food store also, and as mentioned, there is Arby's across. One has to walk all the way over Horace Harding, and the operation is open beyond school hours. So after school, before school, anybody can be utilizing this facility. So I appreciate the concern, and I definitely cannot speak to how a school is run, and that is not my expertise, and nor can I speak to how the business should run. But I think in this case, this is a use that is very much would be consistent with the underlying zoning regulation. Okay, I think I've said my piece on that. Any comments or questions from the commissioners for Mr. Gupta?
I would only add that, as you stated, this is an as of right use, and for us to make a decision denying that right based on what we heard today would, first of all, I don't think we've never done it, but when something's as of right, but it would certainly be an abuse of discretion.
Yeah. 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 Okay.
That's not to say I'm so sorry. That's not to say I'm not sympathetic to it. It's just that's not within our power to do legally.
Right. Exactly.
They don't need parking.
Mr. Marmer, Dr. Marmer, you
They
can't
are.
speak.
You cannot speak anymore. I'm sorry, Dr. Marmer. And you can submit all your questions, but to answer your question, the required amount of parking is being provided. The parking that is required for a fast food and for the convenience store and is being provided. Just in terms of, I'm just going through my notes. Yeah, they are proposing additional parking spaces than currently existing. I believe, yeah. So this is for Mr. Gupta. You should go through and clarify in your statement. What is the required amount of parking? And I went through the notes and I didn't take it down for my review purposes, but I seem to recall it is complying, but you should just highlight that what the parking requirements that you're proposing complies with the zoning requirement.
Yeah, I think the required amount of parking is 6.51 spaces, and we're providing 8 spaces.
Okay.
Whatever. There's no way that property has room for 8 spaces.
Dr. Marmer, I have to caution you again, sir. I don't want to be rude. Please present your information in writing, sir.
Is it true that this change in use would also lessen the overall variance on the site, since the auto repair shop is not a permitted use as of right?
Yes. Yeah, it minimizes the degree of variance.
That's the phrasing I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Carlo? I'm sorry, Mr. Costanza.
No, sorry, I hit hand by accident.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, are we,
Yes.
okay.
Mr. Gupta, how long will it take for you to make revisions? And
Um,
please do notify the community board of the submitted revision.
Right.
Because as you can gather, there's quite a bit of concern. So you should proactively reach out to the community board and provide all the necessary documents that you're submitting here also along to it.
Right. I think 3 weeks should be sufficient.
3 weeks to submit.
Yes.
Okay. And this is for all those who have called in, Mr. Euler and Dr. Marmer. This is scheduled for continued hearing. There'll be follow-up hearing. The applicant needs to respond to all the questions that have been raised, and will be submitting documents. Those documents will be provided to the community board also. And you should please do reach out to your community board for those documents. And actually, I would say, Mr. Mr. Gupta, you may want to just, since you're dealing with one primary concern, and which is a school, just share the document also with Dr. Marmer.
Yes, yeah, I will.
Okay. Is there anything else, commissioners?
Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you all for your participation. And again, thank you, Dr. Marmer, for taking the time out from your very commendable role as a principal. And I recognize the school is a very important school, and this health and safety of the children is very critical. We recognize that and appreciate your participation and taking the time from your work. And Mr. Euler, again, we appreciate your insight onto these matters. Thank you very much for your participation.
Okay.
Okay. This concludes.
Yeah, this concludes the public hearing for March 28th, 2023. And thank you, everyone who for help to make this happen.
Yes, and thank you for your patience. We probably would have been done by 5. Or maybe not. I would have spoken slowly. Okay.
Listen, that's what we get.
Good night,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye.